Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion, and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team, cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I am Atlas. I am joined by LS. As Wadid had a little bit of a sore throat, so thank you so much, LS, for coming in. And I know that you're not exactly top of the health spectrum at this particular point in time, but I really appreciate you being here. And hopefully, we'll just have a smooth, chill last day here of the week, as we've got some pretty interesting games coming up, to say the least. I mean, if Humble Life are able to win here, it would be gigantic for them. But against Gen G, it might be very, very difficult.
Yeah, it certainly should be pretty difficult to do so. That's going to be the second series of the night. DRX versus Afrika is going to kick everything off, and this is a pretty important match because remember, DRX, they have potential to actually, I believe, get into the first place slot. Obviously, it depends if Gen G can lose, but if DRX beats Afrika here, they go above T1, right? For the time being, I believe.
Yes, they will, because they will be ahead on points. It doesn't actually matter how they win, because currently they are both plus 14, and like you were saying, DRX has a game to play, so they would be able to theoretically get ahead of T1.
Yeah. So this is a pretty exciting matchup for the standings on the left-hand side. Hanwha Life, though, it sort of is do or die for them because they're the heavy underdogs coming into this match. And if they lose here, they'll drop to 5-12. And then being 5-12, their last match is against Griffin, which that could be a fate almost for the most part. And then DRX potentially hold several teams in their hands with the final match of the season, which will obviously be next week on Thursday.
Yeah, it's actually going to be very interesting seeing what can actually happen there, because it might be that APK are just safe because of other factors, right?
Yep.
And I think we're only going to figure that out after the Griffin Humble Life series, which is the second last of the season. So it is certainly coming up clutch at this particular point in time. This is, though, the heaven-sent opportunity. If DRX wins, they end up second, and Afrika still has a chance to make it to playoffs if they are the team that actually comes out ahead. DRX had the ridiculous series against Damwon that, honestly, they probably should have lost, because if there was one extra auto attack on that Nexus, it would have been a Damwon victory and a very different state of affairs moving into what will be a half week next week for week 9 before we head towards playoffs.
Yeah. Heaven sent opportunity. If DRX wins, they end up second versus Afrika, still has a chance to make it to the playoffs, and so it's an important match for them. DRX already comfortable in that regard, but Afrika really fighting to stay alive. DRX saved their game with 26 HP Nexus, and honestly, that was a bit of a robbery. That was that was DB Cooper came to life in that series and in that moment. So definitely they could have walked away the losers in that game in many different alternate universes. Afrika finally figured out the sense of victory. Can they stop DRX's upswing? I feel like they're still slated to be the underdogs here coming up against DRX. They are going to be on red side. And we always talk about how red side can look to try to get edges inside of the draft. And
yep,
DRX, one of the biggest sinners in LCK.
And we'll see whether they keep sinning here today. I think the last point is a really interesting one. Mystic versus Deft. These guys used to face off against one another when they were back in China. EDG versus WE would have been that matchup. And also, in the years that they were there, these are teams that were actually able to find themselves victories. I, in fact, remember, I believe it was IEM Gyeonggi, or it was one of those international tournaments held here in Korea back in 2016 where WE first got, I believe, Mystic and Shie at the same time, and it was a pretty impressive time and a big upswing for WE when Deft's team EDG was performing very, very well at the time. So exciting to look back at that matchup once again as we have a look at the run for both of these squads as they move further forward. Looking at Damwon and Afrika and their battle for playoffs. And there is a chance that Afrika can get ahead, but it's going to be very, very difficult for them to do so. As we have a look at some of the team stats here, and DragonX, although they've looked extremely shaky consistency-wise, their stats still look fantastic. No,
their stats do look really good. Team gold difference at 15. They are on average ahead 1,303, whereas Afrika, they're struggling to really find their place in terms of goal differential at 15. And win rate with gold lead at 15, 82.8%. But on the flip side, when Afrika does manage to be ahead at the 15-minute mark, they win a pretty hefty amount themselves.
The thing is, it's like double the amount of games that DragonX are ahead at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So this stat is really skewed because you have to look at the percentage of time where they're actually ahead at 15 minutes. And DRX have been pretty consistently managing to do that, even if the consistency of winning afterwards is going to be there. As we're going to have a look at this DRX victory that was stolen from the face of Damwon with a 24 health Nexus.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, this was a really close series overall. This is where Damwon, they were a little bit slow. Like, even right now, right? Ghost could have already been teleporting. Could have already been TPing, but wasted a lot of valuable time. And DRX made their last stand, their race into the base. And there's...
Oh, the Unbreakable. I mean, actually,
yeah.
Carry is Unbreakable.
Yeah,
after standing
so
behind
much.
a minion save the Nexus. That's insane.
It is so insane. And you can see Nuguri, he tries to get in there. Haymaker shield, trying to get any auto attacks that he possibly can. Barrel ends up dying. 26 HP Atlas.
Not even close. Not even close. Don't even worry about it. That's a calculated victory there by DRX. No inconsistencies there. Just have a look at the match score. 2-1, close series, but DRX obviously just the better team on the day, right? That's what we're saying?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, good. I'm glad we figured that one out. As we're going to have a look at the lineups here. No changes, of course, here for DRX, as Doran, Pioshik, Chovy, Deft, and Carrier will, of course, be taking to the Rift here today. I'm very excited to see what Chovy has for us. This guy has been only getting more and more impressive. I know that you've been touting Chovy as the best in the LCK all year, LS, and I actually feel like he is getting better as the season progresses. So you're only getting more and more correct with that particular statement.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Reddit and obviously Twitter, they say that actually, you know what? Here, let me just do it right now. My player of the game vote is actually going to be Chovy. It hasn't even started, but...
It's already happened. Oh my god.
I thought that I would submit it already. I'm going to get that over
right.
to G-Sun as soon as I possibly can. Lineup all in is going to be here in the mid lane.
And this has actually been the more consistent roster for Afrika over their last few matches. They have looked a little bit better, despite not necessarily having the victories over teams that they'd really want to. Their only match this week was against Griffin, and they smashed them 2-0, but beating the team that's at the bottom of the standings at the moment isn't necessarily the greatest statistic. These are some great statistics, though, as we have a look at Keria. His Thresh was just amazing to watch in Game 1 versus Damwon, which wasn't close, by the way. That was DRX showing us that that probably should have been a 2-0, and in the end it was an extraordinarily close 3-game series because of what we were talking about with consistency being a huge issue for this team.
Yeah, I mean, Keria has always been pretty integral to a lot of the DRX victories, and in the last series, I mean, he just had such a phenomenal performance, and I like how they're highlighting this as the key player matchup, because when you go down the line, Chovy in mid lane probably going to be really favored. In terms of the bottom lane AD carry position, I think that's another one that could have taken over the key player role, but I think that Keria versus Jelly is going to be the real struggle for Afrika in general, in regards to where can they really find some sort of success that isn't to just be expected like up in the top lane.
And I actually think that one of the stats there was the most interesting. The assists per game being #1 in the league just shows that Keria is played around by DRX a lot during the early game and during the mid game, where he can really get into the enemy's face and start the fights off, regardless of his KDA not being at the top. He's the one that gets things started here for DRX. So we'll see whether he does get onto a priority pick, as Afrika have noticed that giving Def to Felios is generally a bad idea, and they are going to ban that one away. Interesting that he managed to get it twice in their last series, as the Elise banned against Spirit, of course, and Kalista going to be banned on blue side, so DRX gunning for a different first pick option this time around.
Yeah, Felios taken off the table does make the most sense. Senna, Kalista are champions that we have to consider as well, as okay, Kalista does end up biting the dust. Afrika, they might just go for Senna and Set as banaways here, given that they are on the red side.
Yep, the Aphelios is going to be augmented now. 1 second to go. Set banned away, as Afrika do get rid of that guy. Pretty standard stuff here. Elise doesn't necessarily look standard, I know, to most of you sitting at home, but she's been banned against Spirit in the majority of their games, to be perfectly honest. So not a surprise there at all. The most banned champion, in fact, against Afrika is Elise by about 20%.
Yeah.
People just don't like Spirit getting that champion. And the rest of them very standard bans. As Trundle going to be banned away here by DRX, and we look for the last one on Afrika's side. Senna probably going to be the highest priority.
Well, not really so sure what DRX would open with on B1. As there's a lot of different, I guess, approaches to this draft that they could end up going for.
Ooh, Zoe going to be banned. That is, of course, the Chovy special, as DRX can just lock away center if they want to. This is one of the teams that likes to do all sorts of different things. Is Varus also up? I apologize, ladies and gentlemen of the collective, because, of course, Varus very high priority at the moment as well, and sort of slipped through my memory banks, as the Jace going to be locked in as a response, and Spirit looking to take away his Jarvan. And already things shaping up to be relatively aggressive on Afrika's side when we come towards a mid-game. We'll see how DRX are going to handle it.
Well, DRX...
Olaf, what do you reckon?
You need to stop right now with the self-counter picks that could end up coming out. Piotrek just power farming away, not really... Honestly, you're trying to make me... I'm gonna, you know... Is Valdez on standby or what?
Take it away.
Yeah, take it back to you, Atlas.
All right, am I taking it away now?
Absolutely.
All right, we're looking at an on, not a champ. This is in fact a multifaceted hero champion hybrid who just has everything available to him, and Ornn is going to be locked away here. And you like to talk about themes a lot, LS. Would you say that Olaf and Ornn's themes, despite being 4-letter O names, do you think that they match?
So obviously the engage theme is the only thing that I would say that they share in common, but realistically I think Ornn hates having Olaf on his team in general, because it's not synergetic with what he's trying to achieve in the later stages of the game, or the mindset that you would have in regards to why you would ideally be looking for Ornn on a team. And so that there is a bit of polarity in that regard. But Olaf with Varus, we'll see what they can end up getting in the bot lane matchup, and as well as mid lane. Ornn, historically, the best answer to Jace, except for Yorick, I believe, last year, when Yorick ended up having his rise to power. So this is actually a pretty good matchup for Doran up in the top lane, and given that it's blue side Ornn, it's going to be a lot safer. Pioshik's probably going to be able to power farm, like he normally does, and then play towards mid and bot, and they can look for something or in regards to Dragons. Afrika, their team composition right now, with the Senna, with the Jarvan, they have a lot of control in that regard, but seeing how they're going to round this out is a lot more important, because Ornn is obviously pretty scary to go up against, and when you have a Jace, we've seen it in the LCK, he's going to basically get the lethality items and try to gun for the 80 carry as well as the AP carry, most likely, in the mid lane, because there's nothing that he's going to be able to do to the Ornn in the later stages.
Yeah, now you can see Afrika banning away supports here. I know we're looking at the Karma and thinking that, you know, Doran has played that one in the past, but he's likely to be on the Ornn. Chovy can play on, of course, but you're not necessarily looking at Karma as a counter to the Jace. In fact, Afrika, if they were to pick it, might be able to make that one work up against the Ornn top side of the map, potentially. But there's the LeBlanc ban away from Chovy. The only mid laner remaining as far as that Trinity is going to be the Azir. But with the Varus already locked in and flexible, it's possible that Afrika are going to be deterred from picking that one up. Tahm Kench going to be banned away next. Yep, there we go. Understandable there, as we're just banning away Senna synergistic champions. And that is going to be removed. So now, Afrika thinking about what they want to pair with the Senna here so that they can leave last pick for either All-In or Keen, depending on where they want to put that Jace. Ooh, or go for a multi-flex. This is interesting. As it is Nautilus locked in, but remember, he can go into the mid lane if they would like to. Don't necessarily know whether I like it, but in theory, they can keep their options open.
Well, I'm a bit blind right now, so I'm trying to keep in my memory what you're saying. My stream has died right now, Atlas. So you can still hear me.
Well, we're
so
hovering
Nautilus
on
came in on
Morgana.
R4.
Yeah, Nautilus did come in R4, and then B4, we've got a Morgana lock-in from Keria. I actually really like this, the purple bottom lane, and going to be able to get some shove down there and also really try to abuse the Nautilus while he tries to farm. I do like that one a lot. 10 seconds to go as we look for either a mid laner or a top laner here for DRX. Expecting a blind mid laner, but we're going more of a flexible option here with a lot of power in the mid game. No, we're not. We are going to switch it over, and the Azir is locked in here for Chovy. As all in, we'll see what his option's going to be, and it might just be that Rumble to be paired with the rest of this composition, and a lot of mid-game power coming out. 2-item spikes are plenty on Afrika's side if they do decide to go with it, and the Pantheon is going to be similar, although their damage range, yeah, I think Syndra makes a lot more sense.
I don't even know if you're messing with me right now.
That's Anivia. Anivia just got locked in.
Anivia got... So it's Varus, Morgana, Olaf, Ornn, Azir versus Jace, Jarvan, Anivia, Senna, Nautilus.
Correct.
Okay, and the Anivia... All in, I believe,
battle in the mid
is
lane,
the
dude.
old one-trick Anivia player from way back in the day.
And
I believe the last time that he played this was the 13,000 gold deficit game at 20 minutes, if you remember. I believe I was casting with you. It might have been Valdez, but it was a game that Anivia really showed her colors and managed to hold on as long as possible underneath that amount of pressure. And
well, let me have a look to see what how many times he's actually played it in competitive play. I do have the statistics here. He did lose the one game that he's played on stage on Anivia, but that was a while ago. It was definitely not this year, and it might have been with me there. So we'll just have to see how this Anivia is going to go. Certainly a very avian theme in the mid lane, which I very much like. However, Pigeon versus Eagle, I don't think you're ever going to win that battle if you are the Pigeon. So we'll just have to see whether the Animal Kingdom is what we can rest our hats on as far as figuring out who really has the advantage in this game.
Well, the team composition for Afrika is pretty nice. The Anivia and the Senna are pretty on theme with one another, and the Jarvan obviously getting a lot of value against the DRX team composition. The Jace, obviously a bit off theme though, with what the other champions are trying to achieve. I'm going to be curious to see if Keen ends up going for Muramana, so that he has more utility in the later stages of the game and he can really synergize with the Anivia and the Senna in a controlled setting. Because against the Anivia and the Varus, it's not like these champions are gonna be open targets for Lethality Jace to hit. Also, Afrika is on the red side, and so DRX's scaling champions, they're gonna have a pretty easy way to just scale up, coast into mid-late game, and try to come online. And the ornaments, it's not the best, but also not the worst all around, given that Morgana is one of the champions that does consistently build an ornament. She gets the Zanya's Hourglass, that gets upgraded. DRX has massive amount of late game scaling, whereas Nautilus and Jace are going to taper off, and it's going to mostly be the Anivia and Senna trying to 2v5.
Yeah, I think there's another option that Afrika can go for, because depending on how you... Oh no, Jelly. Pyosik in position here, and they already get a flash as Pyosik gets rid of this ward as well. And so he'll grab the first CS here of the game. Definitely a really good start here as the late invade is going to be successful, and Pyosik once again off to a brilliant start. But we've seen him do this so many times before. I mean, against Canyon Sejuani, he was so far ahead, and then still didn't manage to get enough done as the game continued. As all in, getting the shove here against Chovy, which is what you'd expect early on for this Anivia. Has taken that Q first, and we'll just be throwing that through minion waves. As here on the bottom side, Jelly and Mystic are going to be in some trouble.
Well, my stream did just come back in the last couple of seconds here. Absolutely fantastic, and just in time for my eyes to be burned. Or scorched, depending on how you want to look at it, Atlas.
Oh my god, DRX.
3 scorches on the side.
You were talking about synergy. Well, definitely there's some sinning synergy going on here for DRX. Everyone just wanting to scorch their win rates here as Afrika Sun loss versus Kingzone's Pawn. Okay. As I believe All In used to be Sun, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so it was the first time we've seen her in a year.
Yep. And I do believe that was that game. So it was against Kingzone, which is, well, Dragon X.
Formerly DRX.
Yeah, formerly. And so here it is. And so will the Cryo Phoenix rise and redeem herself here today? Or is she just going to somehow manage to die again? That's the big question.
Well, I mean, are you an X-Men fan? How much of that lore do you know?
Ooh, well, canon or... See, that's where it gets tricky.
Ooh, I'm not entirely sure. No knock up there as Chovy does go the wrong direction. Still has to flash in order to get out of the way. Spirit going to be taking a little bit of damage here, but otherwise he's going to be fine. As we have a look at the rest of the map, and Deft and Carrier definitely having a very good time here down towards the bottom side. They'll get themselves their first plate and also relieve Mystic of the majority of his health bar at the same time.
And at this point, DRX, they're pretty comfortable in all of the lanes as it does stand. Chovy does have the teleport as well as Deft. They're just trying to keep up Lane Kingdom pressure pretty much all around. And they've managed to convert it into a turret play capture down here in the bot lane. Chovy on the Azir versus the Anivia. Things won't start to get rough for him until a little bit later on. And if the Olaf can keep stacking dragons early, it's going to pose a lot of problems for Afrika. So first one of the game is Infernal. A pretty good second role is obviously going to be Cloud Dragon, and then if you're looking for a dragon after that, would probably be Ocean. And at that point, it would be near impossible, most likely, for Afrika to ever find some sort of a window to beat DRX, if that would be the Dragon Soul.
I'm not looking like... I can't really find many windows here for Afrika at the moment. They got pushed out of their own jungle early. You can see the bottom lane is an absolute disaster. It is triple the CS for Deft at the moment. We know what he can do on this pick. The lethality Varus with a mage support is incredibly oppressive in the early stages, but so far, this center lane has been entirely shut down by DRX. Dark Binding barely grazing the backside of Mystic right there. Almost, hit the stitching on the sweet Louis Vuitton outfit that Mystic is rocking right now.
And I think one of the things happening down here in bot is you take a look. Remember, this is fasting Senna. She does have 5 CS right now, as Jelly has been hard-pressed to really get a lot of CS. And this is very brutal because Jelly and Mystic not really managing this bot lane all that well. And you take a look at the mini-map, so you follow Pioshik's movements. He's on the golems right now. He could just immediately go into a dragon capture. Scuttlecrab right-hand side is going to be coming up. Def does have teleport available. He will be able to teleport. Now, Pioshik is, I guess he's looking for something.
I feel like you are well and truly behind me at the moment because they just went for a gank. They sent Jelly back home. He's got teleport, so he's going to make it back into this lane. Is heal going to be used by DRX bottom side? Not going to go for any sort of follow-up gank, but Deft looking to teleport back into this lane now. As hopefully we're going to get through the. Am I taking it away forever? Like what's happening here?
I don't know what's happening. Take it away.
All right. You had a bit of a time with taking it away yesterday. I watched a little bit of the LCS co-stream. Sanchovi's had to take it away a lot of times. The poor guy.
He does do that sometimes.
You blitzed him good. I remember that moment.
Absolutely did.
Yeah.
All right.
That was mean.
I think my game is back. I'm at 649.
Hey, so am I.
50, 51.
Yeah, no, we're perfect. We are
right.
in sync.
We're holding hands.
Mm-hmm.
One could say.
We have synergy right now. And we're always holding hands. This is the LCK broadcast. And our pictures are just always holding hands.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
Okay.
Doran, throwing out an ultimate. Will find a knock up there onto Keen. Not winning the matchup just yet, but does have the Ignite down. Shock Blast not going to land as Doran just trying to soften up the Jace by the looks of things here towards the top side. No flashes gained though from either top laner, as Doran might need to be a little bit careful here.
Carry and Def taking a pretty hard trade down in bottom, and Doran, well, he's not that far behind in CS. He is managing to hold his own up there on the top side. Now, Pioshik, he might just be coming in here looking for yet another gank. Jelly is playing in a really dangerous pocket right now, and this should just be Mystic and Jelly dying.
The dredge line going to be used aggressively. Flash already out from Mystic, as you can see Deft and Carrier. They're looking for Jelly. Mystic should be taken down here as it's the piercing arrow that is going to get rid of the center. Double kill there for Deft as he gets first blood plus a freebie. This is the 1+1 special that we see at the Peony Jumps here in Korea, and it was picked up by DRX.
And they're going to immediately convert this into an Infernal Drake capture. Afrika on the other side of the map. They're trying to get a Rift Herald. Rift Herald's not going to be the end of the world for DRX, because yes, it will be used to most likely convert into turret play captures onto that Azir's turret in mid lane. And what I would expect is that it's really hard for either of these teams to raise each other's mid-tier 1 turrets. So the fact that Afrika does pick up the first Herald, hopefully they can plant it in mid lane. If they go up in top lane and plant it in top just to get more gold on Jace, I am gonna Atlas, take it away.
All right. So what I was actually going to say, as Doran is able to successfully mitigate that knock-up, what I was going to say earlier is that there is an opportunity for Afrika to play around a split-pushing Jace style of build. It's not where he's going, but Blade of the Ruined King could have been an option here to go up against Doran and win that war of attrition a little bit easier, and was a build that was popularized by players like Smeb, going for more of that split-pushing Jace. And then you can utilize Anivia for what she's good at, right? As ultimate comes down, and that oh no, it's just dead Carrier. As there's the Dawning Shadow. Pioshik coming on in here. The flash forward. Undertow is going to land, so it will be a 1-for-1 as they're looking to try and give this kill over to Def. Pioshik eventually is going to pick that one up, as now Jelly, max range, dredge line will get them out, but it's a 1-for-1. So probably fine news here for Afrika.
Yeah, I think that Carrier wasn't expecting the damage to come out the way that it ended up doing, but nonetheless, Def still super big right now down here in bot lane. 84 CS, 2 kills. Let's take a look at this one more time. And what I was referring to at the time that this happened, I said that Nautilus was in a really bad pocket. And what I meant is where he was standing in lane relative to the Fog of War was generally pretty unsafe.
In the meantime,
okay.
Spirit gets thrown underneath the turret there as Carrier looking to try and lock him down. He doesn't have the flag and drag available. Just going to Cataclysm over onto Carrier. There's the flash in as Chovy should be able to get it. The egg now available, but I don't think it is going to respawn in time as Chovy desperately trying to get the DPS. All in will fall. Carrier grabs that kill and DRX 5-1.
It's 5-1 right now, and it's a complete stomp here inside of this game. They're up about 3,000 gold. They have the Infernal Dragon. They're going to be in position to get the Mountain Drake, and you can just see the Jace. He can't really do anything against the Ornn. We mentioned this in the Champ Select that really Jace is, I mean, he has autonomy, he has control over the lane, but it's just so rough. We take a look at this replay. The chains end up landing. And you can see that Keria is not expecting to go down like that. Piotrek throws over the undertow, and it was a little bit surprising. Deft playing super reserved given that he had the flash. I think there's definitely a world here where they're able to get both Jelly and Mystic. And we take a look at this setup. Keria off of his reset, knowing that Deft was resetting as well. So Keria has to come over to this side of the map anyway. And Spirit should actually know that, given the way that the bot lane was resetting. So really peculiar that he was looking for a gank. They end up getting the flash out of all in, and then the question ends up becoming sunny side up or scrambled as Anivia was brought down, and it's going to be a very long time until she's online. They put the Rip Herald at top lane Atlas.
Yeah, it was timing out, actually. I think Spirit wanted to use it mid lane and unfortunately died, as Shelly should be able to get herself a decent charge here, so this isn't too bad for Afrika. They got lucky with the lane positioning, as Shelly does get some plates there for Keen, exactly like you were afraid of earlier on in this game. Undertow going to fly over Spirit, but there is a blast cone as... Oh, okay. Jelly's dead, guys. Pop goes the Nautilus.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's really living up to his name here in game number 1.
There's naught that he can do.
Well, he's looking like Jelly. You know,
living up to that name for some
honestly,
reason.
that wasn't funny, but Sanchovis would have laughed. Valdez would have had my back there.
All right, well, they can take it away.
Okay. As we do have a pause.
We do. Sepia mode is now upon us, as I think it might be Afrika wondering why all of their champions seem to have zeros in the first column, apart from one person on the bottom side of the map, because honestly everything is going wrong. Maybe Afrika looked at the compositions and were like, hang on, wait a second, we're the ones that are supposed to be winning. There must be a problem with the game. Because of course DRX with a scaling composition involving the Ornn and the Azir, and they're still smashing this game. As we did just get word from our producer, but I didn't quite catch what it was, so it's still a mystery. What?
Def's screen is frozen.
Ah, that's not so good. Maybe it's maybe he caught that from your computer. That's also in a bit of a bit of trouble.
I do believe that you are onto something here, perhaps, Atlas.
Mm-hmm. That's how we roll.
Most interesting things actually is that I feel like we've had more pauses playing online, despite them being on their home setups, than we had when we were playing from LoL Park.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm interested in how they actually do it. I haven't actually asked about the mechanics of how you have the stream setups to make sure that, you know, you can guarantee that no third-party anything is being used. I'm pretty sure they remotely go into PCs that are actually here in LoL Park or something like that. I think it is like a screen share type remote access style of thing, just to make sure that everyone's playing off exactly the same client with exactly the same specs and all that sort of stuff, just to make sure that they keep it all in line. So that might be where some of the issues have come from, with the fact that we do need to make sure that that sort of stuff happens. We're going to have a look at a replay here of the bottom side. Jelly had half health, and then he had 0 health.
Yeah, he looks really tilted. He walks up to try to get something, but honestly, I mean, this lane matchup is just not working out all that well. And if you remember, I mentioned that, especially in this meta, when you're willing to pick Anivia, or if you're willing to pick something like, if you're willing to pick any sort of control mages that can sort of just go into a plethora of different matchups, the R4 mage pick in mid is really good. It's just the way that the meta works right now, the champions that exist and whatnot. There's lots of mid lane champions that are very versatile, can go versus a wide range of champions, and for the most part be pretty okay. There's ways to avoid the laning phase. And then you get a lot of value by counterpicking the Senna support with whatever it is that you're trying to faster. Unfortunately, they went for the Nautilus on R4. They ended up walking into a bit of a rough time, and you can see this game. Yes, it is Deft and Keria, but things are certainly not going very well for the Afrika bottom lane, and I don't want to call the game over. Well, you know me, Alice, actually I do, but this game is really, really rough. They are so far behind. They have a dead weight in the Jace on the top side. Yes, he has a couple of plates. He doesn't stand up to Ornn. He's too far behind relative to what's happening on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it's looking really, really dicey, as I believe we are moving back towards a fixed computer situation here for Deft, and should be back into this game ASAP. But yeah, I just think that from the draft to the gameplay, things have not been working out here for Afrika whatsoever. And actually, it's good. I think that if DRX can have a similar performance as we move into game number 2, that's when I'm going to start being excited about DRX. But until they can actually back up a good performance with another one, I'm still going to be a little bit worried until the LCK is projected as like a best-of-1 tournament. Because in one of those, DRX would look amazing. But right now, they just don't seem to have the longevity to play out exactly the same level of control and play that they've been able to in their game number 1 performances, especially from what we noticed in their last series against Damwon Gaming. So that's where I'm sort of looking for DRX to improve. And so whether they can keep their mental moving into game 2 is going to be the really important thing. They do need to win this game, though. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do there as Deft moves back to lane with his teleport. Now, we'll have a look very soon as to what he's been able to put in his coffers since then. As Doran at half health, wanting to try and protect this turret, as Jelly's going to turn up as well. Doran throws out the Ornn Horn, but all of the boys are turning up. Dredgeline not going to really find the mark there, but it looks like Doran will be falling down. Chovy teleported in for some reason, as he might have to already used his Emperor's Divide, in fact. As I think Keria did find a Dark Binding. That's definitely good news, as Chovy not going to be displaced by that wall that came up. And it is going to be DRX taking the Mountain Drake on the other side of the map. Next Drake will be the Cloud. It is just Cloud Souls for what feels like every single stage of every game in the LCK. Not sure what it is. Maybe it's because we're moving into spring, more cloudy weather. I don't know. It's weird.
All right, well, Cloud Soul being the first one of the game does help Afrika a little bit, because it means that they're not as pressured by this next third dragon that's coming up. Because even if DRX do end up getting Cloud Soul, this is Lethality Varus, which I think is a really smart decision by Deft this game, because he knows that it's going to be a poke war between the Anivia and the Jace versus the Azir and the Varus. So take a look at the replay, and as you mentioned, Doran, he did try to just wave clear the lane. He flashed prematurely, and I wonder if it's because his line of sight is distorted, maybe thinking that the Nautilus was already going to hit him on the turret, and then he would try to flash down, but gets locked up. The interaction right there is, I didn't think the Black Shield would allow Chovy to just walk over.
It actually stops the displacement, the like slight knockback of the wall. But he still wasn't actually in range to
get pinned.
Have to walk around it.
Yeah.
I think that's sort of how it worked. So yeah, Black Shield's a weird ability. As Umbral Glaive already completed here by Deft. We'll see whether he goes into the Wraith Blade for his next option, and he does, just to make sure that he can get the earliest possible upgrade from the Ornn. I really like this decision. A lot of our Varuses would go towards the more raw damage that Duskblade would provide, but making sure that he can get that ornament as soon as it's available is, I think, very intelligent based on the game state right now, and DRX wanting to just accelerate this forward.
And other items that currently exist, Luden's Pulse is going to be able to be upgraded if that is the item that Chovy does end up wanting, although this has the makings to have Nashor's Tooth be picked up second, and then Rabadon's Death Cap as the third item for the Azir, and then get that. as the ornament upgrade, as Keria is going to have the Zanyas. It looks like Pyoshik, though, going pure tank.
Yeah, it
So
looks like the
is-
Warmogs to come in next.
Yeah, a little surprising. And, you know, honestly, I wouldn't mind. I talked about this on one of the LCS coach streams recently. Going Abyssal Mask. Because you get the Ornament upgrade, you have Ornn dealing magic damage from range, the Cinder Hulk deals magic damage, Azir wants you to be giving amplified ability damage. And then also, even the Morgana makes benefit of it, so it's not that bad by any means. It's very rare to see tank junglers actually build ornament items, almost like it doesn't cross their mind.
Yeah, it's a bit strange. We actually saw it once, I believe, from Cuz. That was the only time. As the poke, like you were talking about, coming out here, is the egg going to be available, but needs to be utilized. As now Pyoshik comes on down. Depth's going to grab that kill, but now the fight is on as Keen finds the backline. Depth immediately removed as Chovy also going to go down. It's a really good Ornn ultimate as Jelly's going to fall. Keria goes golden. Keen's going to fall down, and even the support staff of DRX are able to do the work and take down the majority of Afrika.
Yeah, and this is going to end up resulting in the mid-tier 2 turret going down for Dragon X. They move up to almost a 6,000 gold lead. They're coming really close to doing so. Ornn's going to get towards that bot wave. We'll see what ends up happening as we resume back into live. And we take a look at this replay. This was a bit risky. Didn't need to happen like this, as All In managed to land insane amounts of damage down onto Death. The Jarvan EQ coming forward onto Chovy, who raises that Sun turret to sort of help out. And so it's a pretty clutch passive use here by the Azir. Keria just doing so much damage as well, eventually having to flash away from the Jace, thinking that Keen would try to kill him.
Yep.
And as we resume back into live, 35,000 gold is the scoreline. So 5,500, Mountain Drake, Infernal Dragon. Ornn is going to have his ornaments soon. And things are just looking near impossible. This is very reminiscent of the last time Anivia was picked. Not quite as much of a blowout, but it's mostly going to be Anivia trying to hang on to this game via all of her wave clear.
The problem is that DRX very simply took down the outer turret in mid lane. They took the inner turret as well. And that's where Anivia wants to be parked, right? You want to have that outer turret available for as long as possible so that you can retain some form of map control and utilize your Anivia effectively. Right now, I mean, you're going to be protecting an inner turret bottom lane, that sort of thing, and your inhibitor turret. And DRX should just be able to storm the gates there and also keep Afrika out of their own jungle and consistently losing gold as this game progresses. So it feels like the Anivia pick has not done her job so far this game, as DRX will move down and put themselves towards Cloud Soul point. And I mean, as far as Cloud Soul team comps are concerned, this is a pretty good one, to be honest. Death wants to be able to reposition, Doran wants to be able to reposition, even Chovy in a similar boat. Pyoshik probably the best Cloud Soul user in the game on the Olaf. And Morgana uniquely really does like to put down those soul shackles and then move quickly into being able to lock down multiple members. So, I mean, I don't mind Cloud Soul for this particular composition.
Well, it is going to be available for Dragon X to capture in 4.5 minutes. And that will be really, really early in regards to a soul coming online. We're entering the lull state right now, though, Atlas, as it's time to play ping pong with the waves. Now, the Azir could have very easily frozen this wave, as there is nothing else to do on the map, and that would end up denying an entire wave away from Afrika. And if they tried to group and siege as 5, then the Azir has TP or the Ornn has TP. You get a team fight, which is exactly what DRX wants right now, but Afrika would never in a million years voluntarily opt into. And instead, we're gonna push lanes up here in top. Keen is gonna be waiting on the wings to try to capture that. Doran is level 13, almost has both of his ornament upgrades. Chovy gonna have to wait a little bit to get this turret, but all things considered, I don't know what Afrika is supposed to do in this game outside of a miracle teamfight controlled by the Anivia.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be in a counter siege situation, which DRX are actually pretty set up to get themselves in a really good position for, with things like the Sun turret, with the Varus poke being so potent. It's almost like Afrika have decided to look at what DRX are doing and make it as difficult for them as possible, but it just hasn't been enough, right? And maybe a different style of composition would have been better in this instance, but hindsight is 2020, and Chovy is going to die. No, he's not. He's able to shift some sands. He gets out. He's going to be fine. And with a wallet that heavy, you could imagine that keeping yourself alive is going to be a little bit easier, as DRX going to set up the siege towards the bottom side and also take down Baron at the same time.
Yeah. And DRX are just getting everything that they could possibly want right now. Deft going a little bit forward. Spirit.
Oh,
no.
This is just snuck. Really nicely done there by DRX. Could have been punished potentially if Spirit had walked over, but how they were supposed to know that the Baron was being taken when they've been shut out of vision so much and they knew the location of 3 members on the map. It's a really difficult one, but a really good proactive play there by DRX to make sure that they can keep their foot on the pedal and push this game ever further forward. As Doran's going to split on the top side, looking to just play some ping pong, as we like to talk about, as he wants to be over near Deft to hand out his sweet ornaments that he's going to have. In fact, the Wraith Blade already there, so I tell a lie, it doesn't even matter, already built up. And this 3-item Lethality Varus is chunking. If Mystic gets hit by anything, he's just dead. Straight up. We saw that already towards the bottom side. And Deft able to clear vision at the same time with his Umbral Glaive.
Yeah, and they're just sort of controlling this game right now, and this is a very late Oblivion Orb pickup by the Azir, but you know what, Atlas? I love
Chains of Corruption.
There's no MR, and okay, we might have a team fight brewing.
Potentially, all in down to about half health as Chovy's going to move in, but you can see Afrika out of position, and as soon as the Anivia isn't at this mid inhibitor, then DRX should just be able to pile through and take this one down. A lot of turret damage available here for this squad with Varus and with the Azir. And this inhibitor will just be falling without any response there from Afrika. They know that they're just not strong enough to be able to fight this in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's just looking really grim for them. 1 minute until the Cloud Soul is going to end up coming up. And you have Chovy, he's shoving in top lane right now. Just going to be able to raise that turret. Wallen knows that he can't actually walk up to try to press his R. The Baron minions going to be too durable. He would end up putting himself at risk for DRX to end up collapsing. EQ Flag and Drag comes out by the Darwin. All in playing with fire against Kyria right there. Ornn ultimate going to come out. Stone Blade. There you go. Take it away.
Chains of Corruption were in there as well, as Spirit's going to dive on forward. He has the stopwatch, but that's only going to prolong his inevitable death. Oh no, able to flag and drag, gets himself out as Jelly. Wanted to go in again. I don't know whether he necessarily did want that. As Doran and Carrier relatively low, but Deft and Chovy at full health right now and are still pushing forward. Mystic just going to get chunked out here by the Azir. Has to flash to get himself out of the way. And it is an egg once again splattered on the pavement. This turret still doing some work here underneath as you've got Kyoshik trying to run away. Hail of arrows coming down yet again as another piercing arrow is going to end the life of Spirit, as Chovy has just been partying in the enemy base this entire time. Emperor's Divide used defensively as the piercing arrow had to be avoided there by Keen. That may have actually killed the Jace if it had have landed, despite him looking like he had a decent health bar. And that's just how far ahead DRX are. They've even given up on this top inhibitor, as if these shock blasts land, there are some very low health bars on DRX. And it may actually turn things around. Good knockup is going to come forward as Deft gets some of the follow-up damage, but DRX are playing with fire right now, and it looks like they are going to turn around.
I think this is absolutely a decision that they would never make if they weren't this far ahead in the fact that their playoff spots weren't already clinched, because this is absolutely only able to be perceived as greed. And they could actually die here, give away a couple of shutdowns, and lose the Dragon Soul. Turns out Anivia does not deal... Doesn't deal damage, Atlas.
And there's no Ocean Souls, no nothing. DRX are just able to wander themselves out, as it looks like we're going to have some Cloud Soul denial as Pyoshik's back to full health. There's the flag and drag. I don't know whether Spirit necessarily wanted that. Doesn't have a stopwatch anymore as the Ornhorn does ring true. Carrier now off to the side. Looks like he will be falling down. But speaking of falling, the bird is also taken away from the rift, and now Mystic has to deal with Pyoshik right in his face. Doran still walking in aggressively as the piercing arrow finds him with just the tip. And now Chovy jumps in on top of Jelly, and I don't think the aftershock's going to be enough. He's going to have to run for the hills as Keen doing the same thing in the wrong direction. And DRX just play a little bit of ring around the rosy. They still haven't gone back to base yet. And they're looking to take down this last remaining Nexus turret and just end this game here at 26 minutes.
I mean, they're doing such a phenomenal job as it does currently stand here.
Another
DRX,
chance of corruption is going to go wide, but it looks like DRX will just be winning. Nexus is going to fall down. They are not wasting any time. I feel like there was a very angry CVMAX after their last Damwon series, and DRX have come in with a plan and just smashed a Freaker in that game.
Well, that was a absolutely dominating performance, game number 1 by DRX, and it lived up to expectations. It was about what we did anticipate coming into the series tonight. Now they're going to hop over to the red side in game number 2. And remember, Afrika, they had opportunities to utilize counter picks. They didn't this game. And so now they're going to be the ones blinding. And I can only imagine that's going to be pretty scary as we move into the next set. And also, where's their mental at losing a game like that in this fashion when they are struggling right now to maintain their spot in the standings and whatnot. And I give my POG over to Kyria. I think that he just had such an integral part in so many plays and interactions that occurred early on in the game that really got the ball rolling.
And also, once again, he had that incredible kill participation. I absolutely agree with you. I think he helped get Chovy ahead, as well as making sure that he smashed the lane alongside Deft. And oftentimes, when you've got a support that roams around the map and is able to get work done, it's due to them sacrificing their AD carry, and he absolutely did not do that. Him and Deft crushed the lane to a sufficient point, and then Carrier was unlocked in order to get around and make sure that he spread his lead. So I think that, once again, Carrier had a fantastic performance, and I gave him my POG vote as well.
Well, we'll see if he does end up getting it at the end of this. Atlas says, I think he's doing really good here in Spring 2020. Only a couple of matches left. This is what started everything off, and honestly, Jelly and Mystic, they looked like what ends up happening when one team is smurfing in solo queue, and they're just, well, what I mean is DRX is smurfing in solo queue. It just looks like the lane state is not reflective of the level of players that they are, and they were so susceptible to a gank right there, and that's why it was so interesting to see Jelly and Mystic be standing where they were. As this play, this was also really interesting. You know that the Morgana was reset, you know the Varus was reset, so Spirit has to anticipate that Morgana's either passing near the Raptor camp or she's already in mid lane waiting for Spirit to do what he did. So just the most bewildering series of events. Chovy and Keria managing to bring down the Cryo Phoenix right there. Really good movement backwards as well by Keria to draw minion aggro, make way for the binding if necessary. And this was the fight that got a little bit dicey.
Yeah, this one was a little bit of a yikes. This was Deft falling down as well as Chovy, but DRX showing that even if it is just Pyoshik, a couple of tanks and a support, they're still able to clean up the rest of this. And the Sun Turret also did a fair bit of work there also. I felt like this game was another example of Keen being in elo hell, by the way. He also had, an okay laning phase. They got that dive towards the top side where he was able to get a kill, but the game was lost around him. Like what happens in almost every Afrika loss. It's what it feels like. It's really scary, and his stats do tell that story, as he's still able to lane very, very well against a lot of these opponents, but never able to actually convert that into a victory.
And the really sad thing is, when does Keen maybe break? Because we've seen it happen to other star players over the years.
Summit being the prime example, right?
So, yeah, sometimes players just break. The amount of effort that they're putting forth in order to really retain that superstardom as a super elite level player, eventually, if they keep losing or not finding success, they'll just think, well, what's the point of trying to put up this effort if games can be won or lost with significantly less?
나 바텀 타워에 타워 쳐.
Well, Pyoshik playing some bouncer here.
부셔지는 중. 나 텔이 없다.
I don't have teleport.
어떡할래 이거? 집 끊을 거야 내가.
How do you guys want to do this?
다 먹었다.
Want to go?
예.
yeah.
나 뒤에 오로 다 끌고 있어.
애니비아 노플.
Navia no flash.
애니비아 잡았고.
I got Navia.
가가가가.
Now he's singing.
Well, it sounds like they knew that they'd
끝내자.
won at that particular point in
No, you
time.
can't.
미드. 넥서스 깨로 가다.
Something about the Nexus? I don't recognize the word.
아직 공 있고.
I think they just wanted to win.
제이스 플래시 있다.
Jess.
엄다.
Oh, Jace has flash.
뭐야, 불합리.
제이스 봐봐.
So pay
아니,
attention to Jace.
넥서스 아무렇게나 해도 끝날 때는 넥서스
Focus
차가.
Nexus.
그 제이스야.
GG.
Thank you for that one at the end,
Yeah.
Atlas.
It's my input to the
Honestly,
translation.
yeah.
I hope you appreciated it.
Yeah.
As yes, this is another graph that looks exactly like an Afrika graph generally. Unfortunately, the center didn't manage to get off the ground in any way, shape, or form, and we can have a look in this gold graph just how linear and comfortable it was for DRX as we moved further forward in this game. 12,000 gold was the lead in the end, a 26-minute victory. This was a shellacking, if ever I have seen one. And a very impressive performance out of DRX. And we'll see what they do as they move to the red side in game number 2, because oftentimes we talk about red side as being a little bit more powerful. And if we have a look at DRX's stats, they're one of the teams that actually has a blue side advantage throughout most of their games. So interesting to see what they're going to have in store for us on the red side to see whether they can get a few more wins under their belt. But ladies and gentlemen, that will be after a short break, and we'll see you back for game number 2 in just a moment.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 마지막에 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이제 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 막간 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 새끼 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 라이어가 멋이 부동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 부동동작 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰로 동작 쪼로로로 갤럭시 부동동작 하다 현타 부동동작 TFT 갤럭시 부동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 멋이 팬츠 우주 부동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 부동동작
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대로 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 접근법을 찾아. 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020, where Dragon X just stole the legs from Afrika Freaks. There was just nothing that they could do in that game. They were denied playing League of Legends, and we'll see whether they're going to be able to as we move into game number 2. A situation that DRX has fumbled in the past. This is the chance for Afrika to fight back.
Yeah, I mean, Afrika, they're going to have to come into this game swinging. This is going to be their... This is going to be their do or die, potentially here.
Yeah.
It's such an important match for them, and even dropping the one game, the points. Do the points matter? Actually, I'm trying to think about it off the top of my head. Atlas, you know what? You're better at this than me.
The points don't matter for this particular match and getting DRX ahead of T1. If DRX win 2-1, it doesn't matter. They still move up to 15 points and they get themselves ahead of T1. You can see that T1 do have a match against Afrika coming up next week in our first day on Wednesday. It'll be the second match. And then if it's a 2-1 here for DRX, T1 can actually tie the scoreboard and then it'll be based on head-to-head, and I believe there is a 2-0 in favor of T1 as far as that head-to-head is concerned. So it does matter, and DRX will be gunning for a victory here.
And this game, Carriot does end up getting the POG 1-2-11 on the Morgana. Always makes me feel nice, by the way,
yeah.
to see Mage or Enchanter supports coming out more and more.
And our carrier just did so much this game. Yeah. Looking over the highlights was actually after we put in our POG votes, and I didn't quite realize just how much he did in every single instance of aggression and action here this game. So certainly incredibly well-deserved. Now moves up to 800 points. Yeah. He's the second highest point scorer here on DRX, and for good reason as well. Really fantastic to see this young 17-year-old prodigy come into the support role, play alongside Deft, and actually outshine him in a lot of these moments. Because I feel like Deft actually hasn't had the most impressive of performances, as Jonah Strong thinks differently. He's going to give him his player of the game vote. But the rest of us, we know what's up. And we gave it over to Carrier, as the bottom lane was so incredibly powerful, but it was largely to do with the Morgana there, rather than just the raw damage potential of the Varus, who certainly did his job. I mean, Deft had a decent game, but it was not anywhere near as impactful as what Carrier was able to do.
Yeah. We'll see if they can do a little bit better here in game number 2. And obviously, when I say they, I mean Deft and Chovy. They're fighting for MVP points as well. Chovy
Absolutely.
really high up there.
I think he's sitting on
the
1100 right now, 1100,
Yeah.
1200, something like that. He is certainly leading the pack. As I think I can check in on who's winning MVP. Okay, these haven't been updated for a very long time, so never mind. There's a lot of players on 1,000 points. Unless Chovy actually didn't get one. Maybe we do have a 3-way tie for first with Aiming, BDD, and Chovy all sitting on 1,000, but I'm pretty sure Chovy made it to 1.1. So, yeah. We'll see. I believe we will get a little bit more information on that coming up. So hopefully our producer can let us know. As we have a look at the draft here, already Set and Zoe banned away on Afrika's side. Dragon X have taken away the Senna and the Aphelios. Ornn taken off the board here, and DRX looking for the Callista button and should be able to get rid of that one also. But Varus is available, so if they ban Callista, then Varus comes in very easily. So maybe DRX just ban Trundle here or something like that instead.
Could be on the agenda. I mean, Callista is a champion, though, that things can get very scary. You know that Keen would not be opposed to picking it up there in the top lane. And that's a matchup that can really get scary. Even though Doran is pretty good at holding his own, it's just such a nightmare of a situation. And so, even though the Callista is flexible, I would imagine that it's almost always going into Keen's hands. As DRX now, they're hovering Varus. They might lock him in. And I think that R1, R2, AD jungle here is probably the safest options that they could end up going for. They might even want to sin away and just pick away Olaf, as that's probably in DRX's mind right now.
They could do that.
Ooh.
Pioshik, thinking about going back to this gentleman here. No, not going to be the case, as the Jarvan opted in for over the Trundle. Looks like DRX have a different plan, and it might revolve around a Rumble coming in as their next pick, giving themselves as much mid-game power as possible here for this composition. I wouldn't mind it, as our Spirit will, of course, be taking away the Trundle, highest priority jungler at the moment. And there is the Taric. Very understandable follow-up draft here for Afrika, but we'll see what DRX are actually going to opt in for now that they know the bottom lane of Afrika. And the Thresh would be an aggressive choice here for Keria as well.
Well, Keria. Is he going to end up locking it in? That would be Thresh, Varus, bot lane.
Yeah.
And, okay, so it is actually picked up here. They're not going to go with anything like the Bard. They're going to have a more standard kind of support. And Afrika's team composition, they're all short range. They're all hard engage. And what Dragon X ideally wants to look for is champions that are very good at disengage, that are very good at stifling the sheer aggression that can come out of Afrika's team composition. And what is going to be their ban? 0-0. Countdown's gone. Or is my stream frozen?
No, they just didn't ban anything.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah. I do have confirmation, by the way, from the collective that we do have a 3-way tie. I was just completely deceived by the fact that Chovy didn't manage to get that extra 100 points that in my brain he somehow had. So it is, in fact, a 3-way 1,000-point tie for player of the game between BDD, Aiming, and Chovy. Very exciting stuff there towards the top of our MVP rankings. As finally we find a ban button, DRX do end up taking away the Lucian in the end. And we'll see where Afrika decide to go. I think LeBlanc banned away here makes a lot of sense, as Chovy would probably like to pick that one up blind in comparison to anything else. But no, it is going to be the Karma taken off the board. Has been something Doran's been playing a lot, actually, towards the top side of the map. So you can understand why they've opted into taking that one away. There's now Deft thinking about what he wants to do. And I think that LeBlanc makes a lot of sense. And DRX looks like they agree with me.
They are hovering it. And it is going to get locked in. And so now Afrika, they have to block... Well, they either blind their top laner and they choose a mid into the LeBlanc. And honestly, Kassadin isn't looking so bad right now in this spot.
Already have a very short range composition. You may as well go all in on that one and then play for laning phase at the same time. I wouldn't mind it all either. Another option is this Galio. And if they just go full tanky around the Taric Kalista, we've seen this work out very, very well in previous games. So where Afrika decide to go with their top lane is now going to be the question. Unless they pick up an 80 carry here and just put Keen on the Kalista topside. But leaving it blind might be dangerous, as it looks like the consideration is going to be the Jace for Keen once again as his blind pick of choice. And now where does Doran go is going to be the question. He has freedom to pick whatever he wants into the Jace, and it's going to be Aurelia this time around.
All right, so Doran going to be piloting the Aurelia up there in top lane. And this will be an interesting matchup because this means that Doran's going to try to fight fire with fire against the Jace, so that should be exciting to pay attention to. Chovy going to be the lone source of magic damage, so very hard for Afrika to itemize against him until the latest stages. This is not the patch where Galio grants the magic shield to the teammates inside of his ultimate.
Yep,
that's
going to be coming in 10-7. Exactly right. Still on 10-6 here, ladies and gentlemen, with Vi and Wukong banned, I believe.
Yep. They are both currently disabled. DRX, they have a sort of sinful team composition. I think that Afrika, they have a lot more scaling. I do think that the Jace is, again, it's off theme with the rest of the champions.
Yeah.
But I think that DRX, despite some of the draft discrepancy, I think that they're going to end up winning anyway.
I think that they just have very strong lanes at this point in the game as well. I mean, Galio does mitigate LeBlanc relatively well, but it's more about not being killable in that lane rather than having control. You also do have a fair bit of wave clear, but I think that Chovy should be able to mitigate that. And I think that Pyosik will be able to enter whichever lane he wants and fish for kills, because the follow-up CC is going to be huge. From anyone, you get a knock-up in the mid lane, then you connect the chains, and then you lock someone down. Aurelia the same with her flawless duet. There's certainly a lot of ways. Plus, you know, the bottom lane needs no introduction when it comes to setting up ganks with the Thresh, and of course, after level 6, the Varus. So DRX will have a lot of early game options, and let's see how they do as far as playing this one out. If Keen gets out of control, it will be a scary game for DRX, and of course, we know the power of Taric and Kalista as we get to the mid and late game, and the utility that Galio will provide. I think holistically, the composition out of Afrika will get stronger, but I think stuck in a laning phase without being able to utilize the teamfight synergy that Afrika does have available to them, it's going to be a game that could get out of hand very quickly in favor of DRX. As you see, Chovy will discover Spirit already. Traditional Trundle here on the map.
And also take a look at the runes. Scorch going to be up there for Keen on the Jace. And down here in bot lane, because this is going to be the attack speed Varus, we have the Gathering Storm as well as the Nimbus Cloak.
Yeah,
going to be available for him.
Afrika are going to be the Sinners, as Keen does have Scorch. So a little bit unfortunate there, trying to go aggressively against Doran here, as you may expect. As Carrier going to clear out some vision, Chovy going to protect him, and we're not going to have any mirrored invades or anything like that from Afrika this time. It will be a much more calm jungle experience for both of our teams. It's Keen playing very far up this lane, and Doran just happily waiting in the wings, not wanting to show himself too early, just to try and give away the position of Pyosik being closer to the top side. As now Doran moves in, and we're going to have a little bit of confusion here in the Afrika camp as to where the Jarvan is.
Well, Doran just getting zoned off a little bit by Keen. Doesn't matter, he got all of the CS, and this wave management here, I don't know what Keen is actually trying to achieve with it. Probably going to go for a crash and then try to poke the Aurelia, but Aurelia's lane state right now is definitely ideal for him. And Chovy in mid lane, not all that much happening. The only undefeated champion here on the side of Afrika is the Galio.
Whereas we've got a few, in fact, here for Dragon X. 7-0 for Def being the most impressive. Chovy at 3-0 on his LeBlanc, which has been copping a lot of bans. And Doran has played the Aurelia one other time to a victory also. So has moved up to level 2 here, as you can see. There's another hook going to land here towards the bottom side of the map. Mystic going to get chunked down to about 200 as Jelly going to take a cheeky auto attack there from Deft, who has that lethal tempo getting himself ready. Now Pyoshik's up here. Spirit's going to spot him. And Spirit with a massive health lead is going to come over and just take away these little Krugs. As All In also wandering over a ward on his way towards the top side of the map. I don't know whether this dive is necessarily going to be the greatest of ideas. As Doran, unfortunate little misclick there with Blade Surge, is going to miss out on a fair bit of CS. And currently is getting shoved in quite effectively here by Keen, but not going to get dove just yet. And we know that Aurelia is just biding her time to try and get herself into a better position in order to split push, things like that. Sidestep with the Dazzle. Hook is going to land onto a minion, but still DRX with a lot of control, as Keen also pretty happy here on the top side of the map, as this wave is going to finally push out for Doran.
Well, everything is going pretty stable right now for Afreeca. Infernal Dragon, first one of the game. And so this could mean that we do have a Cloud Soul coming up next.
Yep.
Again in this series, as everything...
My prediction is Infernal Ocean Cloud. That's how I think this game is going to go.
I'm gonna go, you know what? I'm gonna go with Infernal Cloud Ocean. Yeah.
Cloud Ocean. Sorry,
Yeah.
you're going to go Cloud next and then we're in for an Ocean Soul?
Yeah.
Oof. Okay. That could be more exciting.
That definitely would be a little bit more exciting. Spirit, he makes his way down to the bot side. And then the thing that's so... Okay, hold on. We gotta
misses
fight
the
up here.
stun there, does Doran. Really unfortunate, actually. He's made a few unforced errors so far, and that's going to be first blood going over to the Galio. Spirit is towards the bottom side as well, as that was a roam from the mid laner. And Afreeca are putting on a lot of pressure here in this early game to try and help out their lanes. Already things going much, much better, as what is that teleport, Doran? I don't know quite what was going on there. As he's looking to try and dash on over. Chovy down here as well, as All In is in trouble. They can't really dive this turret successfully. They use a lot of resources, but Doran is going to survive in the end.
And the thing is that they just pulled Chovy off of his teleport. His lane state is miserable right now, and you have Pyoshik continuing to just sort of farm away. The thing about Spirit here is he's run around and done practically nothing for a little while this is all transpired. All In does use his TP up in top lane, and Doran is just so far behind right now.
Yeah,
he does have all the CS
dead.
though.
Yeah,
so,
he picked up most of it.
Yeah. Keen does ding level 6, Doran's still stuck on level 5, and because there's a cannon wave in mid, all that's going to end up happening is two of these melees are going to end up dying. The cannon will then move into the aggro range, and then All In will be able to pick up all of the CS. But Chovy's lane state is really ruined as a byproduct of this. And you can just see Doran, he misses his stun. He was also trying to greed for the CS, and even that lane state at that point was bad because Jace had a freeze. They both had teleport also available to them. So not the cleanest laning phase here being conducted by Doran. Teleport comes in from Chovy. They try to pick up a kill. They just don't quite have the damage, and in doing so, it ruins Chovy's lane. And then look at the deep teleport all the way in back. Doran probably thinking that he was comfortable, and I do ponder if he had seen the teleport faster, maybe he could have just ran past Jace, who didn't really have any mana, and got to the blast cone, given that Spirit was still on the right-hand side of the map. Pyoshik looking to sin right now.
Yeah, potential gank opportunity as the Infernal Drake has been started here by Afreeca. They're moving towards a 1,000 gold lead, actually. It's looking like a very Game 2 Dragon X type style of match right now, as things certainly going much better for Afreeca this time around. Infernal going to be taken. Next is going to be a Mountain, as we were both wrong in the end. Opportunity for Cloud Soul still available. And we'll see how DRX are going to go to pull this game back into their favor, because right now Afreeca have all of the control everywhere on this map. Pyoshik is going to take down a Rift Scuttler, but that's the only real option that he has as he moves forward. Will take down this control ward that Keen has for himself, but Keen not going to be too worried about that one. It's the lane state still in the middle of the lane, not too bad at all, as there are pings going down onto exactly the location of Pyoshik, and Spirit is going to continue having a good time. Pyoshik has farmed a few more camps than Spirit has, but I think the overall impact of what Spirit's been able to do has been much higher this game.
Yeah. And as it stands right now, Doran did actually manage to get a pretty okay lane state up in top. You can see how far back Keen is playing, and that's because Aurelia is able to maintain all of her stacks and be in a pretty good position. Keen is level 7.5. You can see Doran just about to ding level 7. Does have a mini wave again in front of his turret. Bot lane for DRX, going to end up recalling. Mountain Drake pickup by DRX would be sort of nice for them, but on the side of Afrika, obviously, they benefit from it a lot more with the Trundle, with the Galio, the Taric even. So if they can get that and roll an Ocean Soul coming up, that would be really nice. Now, again, this is the same thing as game number 1. You know that Keria is reset. You know he's not running immediately back down to bot lane with his AD carry. So this should be... How did that not...
All in didn't enter the brush. So unfortunately didn't get to see that one. As Spirit's going to walk over a control ward. There are so many in this area. As they put that control ward down. Doran looking to close in onto Keen. Not going to get the knock up there, but Cataclysm does go down. Vanguard's Edge going to be in there. As another Blade Surge comes in, and now Doran's looking for Spirit, but takes the Lantern, gets out of the way of the heroic entrance. And Pyosik should be all right here as well. Somehow, that hook didn't land. And Afrika are looking to try and start this one up despite losing their top laner, as he does have teleport in 5 seconds time.
So the thing that's going on here, by the way, they rotate the bot lane over to get the Rift Herald, right? They already lost 1 wave over to Varus. They're going to lose 2. So when you add this together, you add the XP together, talk about this a lot lately because more and more teams seem to be doing this. The net gain is currently in DRX's favor. Even after you end up using the Rift Herald, you get a couple of plates, but the XP still isn't accounted for. You see Keen, he's barreling down to bot lane. We'll see how many minions he can pick up from this wave. Now, fortunately for him, it is a cannon, so it does buy himself a lot of time. He ends up missing it. 1 turret plate goes over to Deft. He ends up getting about 5 minions worth of XP in gold. They do have the Rift Herald, but we're going to have to see what they can do with it. They're going to summon it most likely up here in top lane after getting a couple of turret plates. But Keria and Doran are both here. Pyosik not around in the slightest. Chovy also does not have teleport, so they have to keep that in mind. And it's going to be, it looks like Proto Bell. First item for the Galio here in mid lane.
Yep, pretty common so far on our Galios. As Chovy's just trying to get this wave back into a decent position. There's the Chains of Corruption actually out onto Keen. Bilgewater Cutlass as well will push the Jace out of this lane. Deft playing hyper aggressively down here, as it looks like he should be able to get back to this turret to keep getting even more turret plates as this game goes on. That was actually really smart, even if it is just a chunk.
Well, take a look at the replay here on our screen. Keen just getting locked up, doesn't have the flash available. They use the Galio ultimate. He comes in and Spirit, he turns around right after the chomp, knowing that obviously a hook probably is on the way. If that does end up landing, he would die as well. Mystic now down here back in bot lane. Tries to interrupt a recall. There's not going to be one that he ends up finding. 45 seconds until the Mountain Dragon. And all things considered, this should actually favor DRX in this team fight. Pyosik might get actually caught out here. Lantern is going to come into safety.
Yep, able to take that Lantern to safety. Able to get a fair bit of information as to the location of both the jungler and the support, as well as Keria is looking to try and remove any sort of vision that may have been put down here. And Afrika are closing in here on the bottom side. Looks like they are aiming to get Shelly down into this lane. Deft is going to be back here, but they will need to try and deter Keria and Deft's positioning at this point in time, as we are very close to Blade of the Ruin King. Deft would have loved to be able to pick that one up before this dragon fight does come in. As you can see, Jarvan moving on down. Keria looking for a hook, doesn't land it there onto Jelly. And Pyosik is going to be able to take this control ward and continue building up pressure. As you can see, top side of the map, Doran losing out on a trade just a little bit, but you can see the minions are well and truly in Doran's favor. 16 ahead, pardon me, of the Jace right now. And so, should be fine. Okay, Keria definitely thought that he was going to land that hook onto Spirit, and does not manage to do so.
Well, Mountain is live. Afrika are starting it up right now. Rift Herald gets spawned.
None of these turret plates are going to go.
And, okay, Mystic is still in range. And this should just be a pretty easy mount. What?
Yeah. Didn't actually utilize it there as the, okay, Cosmic Radiance is going to come in. 4 members now invincible. There's a seat, no, stun once again not going to land. Neither does Jelly's Dazzle either, as the flash has to be used to get over the wall. Vanguard's Edge after the flash door and is having an off game so far. As DRX looking to chase after Afrika. That is just not what you want out of your Aurelia. Misses the stun, misses the ult, misses any chance to try and answer, as it is, of course, going to be a Cloud Soul once again. So probably better news here for DRX, who haven't had very much control over these Drakes at all, but the only 2 worthwhile dragons going to Afrika is a bad news bears scenario here for DragonX.
Yeah, and I was so mystified by the teleports that came in so late. As if they really wanted to try to take a team fight, but Afrika always have control in that situation, and they have the ability to descend against a team fight. So, really questionable decision to utilize those TPs in that manner, and like you pointed out, Doran having a pretty off game when it comes to the mechanical side of this Aurelia gameplay.
Yeah,
Turret plates,
call it a roughie.
Yeah, not really being picked up here on DRX, and this is going to be rough for them. In the later stages of the game, the Mountain Dragon will start to come into play later on down the road for the Trundle, the Galio, and the Taric. Galio does end up picking up that blue buff. He has 2 kills on himself right now. Cloud, you know what? Now let's take it away.
Yeah, not too happy about that particular dragon, as Deft is pretty happy about having some solo time here with this outer turret bottom lane. Chovy is messing with the members of Afrika, and that's going to guarantee positional advantage here on the bottom side of the map for Deft, who's looking to try and crash down this turret. Taunt is going to land there onto Chovy. A lot of damage actually flash utilized as he connects the chains, but he's not going to do very much relevant damage to the Galio, who now has the Proto Belt completed. Now Mystic turns up towards this bottom side. Pierce is going to miss. Is now Deft. See whether he's going to be able to get more damage on this turret. Looks like the answer is going to be no, as Mystic is going to be able to rend down all of these minions. Blade of the Ruined King's completed for both of these 80 carries, but otherwise not too much going on. Pyoshik thinking about getting into position for another gank here for this Aurelia, who's desperately trying to cling on to some form of relevance. Blade of the Ruined King very close for Doran, but you can see Keen feels like he's just mechanically outplaying Doran at almost every turn, but Pyoshik going to turn up and looking to try and lock down this kill onto Keen. Flash going to be used, not able to get the knock-up, but there is the Cataclysm. Vanguard's Edge comes down, good knock-up, but now all in. Might be in trouble. Pyoshik comes on in as well. Shirley getting involved as Protobelt gets all in out of the fight. And Spirit was in position, Chovy was not, and that's why they intelligently disengage.
Spirit was on the way, as well as the bot laners. All in also still did have the flash available, so they end up picking up a kill onto Keen's Jace, putting it further behind, and this is 2 games in a row now where it hasn't really been able to do anything whatsoever. Blade of the Ruined King almost completed for the Aurelia up in top lane. Deft does get the solo turret gold. Also picks up the first turret of the game for himself down there in the bot lane, has the Blade of the Ruined King. We'll see what he's going to opt into as a second item, as Mystic.
Mystic? That's real dicey. There's Chovy. I'm not going to be able to get the kill there with the Q. Of course, needed to land at least another ability, but does not worry about it too much. If he had QR available there, that would have been a very dead Mystic, but still pressured out, has to go back. And Deft goes home, gets himself some Ninja Tabi, as well as his pickaxe on the way towards his Rage Blade. And All In clears out this minion wave very comfortably. DRX do have a slight gold advantage to the tune of about 1,000, but it's still not feeling like game number 1 by any means. As we're going to have a look at this gank once again. Keen just outmanned and honestly outgunned. As mechanically, I feel like DRX are having the opposite performance to what they had in game number 1.
They're absolutely having a bit of a Twilight Zone day.
Yeah.
Here in game number 2. They are up 1,000 gold right now. There is a Cloud Dragon coming up. And I guess you can look at this as one of the upsides that they do have is a LeBlanc with 4 Cloud Drakes. That can get pretty interesting.
True.
He gets lots of CDR, has the Mimic on such a short cooldown. It really adds to a lot of mix-ups. And again, Chovy is the super key piece to this team composition, and it's not until typically the 4th item that Mystic is going to start getting magic resistance that'll really help survive against Chovy. And you can just see how hard it is for DRX. Their team comp to run into the Taric, Galio, and the Trundle. It is just such a nightmare.
Yeah, and they're staying so healthy as well with the
Yep.
Taric availability. This is looking very difficult here for Dragon X, who don't want to give away Soul Point at all at this stage. But so far, actually playing some pretty good defense, avoiding a lot of these shock blasts as Chovy gets out of the way of all-in. And Pyosik continuing to stay here, clearing out whatever vision Afrika are throwing on over. Chovy over the wall, distorts his way forward, holding onto that Mimic as you can see. And now you have the blue buff available, but they're going to go for this dragon fight first. Who's going to win this? This could actually be very, very telling for what state of the game we're going to get in. No steal available there for Pyosik, who gets himself out. And now, big 3-man taunt from All In. He gets exhausted as Vanguard's Edge once again goes to Narnia, and Mystic picks up the kill onto the Jarvan. Chovy very, very low on mana, but Doran dashes on in and is able to help lock down that Jace. Doran might be in trouble though, had recently flashed, so he's going to fall. And now Deft has to pick up this Lantern in order to stay alive. It's a really good hook that comes down from Carrier, but doesn't find the Flay. And Afrika, they manage to pick up the Drake, head towards Cloud Soul Point, and win the team fight.
You have Chovy coming in off of the teleport pillar. It's going to be available on the Trundle.
Yeah. And now Chovy just trying to soften up the members of Afrika. Def, no mana available. Really good taunt is going to land there as Chovy picks up the Lantern to get himself to relative safety, but 400 health is not going to be enough to harass out these members of Afrika. Tower falls down, Dragon falls down, multiple members of DRX also fall down, and this is a much better game for Afrika.
Yeah, this is, I mean, such a better game. Take a look at the replay. They couldn't actually block the Lantern, so Pyosik does manage to get out for the time being. And right here, I mean, this was such a nice taunt by All In. And Keen, you can just see, sort of in no man's land, doesn't know what he wants to do right there. Doran eventually ends up getting locked up by the members of Afrika, not able to add that much more value to the team fight. And there's just a limited amount that Chovy can do against these champions because of the way that they all clump up. They all have so much CC and answer for the LeBlanc when she jumps in. As we come back into live, Soul Point on the menu for Afrika. And DRX are down about 400 gold. Yumu's Ghostblade completed here for the Jace. They'll probably continue down the lethality route. And Varus, I mean, he's waiting on a second core item. And talked about in the pick ban at the very conclusion of it that I thought DRX would win regardless of the draft discrepancy. But at this stage of the game, we're starting to get glimpses of how hard it is for Chovy to really have an influence. And when everyone else is just dealing physical damage in their close quarter combat into a Trundle, into a Taric, there's a limited amount of things that you can manage to do.
Yeah. You can see the gold is still very, very close. All In has about a 500 lead over Chovy, but he's 3-0-1. 500 is not what you're expecting with a scoreline like that in comparison to just the 1-0-0 that Chovy has for himself. So you can see everything working out so far okay for Dragon X as we move further into this mid-game. The Ginsu's Rageblade going to be very, very close to being completed here for Deft, who's looking to go back relatively soon to collect that one. Bounties for both of our 80 carries, in fact, as Deft has the most gold on his team at this point in time. Bit of extra farm certainly working out there, as the Piercing Arrows not doing quite as much work as they were in game number 1 based on the difference of build. I just feel like this Tara Callista that seems to come in so comfortably in on blue side is something that our LCK teams haven't quite figured out how to mitigate just yet in the ban phase. Because it's felt so comfortable for this particular duo of champions to play into a mid game.
Yeah, and it feels like, I mean, we know that Afrika, they picked it. They B1'd the Callista, and then they eventually B2, B3'd with the Taric in order to pair with it. And we saw the R3 Thresh coming in on DRX rather than something like a mage support Bard actually really good against the dynamic, because the Cosmic Radiance comes out, you use the Bard ultimate, and it ends up invalidating it almost entirely, and then Bard able to do a lot at all stages of the game against the Callista Taric, and that's an answer that we don't typically see. We don't see champions like Zyra or other mages that can just morph the terrain that the opponent's allowed to fight over, even through the Taric ultimate. And so part of the thing here in the LCK is one of the reasons that Kalista Taric is so dominant is because there are a lot of groupy team compositions that are very bruisery in nature, and I almost want to say crutch on relying on the tank supports and the melee supports and things of that nature.
Well, we'll see whether DRX can actually get away from it. So far, the gold lead is nothing really to speak of, but they do want to try and at least win a team fight around this Cloud Drake. And I don't know who's going to be the one that we're going to be looking at as far as carrying that one through, because like you mentioned, it's going to be hard for Chovy to really have that impact that he really wants to on this LeBlanc. So far, hasn't died yet and has been pretty strong around these fights. Was towards the top side, just clearing out minions, as now Doran underneath this turret does the same thing. But it looks like full control by Afrika around this area as Spirit might get chunked. Chains don't land. But that is good damage. King's Tribute is helping, as well as Jelly. And Spirit is going to be back up to full health probably way sooner than DRX would want.
Yeah, and
as there are many wards in this area.
This is all on Chovy to try to make something happen. Jelly loses a lot of HP, but they're so durable, and the heals that are able to constantly just keep coming out, it's so problematic because there's no window of opportunity.
Well, he's going to land there onto All-In as there's the Cosmic Radiance. Chovy has to be careful. He is, as this Drake is still going down. Pioshik gets into the area, not able to steal that one away as Cloud Soul will go over to Afrika. Pioshik also going to fall down as Doran has to flash, but he's at like 1 health. So he's not contributing in this fight whatsoever. Def taken down by a Shock Blast. And DRX once again lose a Drake and lose a fight.
Well, the Afrika now, they are going to just push in the mid lane, make their way over to the Baron. And there's no way for DRX to steal this way. It really just looks like the game have escaped them at this point. Afrika, they're the ones with the gold lead with a vastly superior team composition in the later stages. Chovy, I mean, he's trying to do whatever he can, but the lifesteal, the resistances, everything's just going to keep coming in. And Kalista, soon she's going to end up picking up some magic resistance as well, and there's just nothing really that can end up happening. Keen trying to be flashy for really no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, Chovy should be able to get out of the way here, but the Baron is taken down. Chovy's ability to harass is also denied. Now he's looking to try and get himself away. I don't think he's going to be able to, as he dashes himself right on top of Mystic. Decides that he wants to opt out of that one, but it's pick your poison at this point in time, as All-In does eventually take him down.
And we'll take a look at the replay here. So they were posturing for the team fight. The LeBlanc tried to do so much leading up to this, but the heals on Taric, the natural durability of the Afrika team comp did a really good job at making Keen really low. Pioshik goes in to try to steal away this dragon, but he's fighting against a Ren. So even though he had the level advantage on the Spirit, not really quite able to do anything. The Lantern interrupted by the ward, and eventually Deft also getting brought down shortly thereafter, as the Aurelia just can't really do a whole lot this game either. And now we resume back into live. A bit interesting, Mystic going for Bloodthirster, third item. I would have thought that, given how far ahead he is, that he could just go for the Quicksilver Sash and then go into another item. That way he gets some magic resistance. He makes sure that there's no way to somehow bring him down with some miracle CC snare that could come out
and there's a
by
few
Dragon
of those
X.
options, right? You've got a hook, you've got the Chains of Corruption, and there is a chance that Mystic can get bursted from that point. So I think that's definitely worth a look at. But still, Bloodthirster double lifesteal here available for the Kalista is very, very strong. So you can't really blame him too much. Pillar goes down, Carrier able to avoid a whole bunch of that extra damage, but this is a matter of time before this inner turret is going to be taken, as they have no access to this siege minion, and Chovy's doing his best to try and deal with All-In towards the bottom side. And DRX waiting as for their counter siege is basically non-existent, and there are not enough piercing arrows to take down this particular siege minion, so that is going to be taken away. And now Pioshik looking to try and clear whatever vision he can before he makes his way back to the base. As All-In getting chased down a little bit there by Chovy. As you can see, DRX, they're going to need to start a fight relatively soon. Remember, heroic entrance is going to be important, as Spirit is going to get flayed back. Not taking enough damage, though, as Carrier does go golden, and there's the heroic entrance that we were talking about. Good night, Carrier. He's going to be taken down. This inhibitor also going to leave as Afrika, thinking about returning the favor that DRX had and trying to finish this game sub 30 minutes. The first Nexus turret will go down as there's a Cataclysm from Pioshik. And Doran going to get denied any sort of re-engage as that Cosmic Radiance does come forward. Pioshik still trying to do whatever he can as Chovy in the area, but Fate Skull comes down to deny any sort of engagement, and Death finds himself on the wrong side of history. There we go. This will be the Nexus falling down. Chovy gets one extra kill, but I just don't know whether it's going to be enough as the Flawless Duet is continuing to not be as flawless as you'd otherwise want. And Len being thrown out just as a bit of a ending gift, a parting gift, if you will, from Carrier as he comes out of the Death Chamber. But Afrika do turn it around onto DRX, and they look strong moving into the next game.
And well, this is the Griffin of yesteryear drafts coming back to haunt DRX here in this game number 2. Not that DRX haven't had drafts of this nature in Spring 2020. It's just that oftentimes they're able to overcome it with mechanical prowess. But in games where the laners can't get advantages, if Chovy is neutralized, or if Deft and Carrier can't get the ball rolling, Pioshik, playing World of Warcraft, not going to be able to achieve a whole lot. And when the team composition is going to be behind naturally in the mid-game transition, things are going to be really problematic because there's going to be a tall order on the side of DRX. They weren't able to do anything here. So Afrika, they found their footing very good in game number 1, even though they showed face-up B1, B2, B3, the Kalista Trundle Taric, it went completely unpunished, as is the memo here in LCK.
Yeah.
And DRX, I mean, they're floundering in game number 2. Now they need to bring it back in game number 3. But for Afrika, this is a really critical point.
Yeah, precisely. This is actually huge for Afrika. They still have playoff dreams alive. They can send Damwon down if they're able to actually win their next 2 matches. It's going to be very difficult, remember, because I think they're against DRX here today and then against T1 for their final match of the season. That is, in fact, still the case. So, scary times for Afrika, but if they are able to win both of their next matches, they will most likely make their way into the playoffs. Having just a double check, yeah, if they win 2, Damwon's only got 1 more left to play. Afrika will need to get some a 2-0 coming up, and they're going to need Damwon to lose, actually. So their fate is not in their hands at this point.
Well, take a look at some of the highlights. And remember, this was a very off game for DRX when it comes to the mechanical aspect of League of Legends. And all in, I ended up giving him player of the game. This is that 3-man taunt that, I mean, that was definitely one way to look at a triangle, as he also got the ball rolling, if you remember, with the initial roam up to top lane, and then even the follow-up teleport. Definitely a pretty key factor in some of the top lane shenanigans that ended up unfolding early. And the Galio pick, it just worked out really, really well here for Afrika. And it felt like he influenced the early and mid-game so much.
Yeah, and I'm starting to wonder whether their final ban should have been the Kalista instead, because Afrika also can flex it towards the top side very comfortably. I just don't think it's worth giving away Kalista Taric in the current meta, and also over to Afrika, because they can mix things up so effectively with those choices. And despite the fact that the Jace was a little bit off theme, what it did do was made sure that the top lane was never an issue for Afrika. Doran looked completely out of sorts in this game, had some really key mistakes, and I think, you know, as Papa Smithy coined, the unforced errors that we talk about in tennis was certainly prevalent for Doran, so hoping that he can reset his mental moving into game number 3.
Yeah, well, see what the draft does have in store for them, because sometimes when they put themselves with a lot of responsibility in the laning phase in order to make things happen, they need to get a bit
Yeah. Let's listen to Spirit's perspective here as we move into the lane.
오케이.
나이스.
미드 좀 하자. 해보자.
나 이번에 공 있거든.
나 기둥 된다. 일단 타부터 하고 있어봐.
올려가면 터치다가 타워부터
들어오면 해, 들어오면.
공 맞을게 이거.
야, 이렐리아 공빨 준비할게. 타워 해봐, 타워. 이렐리아 공빨 하나 쏴.
타워 끼워 쌈 보자 이거.
자르반.
좀 더.
아, 앞으로 때리자.
넥서스. 바루스 맞을게.
바로 잡자.
잡아.
이거 르블랑. 누가 노플 죽여. 이렐리아 기둥은 돼.
나 힐 7초.
기둥이 거리가 안 된다. 하나 깨자. 나이스. 태양이 캐치해.
Nice.
Wow.
Yep, that's my translation for you.
Yeah, I mean, you should be there for major translations between nations.
I mean, I am. That's what I do in my spare time.
Okay.
Yeah, I do
No
a bit
doubt.
of diplomatic relations.
Yeah.
That's what I do. You know, it's been going pretty well. Having a look at the damage, doing triple the damage there was Keen against his opponent in Doran, and that sort of sets the scene for how this game went. The Aurelia was irrelevant, and it meant that Chovy had a map that he couldn't really influence, and Defton Carrier didn't manage to get the same level of lead against the Kalista Taric, which is so stable in lane. I think that it started in the draft, it was not great, and it continued down a pretty negative path as the game went on. So unfortunate there for DRX, and once again, Game 2's plaguing them to no end.
Well, we'll see what they can do in game number 3 as they're going to look to try to bounce back and replicate their game 1 performance, or is Afrika going to manage to actually upset DRX?
Well, that's what they're going to have to do if they want to keep their playoff dreams alive. Let's see whether it happens after a short break.
알겠습니다. 잠시만요. 치즈버거 세트 하나 주세요.
잠깐 손 씻고 드셔야죠. 감염병 예방의 시작은 손 씻기입니다. 올바른 손 씻기를 통해 감염병을 절반으로 줄일 수 있습니다. 이제 올바른 손 씻기 6단계로 스스로의 건강을 지키세요. 감염병 예방은 내 손으로. 올바른 손 씻기. 질병관리본부.
얘들아 승용보 올려라. 머리 매너. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타. 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다. 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아. 21세기 네 전략 이제 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 막아 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋색. TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 라이어가 멋이 도동동작. TFT 모바일 도동동작. 5, 6월 설이 가득 찰로 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 하다 현타 푸동동작. TFT 갤럭시 푸동동작. 유체 뉴 시너지 전설전자 멋이 팬치 우주 푸동동작. 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 푸동동작.
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대로 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020, where currently we are all tied up between DRX and Afrika, as most people would expect from the inconsistency that DRX have displayed. They crush game ones and then they get crushed in game twos. It's just what happens.
And I really do think that they were set up for failure in game two, even though there are matchups that if they do get ahead, they can snowball out of control, but Afrika, with a much more stable team composition, even though they did, again, I said it at the very end of the post-game of game number 2, they drafted it face up. It went completely unpunished, as most drafts don't get punished here in the LCK. But DRX, they're going to be back on the blue side now, so we'll see what they can manage to clinch for their first pick. We're going to take a look at who is going to be player of the game. It is going to be All In.
Yep, All In had a fantastic performance, honestly. 6-0-4, 100% kill contribution at 15 minutes is really indicative of just how influential he was around the map. Able to get up towards the top side, able to control the mid lane to the point where Chovy couldn't get anything done. And this was an example of All In playing very well, but also a demonstration of Doran really not knowing what's going on in this game so far. The Aurelia pick felt incredibly uncomfortable for this guy.
Yeah, he seemed extremely off on the champion pick. And really, I think that if LeBlanc wasn't the champion choice that ended up being picked, we could have just seen the pick pivoted over to Chovy if it would have been necessary.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, though, 6-0-4 on the Galio pick. He was a contributing factor into the top lane snowball, or loss of control, for DRX. Take a look at how the votes are. It's going to be unanimous. 9 out of 9.
Nice. We are on the same page with the Korean commentary team and the observers. So congratulations to everyone making the right choice. But it was pretty obvious this time around. It wasn't a very difficult decision to make. So we'll just have to see who's going to get it in game number 3. And whether it's going to be on the side of DRX or Afrika. Because I think what you were mentioning as far as the draft being on the blue side now certainly has been the more comfortable side for DRX. And so I think even though Afrika move in with momentum, I don't know whether it's going to be enough to overcome what is going to be a side selection that benefits DRX and their drafting style. There is only time will tell, LS.
Well, take a look at what the first ban is going to be. 4 seconds remaining.
Last time it was the Elise, and it is going to be the same thing again.
Zoe
as
banned
the
too.
Zoe, yeah, banned away here. I didn't actually check Doran's solo queue before the last game, but so far this week he is 0-4 on the Aurelia, so maybe not the pick that he really wanted to go towards. He's been spamming a lot of Jace, actually. But oh well. Weird and wonderful things happen as the Callista and the Elise both banned away. Zoe, of course, removed from Chovy. As a freaker, think about whether the Aphelios is worth a ban. I have a feeling that they might answer with yes, as our Set is going to leave the bench, leave the Rift first. And DRX will always first pick Aphelios, so a freaker might be able to do that to get themselves a beneficial second couple of picks here in this draft. We'll see whether they do play around with something like that, but it is dangerous, as the Aphelios is still so strong, even if he has copped a few nerfs, moving up towards 10.6 and beyond. 3 seconds to go now as we see the final ban. It is going to be the Jace taken away, so Keen is going to have to mix up who he's going to be playing.
Well, I am sure that he is very unhappy about that, which it's so surprising given that you can just pick the Ornn into it and neutralize it. And you know, a champion pick that we haven't seen, but it is still viable into the Jace is Yorick. So
Yorick?
Yeah, Yorick is, I mean, we mentioned in game number 1,
Yeah,
Yorick
yeah.
and Ornn were the two Jace counters way back in the day.
Well, Aphelios is left up.
Yeah,
And so
but
DRX are going to pick it, and we'll be able to see exactly what a freaker's plan is to mitigate it. Oh, no. Varus priority very, very high here for DRX. And so they're going to give over the Aphelios to a freaker. Potentially. Unless a freaker don't think that the matchup into Varus is good enough, and may therefore decide not to. Because, of course, you make yourself very vulnerable to things like the Chains of Corruption, unless you pair the Aphelios with something like a Tahm Kench or a Thresh. First cab off the rank is looking to be this Ornn, as it is going to be locked away, and now Spirit thinking about what he wants to lock in. I'd imagine that Aphelios would be a decent decision to make here, but they don't have to, as they probably assume that Varus is going to go into the hands of Deft.
I would imagine that as well. Ornn is picked up. Will they maybe just MF or something? No, they're going to hover the Jarvan. So Afrika picking that up for themselves right now. DRX passed back over to them.
Yeah, and we could lock in Olaf Yuumi here or something if DRX would like to, but I don't know whether I really like Yuumi compositions so much, especially against so many tanks and CC that Afrika do have available to them right now. DRX with still a lot of options on the table, but Olaf does seem to come to mind as the choice that Pyosik is likely to take, and he is going to lock that one away. And now where do they go? I would assume a support will be locked in. What it's going to be is going to be the big question, though. There's 17 seconds on the clock. We'll see where Keria does want to go, or where Chovy wants to go. Silas thinking about being locked in as that counter pick option into the Ornn. Understanding that it most likely will be banned away. The support pool still relatively open, and Keria's champion pool gigantic at the moment. I don't mind this as being the option, and we'll see whether Doran can actually outclass Keen in this matchup that I know you are pretty skeptical of, LS, as far as being a true counter or not.
Yeah, well, the Jarvan does lock up the Olaf pretty effectively. Obviously, Olaf is able to power farm around the map, and Pyosik is really good at playing Diablo, playing World of Warcraft here on DRX.
Yeah,
as he moves around the map, endlessly farms and waits for something like I don't even
wants
know,
to
like
get down the
raid.
levels of the chapel. You know, you got to get down the levels, clear out all of the monsters, and make sure that it's all safe and cozy. I completely understand that, LS. I think that's a very good point to bring up. As Keria is going to have his Thresh targeted away from him. I imagine Thresh Morgana might actually be some decent bans to come in. I think the Morgana Varus was very strong out of DRX. And if it is going to be once again Jelly heading towards a Nautilus, which is likely, then the Morgana value does go up.
What I would really like to see here is R4 Mage in mid lane, or another R4 dual flex, so that you have the option to put Ornn in mid or in top lane, and then reserve the counter pick for the support so that they can get some real value. If they do something again like pick Nautilus here, or they picked some melee support champion, I'm gonna feel really, I'm gonna be a little upset.
I think
as
Rumble
maybe
would be
Anivia is on the
perfect.
table again, or Rumble could be on the table as well.
I think that Rumble sort of stands out in my mind because of the pairing with the Jarvan that's so strong. 2 seconds to go though, and they are going to do the LCK special, which is lock away the Nautilus, leave mid or top for counter pick. But Rumble would have been better. That's what I'm saying anyway.
Here we
because
go.
now Morgana is so easy, right? Like this is obvious, 100% obvious. I was expecting Afrika to ban it. They banned the Azir instead. And now, if we pick a flexible champion in mid or top, then Chovy and Doran can switch around as they see fit. Which I don't think is too bad either. We're expecting the Sylas to go top lane, of course, as now having a look to see what the choice is going to be. And Aatrox is locked in. So, of course, Chovy was one of our better Aatrox mid lane players. If you remember back to the 2018 final, his Aatrox was actually fantastic. Summer final, that was. So, still very flexible here in this draft, but we are absolutely sinning. You are 100% correct.
Yeah, I mean, the Aatrox coming in this team composition, knowing full well that it is a little bit rough for Aatrox to conduct itself against Afrika's team composition, although there is some things enabling it, like the Jarvan and the Nautilus, but it's not the kind of champion that you would need. And interestingly enough, Galio ended up being picked last. That could mean that we do actually see Aatrox in the mid lane, and as you mentioned, Atlas, they were sinning, and the Aatrox has the option to pivot mid and send the Sylas top against that Ornn, because I originally think it was picked with the intention to go up against Ornn in the top lane, and that it was just something that was comfort for Doran, because this pick was born, baptized, and confirmed in hell. And DRX, they were willing to sin with it, but Afrika rewarding them in one of the most bizarre ways, because like you were mentioning about Chovy, with the Aatrox pick, he does have the ability to pick it, and Aatrox is actually one of the good champions against Galio, even when Galio used to be a premier pick.
Yeah, I think that was why Aatrox was so popular back in 2018. That was the rise of the Galio in mid lane, and Aatrox just recently getting off the rework bench and being thrown into basically wherever he could be played. So I think you're exactly right. I think this should be absolutely fine for Chovy in the mid lane. Also, I mean, is Galio worth itemizing against is going to be the other question, because the amount of physical damage on this team, I guess Ornn does magic damage, things like that, but there's only sort of byproduct magic damage coming down, and this is a game that's all about misfortune and how much Mystic can get done. And if they shut her down, there's not going to be a lot of damage available here for Afrika unless All-In can get as ahead as he was in game number 1. So DRX, I think, with a much better draft this time around. Let's see whether Afrika can fight against it in game number 3.
Well, that is going to be the green skin here on. Okay, well, we have a bit of action starting this game off.
And we'll see whether Pyosik is going to walk right into it. You can see, understanding that just maybe there might be a little bit of attention as Dredgeline's going to go wide, and that will mean that Pyosik survives. So, bit of a whoopsie there from Jelly, but good sidestep from Pyosik, even if it was from the dark, as he looks to try and fight this one back again. Good undertow going to land there onto Mystic, as Deft gets into position, and he is also once again heading towards lethality Varus. So if you're looking at DRX to start early Barons, don't, because they don't have very much Baron damage with this particular composition.
Now, the thing about DRX with their team comp is they're heavily reliant on getting to Dragon Soul. They also have double Scorch again down there in the bot lane. It's going to be the lethality Varus as a means to try to mitigate some of the problems that the DRX team composition has. And what I mean by that is that they're basically all extremely short range. They're all melee champions, depending on how you look at it. And this could prove to be problematic. Afrika, they have the much better scaling draft yet again, but this one is definitely a lot more dicey. There's more brawl on the side of DRX this time around. They're not reliant on Chovy to somehow pull off a miracle play on a LeBlanc or something in order to get the ball rolling. And so this is much more even in terms of draft power than game number 2. And so I think that should be good news for DRX or bad news if you're an Afrika fan.
Yeah. As Jelly, going to move on over here. Deft and Mystic just fighting it out, though. Really nice hail of arrows just to make sure that Deft is going to win out on that trade. But stacking damage up, and you can see Spirit already making his way in. There's the flash forward. Good flash from Deft to avoid death. But that's heal and double flash now out from Dragon X.
A bit of a different tune here down in bot lane to start this third game off. Mystic is extremely low, does not have teleport available. He has to be really careful against the lethality virus because remember, Deft, he also has teleport. So they're going to bring down Spirit right away. He has one camp,
Spirit,
by the way.
Yeah,
so
this is real dicey. Yeah. He has to get this kill, otherwise it's just donezo, and Mystic is almost dead already. This Mystic is so bad for multiple reasons for Afrika.
Yeah, they didn't actually get the clean crash off, and I can't tell what Deft's doing, but I think he's trying to freeze. And that should be what he would want to do right now, because Mystic and Jelly failed to get the cheater recall off. Even though he did get 16 out of 19 farm, Spirit goes back into his blue side jungle, clears out some of the minions, but really, I mean, this is Lucifer Morningstar in the flesh here. As very low on camp score, the Olaf just sort of power farming to victory. You can see Chovy is actually playing center lane, and that is really dangerous. You can see the Jarvan on the right-hand side. Now you see Chovy. He moves to the left-hand side. He's doing this to match the mirror or the movement from the Olaf. We get a game.
Yeah, Pyoshik is in here. This was actually designed by Chovy. Fantastic little highlight play. Spirit's going to go down. Pyoshik flashing after all in, but double buffs now over to this Galio, and Chovy has none of them. Mystic actually roaming up here because of that freeze on the bottom side of the map. He had nowhere else to be, so he may as well get a clean shove here in mid.
And they come mid, they help Galio out with the shove, and now Deft and Keria, they're piling up a lot of minions. They're going to try to get this crash off, and then with the teleport available, Deft is able to actually come back to the lane and then maybe even utilize the surplus of minions as a means to sort of poke the MF and the Nautilus down in bot lane. And also, that surplus of minions, it makes it so that Jelly and Mystic can't actually trade. Even if Deft is missing some of the HP, they're not going to have the damage to kill him. And then all those minions would act as so much buffer and essentially extra spell casts in terms of the amount of damage that they would dish out. Doran doing pretty okay up here in top lane, and by okay I mean the lane is on fire. Because Keen is sitting pretty right now. He's up quite a lot in the CS department. And he's also maxing the Q here against the Sylas. And that's something that you can do to sort of poke him out. You don't let Sylas sustain up through you. So take a look at this replay. Chovy, he moved onto the left-hand pocket of, or left-hand side of the lane because it mirrors the Olaf's movements. You want to be there in order to avoid the gank. Now, the setup for all of this was really clean. You can see Chovy wasn't the one that wanted to flash with the third Q. Pyoshik going a little bit greedy for no reason. If he just doesn't follow up with the flash there, he moves into the Raptor camp, counter jungles it, falls back, gets the Scuttle Crab, and then transitions into his blue side jungle, full clears, pass to the bot hand side of the map as Deft and Keria get the crash, and then start pulling the wave. So then Olaf's in close proximity, everything works out really well, and you basically have map hacks on the Jarvan. But little bit of lost opportunity as Pyoshik will return to playing. World of Warcraft and Shadowlands will be coming out.
Yeah, which looks pretty good. I'm actually I'm a bit excited about the old Shadowlands. As Keen's excited as well. He's looking to try and kill Doran. Is going to be able to deny a fair bit of the knockback, but the flash still has to come down in a 1v1, which is hella bad news for our friend Doran. And speaking of bad news, Jelly has also found Pyoshik here. He gets a smite off onto the Drake. Spirit in trouble as Chovy will land the chains. Looking to try and answer it. Does manage to pick up the 1-for-1 on these junglers. As now the Drake's getting angry, but is just going to go back to sleep here as Mystic might just get zoned out of his lane completely and might have to take the long way around. And it looks like he is going to have to do that.
He is taking the long way around. Sweeper lens and nice binding, as well as the Tormented Soil there by the Morgana. Does put out a little bit of damage. As let's take a look at this one more time. Pyoshik looking like he actually wanted to start up the Cloud Dragon. He turns onto Spirit immediately. The Black Shield coming in as well for all the magic damage that is able to dish out. And he smited the Cloud Dragon to get a little bit of extra HP. Chovy with some Acrobatics does manage to get the kill while in the air. Warhammer is picked up on him in mid lane. Seeker's Arm Guard on the Galio has already been built. Really effective against that Olaf as well as the Aatrox.
What do you think about Keen picking up a Executioner's Calling instead of a Bramble Vest?
Yeah, that
I
is...
actually quite like it. You know, it's cheaper, and you're against a magic dealer, so you don't really want to be building armor. What do you reckon?
I can
understand the thought process. I don't think it's necessarily good, but I understand why he did it, and I like that part.
So, Ornn's Q inflicts grievous wounds, because Ornn's Q is physical damage. And so, if you're trying to poke the Sylas with the Q constantly, you're reducing his base healing as well, depending on when he activates his Corrupting Potion, because I believe he has Time Warp Tonic, right?
I believe so.
As his rune. So, you could hit some of that, I believe. I might be caster coach, by the way, and completely wrong here. But it's a weird investment. It's a very big money sink. I mean, Ornn does have an AD ratio on his Q, so it's not like he's not getting any scaling in that regard. I mean, he does auto attack as well, quite a bit. But all his other abilities deal magic, so not super sure. It's definitely going to scale a lot worse than Bramble Vest, but for the early laning phase, perhaps it actually is better. I'm saying interesting, and I'm not being sarcastic.
The bottom side is Piercing Arrow is going to land. Jelly gets himself out of the way. Chovy just buying the time of Spirit and All In. Good knockups come down as now they're turning it on to Spirit. He has to flash as Chovy doesn't flash after him. He's been holding on to that one for a long time, actually. A lot of opportunities to flash aggressively and deciding not to, wanting to keep his lane in a position that he wants it in. As DRX do have a slight gold advantage, and that's based on a lot of lanes doing much better than their opposition. Also the jungle being still well and truly in favor of Pyosik on this Olaf. As Deft fighting off against Mystic and Jelly here. Jelly in position. Oh, the Black Shield is fantastic. There's the flash forward. No Soul Shackles available as Jelly should be going down as Undertow flies in. Mystic will be falling down next as All In has to flash to get himself out of the way. A double kill for Pyosik, as now it might actually be a triple as the Piercing Arrow is very good and the stopwatch has to be utilized. So All In is going to survive this one, but has to use everything in order to escape.
Yeah, this just gives Chovy and mid so much freedom. You can see he's trying to utilize the crash on mid to move over to the left-hand side, apply fog and war pressure over to Keen, who's moving down
Deft
seemingly...
picks up a turret plate in trade for his life.
Worth.
Yeah.
Or
call it
worth,
an
sorry.
all check.
Misspoke.
An all check. Gonna grab that one as back comes in, and Spirit's gonna clear out some minions here as Kane's just building some stuff. And Doran's going to go back. He's looking to try and build himself his revolver if he can find it, but realizes that things aren't necessarily working as Harriet flashes to get a point-blank binding. And it did allow for a lot of damage onto Jelly.
So he flashes to get the point-blank binding. The Black Shield did come out invalidating the CC chain that Afrika was going for there. Like you pointed out, All In, he did come down there. He invested absolutely everything to try to make this work. And the thing that makes me so uncomfortable about this is Spirit's making the decision to path down to bot lane before Deft actually elects to He said, I'm baiting him, I'm baiting him, I'm baiting him, I'm baiting him. So, he said, good job. So what All In was basically trying to say is like, let's look for this. We can, I'll try to bait him, I'll try to bait him. And obviously what he's referring to is I'll try to make him think that a Varus arrow can kill me. And that's why he's keeping them there. But again, this is accounting for a mistake before it happens. So it ends up panning out really well for Afrika. But like you pointed out, Atlas, the only thing that he's actually trying to achieve there, assuming that All In has hands and can move his champion, is most likely to get the turret plate. So
yeah. And did manage to do that. Exactly. He managed to do that, so we're going to give it the worth column, as 1.1 thousand gold is going to be the lead here for DRX. They're going to move up, look to take down this Rift Herald. As you can see, once again, the answer is going to be just trying to get as many plates as possible on the bottom side. Chovy pushing in onto All In. Spirit looking to try and take this Cloud Drake. And DRX probably going to be pretty happy with Afrika just locking down the one useless Drake of this game. As Deft and Kerry actually move back towards the bottom lane. They understand that it should be Pyosik being able to take down Shelly by himself. And the only sacrifice that they're going to make is a Cloud Drake. So it's all worth. They had full vision of what was going on there. So no worries at all. Is all in. He's on the wrong side of the lane, but he's not in any threat of danger. As Carrier does not find the binding. All in, moving on back, and isn't able to take down that control ward. There's multiple backs coming in here for our mid laners. Deft is Ghostblade, just going to pop it, just trying to get out of there. And Mystic going to come and try and pilfer this plate away.
Well, it's going to be Zhonya's Hourglass first item for the Galio. Not the best item to pick up super early, although Pyosik coming top lane, he's getting a flash out of Ornn.
And might actually be able to give a whole lot of money over to Doran here as well, as Jelly moves over onto Vision.
Doran?
Spirit is in the area as well, as they're trying to clear out this minion wave as quickly as possible. They should be able to.
Oh.
As the depth charge comes in, bullet time goes down as well. The carrier goes golden. There's the Cataclysm. Depth doesn't have flash, remember. But Spirit was taking up that turret for so damn long. The Ornhorn comes on back as the depth charge was picked up by Doran, but I don't think they're going to be able to get anything done. There are still enough stopwatches to keep everyone alive, as Keen very close to falling. Is now Chovy looking to try and get back here. That was actually really intelligent out of All In to deny any assist going over to Chovy, as Pyosik up here towards the top side, I believe, threw down Shelly and then proceeded to continue pushing forward.
Yeah, and he's continuing to get solo lane farm and XP right now. Not going to actually stay for any chip damage. He doesn't shred that turret all that fast. We'll take a look at what transpired down here, down in the bot lane. So they know that they're about to get dived. They couldn't clear out the entire minion wave in time. Teleport comes in onto the minion. Keria does go golden, EQ Cataclysm, and Deft really far over on the right-hand side, so not keeping the turret aggro. Doran's teleport was extremely late in this situation, because all that he was doing is Keen wasn't even in close proximity in top lane, and they knew that the dive was about to happen. And like you pointed out, Chovy did not get an assist, so no reset on the World Ender to really do anything. He didn't have flash regardless, but as it comes back into live, it's a 3,000 gold lead, even at the end of this, in favor of DRX. Olaf already has Warmogs. I don't think he has the passive, though. I don't
Not quite yet.
believe.
I think he
not,
needs...
Not yet. He needs more base levels.
Yeah, it needs to hit a level 11 approximately, I think was the break point. I think I did my calculations on the health per level of a Sejuani when I was originally doing this, which was a very long time ago, so forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think it needs to be around double digits. As Chovy in this mid lane, able to shove that wave forward, and Keen and All In are going to deal with these minions by themselves. Sorry, Chovy was in the bottom lane. It was Deft that shoved that one up. I tell a lie. As DRX, 2 minutes time until this Infernal Drake, and I think this is one that they're going to fight over, and now they're in a good position to do so. Chovy going to find Mystic, who is going to have to flash, and Chovy not going to flash after him. I believe his flash is almost something that he hasn't even needed to worry about, as Chovy does get the knockup to interrupt the bullet time. Good night, Mystic, as Chovy happy to tank up the turret for about as long as he could possibly want.
Yep. And at this point, Afrika are not really in a very comfortable position in this game. Minute and a half until that Infernal does end up coming onto the Rift. Chovy just trying to get this bot tier 1 turret, and not a whole lot really happening at this point. And when you're Afrika's team composition, if you're not in the driver's seat, you're always waiting for the opponents to come into you. But as we mentioned earlier on, there's always the option of letting the dragon speak for you. Deft flashing away.
That's exactly where he needed to flash. Really nice stuff there as Doran going to go in again, actually, on top of Jelly. Does get his Aftershock and manages to get out. As Piercing Arrow does a lot of damage. I don't know whether that... Oh no, not quite the empowered one. If that was an empowered Q, that would have been a dead Nautilus, but unfortunately didn't quite have it available just in time. As Pyosik picks up the turret aggro somehow. And Mystic and Keen doing their best to try and deal with this one. Undertows come down. The poke damage is certainly there, as a reckless swing will deter Keen from staying in the defense for too much longer. Chovy going to go back to base. We'll see how close he is to his death's dance, and just an Aegis of Legion to come in to give him that extra tankiness. As Doran moves back topside, does have a heroic entrance available, but he's not going to be able to put that one off cooldown before it just dissipates naturally, because there's no one in the area in order to lock that one down. But this is a much better showing here from Doran this time around, despite the fact that he is 20 CS behind. He's only died once this time, and he has a couple of assists.
Yep, he has a couple of assists underneath his belt indeed, Atlas says.
Yeah.
Even though he did lose laning phase again, it's not as problematic as in game number 2 on the Aurelia, especially because his champion has a lot more relevance in this game just from a sheer utility standpoint as... Okay, here we go.
Yeah, that's a big flash in there from Jelly. Black Shield utilized there as Soul Shackle's not going to actually get any stuns, but Arg is going to be effective as Pioshik just going to have to stand in there and take it. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but Spirit immediately just evaporated in amongst this team fight as Doran doesn't have a stopwatch or anything like that. Chovy looking to dive on top of Mystic, who has no mana, no flash, no way out. And one more auto attack will do it. Keen in trouble as Carrier looking for it. He's about 150 health as Chovy just going to make a little bit of a detour for an on and will be able to pick up that kill with the help of Deft there as All In underneath the turret looking to try and keep this one alive. But it looks like the Dragon should go over to Dragon X.
Yep,
as Piercing Arrow not going to find the mark.
Yeah, Piercing Arrow does not find the mark indeed as they're not actually picking up the Drake immediately. And I don't know what the reason is for that. Are they gonna reset? Darvin not actually running towards the dragon. I think that Afrika thinks that well, no, because Chovy was showing on them anyway. I have no idea what the hell's going on, Atlas. As we take a look at what's happening here. Jelly goes over the wall. Black Shield does come out. Carrier manages to get to safety. His bindings in Tormented Soil have really been on point. Doran goes back in, tries to get the kill onto the Jarvan, ends up committing himself, and not able to do all that much. Chovy does miss one of the Qs onto Mystic, doesn't really matter. In the end, still able to bring him down, get his heal to boot. Not able to pick up the kill onto All In. Comes over onto the right-hand side, looking for a kill onto Keen, but Def does end up picking up for himself. As we come back into live, Infernal Dragon is still up, and
it's there. He's a stealth mission. Stealth mission Infernal Drake. Oh, here we go.
All right, here we go. Fantastic.
The Viking has found it, as Deft is going to help out. He's Lethality Varus, not doing fantastic damage to these neutral objectives, but it is going to be enough to help the Olaf take that one down. And we're going to have a Mountain Soul this game. Tower also falling on the bottom side as the lead for Dragon X is going to continue. 5,000 gold is the lead here at 20 minutes, as we're going to set up all of the extra rocks here around this rift. And Carrier moves into this lane to help shove this one out. Deft in position as well, but I believe DRX are aware of the fact that there might be just a surround of Afrika members in this area. And Pioshik, with a lot of vision control, is able to just wander through the enemy jungle and keep things okay. Spirit looking to try and take down this Rift Scuttler, as Cataclysm now available for Doran. As Jelly moving on over here as now Doran dives on in. Chovy is just going to destroy Mystic. Yeah, he was wandering in mid lane, LS. That's what he was doing. Take it away.
He was caught. Well, thank you, Atlas. As the turret does fall here in mid. Back to you. Take it away.
Thanks, brother. I was just taking a sip of my water. You told me to take it away a little bit too early. 6,000 gold is the lead as that turret does fall down. The Baron's been alive for 20 seconds so far this game. Probably going to be alive for a lot longer as well, as both of these teams not with the greatest of Baron taking abilities. English language, very difficult. As Jelly's going to get himself out of this jungle, looking for a reset, doesn't have any wards remaining, and will be able to replenish all of those. As Mystic, he wanted an auto attack on an Olaf.
Yeah, I really wish I had an answer for you. He didn't even have the flash up, so I don't know why he's going that far forward. And also, Olaf has Warmogs. So even if you end up hitting him there, he's just going to walk off, go out of combat for a little bit, and then regen all the HP. So Mystic, I'm not really sure. We talk about, you know, he had the Super Saiyan hair earlier on into the split. Mystic reminds me of Mystic Gohan, and Gohan, he falls off.
He definitely does fall off. You know, Cell Saga was a beautiful time. I was ready to call Gohan my favorite character. He stopped being my favorite character after that. You know, I think the world tournament was cool, right?
Yeah.
You know, when after the time skip,
yes.
and then you were like, you were ready for him as the great Saiyan man to like actually get cool, and then he just never did.
He never did.
It was very disappointing.
Yep. And then he got married, right, to Pan.
Yeah, and that was really cute. But it's like, come on, man, you can still be cool and join in the fights for the world.
Daughter. And it's Videl that he married.
Videl was that's his wife, right?
Okay,
I think
Videl's
so.
his wife.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
perfect.
I think the collective could let us know.
Yeah, the collective did just confirm that. They are
yeah, thank you.
omnipotent, so.
Pansy's daughter, so he didn't get married to her. That would have been weird.
Do you know when the Big Bang occurred?
The Big Bang?
Yeah.
Quite a few billion years ago.
Okay, well, there's a big fight here.
Yeah, that's a bit of a Big Bang. As Spirit getting down very, very low. Reckless Swing going to come down here. Now it's a really good taunt. The carrier keeps himself alive with a stopwatch. Chovy bouncing around in amongst this fight. Good bullet time. But I just think they're too far behind to get anything done. And it is going to be a dead Spirit. Everybody else keeps themselves alive, but priority remains in DRX's hands here in this lane. Bellow's Breath comes in as we're going to have the Ornhorn stolen away and used immediately as Chovy is looking for Keen. The Ram does not find Mystic, and DRX do open up this mid lane and take down the turret.
Yeah. They end up raising it, 1.5 minutes until the Mountain Dragon is going to end up coming up, and that's not really that bad of a Drake for them, given that the Galio, he only has one pen item right now, that's the Sork Pen Boots. He has all basically epic items in his inventory, not packing an insane punch as it currently stands. And let's take a look at this. So Spirit, all too eager to meet the true death here, goes in, uses the Galio follow-up, and honestly, this is not Season 7. This is not Jarvan Galio Season 7, not quite as scary. Chovy gets in here, unable to find a kill. Really close call. However, as now we're going to go back into live, 45 seconds until the Mountain Dragon is going to come up. Lord Dominic's was picked up on Deft, so he's valuing the extra little bit of armor penetration rather than the Grievous Wounds passive.
Yeah, which you could understand. There's not a lot of regen available here on Afrika's side, so I like it. I like the pivot. Did need to get a bit of that armor pen just to make sure that he can keep that lethality as relevant as possible against the burly boys in the front line in the Ornn and the Jarvan. All in as well with a bit of armor himself with his Zhonya's Hourglass Rush that he had to be utilizing. And that was all, guys, based on the fact that he had to use his stopwatch so early on the bottom side of the map. Otherwise, you could imagine that the Protobelt would have come in first, which would have been far more beneficial. Of course, Protobelt as an item falls off as the game continues. And so is going to build it, but very late and outside of its real time of relevance. Is now Mountain Drake going to be taken here by Dragon X, and Chovy just happily standing up, tanking these minions, and with absolutely no threat from Afrika. He is a huge Aatrox this game. 20 CS, 30 CS ahead of the clock at this point in time, and ahead of everybody else on the map by about 50.
Yeah, I mean, he's just really, really far ahead at this point in the game. He's going to pick up that dragon for himself. He's going to get, I believe, 12 armor from it, is the Olaf. Chovy, I think he had 131 armor, so that would give him almost 8. Not quite 8, but almost 8.
Yeah, not bad.
And not quite a cloth armor, but also we still have a lot of time left in the game. He's still a couple levels left in him. He will pick up Guardian Angel later down the road, and there's more Mountain Dragons to come. So, extra little resistances. Ornaments haven't come in yet, but even when they do, they're only coming in on 2 champions. So it's going to be the MF and the Galio. Not the best ornaments, either.
No. I mean, Molten Edge is fantastic. That's a real good one. But you're exactly right. Anything else not super great. As Spirit's going to come through, clean out this ward, and get knocked up by Chovy. Does flag and drag to try and get himself out of the way, but that will mean the inner turret is also going to fall. And Chovy with the Black Shield is a very, very scary prospect, because not being able to slow down the Aatrox is something that Afrika are going to be very scared of. And as you can see, relegated to being inside their base right now with the mid lane of Afrika trying to face off against Doran topside in order to protect this inner turret as well. But it is just a snowball rolling very quickly down a hill here for Dragon X, who are moving towards a 10,000 gold lead once again here in this game. It is night and day between game 1 to game 2, and then game 2 to game 3.
Yep. Just totally different games are able to take place. Afrika, they can't just sort of sit back and let things just gradually scale this time around. And they failed to get any meaningful advantages here in this game. And Edge of Night now complete on the Varus. Spirit Visage for the Aatrox has also been picked up. That is quite nice. There is enormous amounts of magic damage. on the opponent's team. And then the extra little bit of healing is also going to be beneficial as well. 3 minutes until Mountain. And DRX, they might just take it really slow and steady until that ends up coming up. Yeah, there's no reason to. They don't have the fastest Baron taking potential either, because Varus is the lethality Varus. Then they have the Olaf, they have Silas, you have Aatrox, and Morgana, she has Redemption coming in as her next item, but Afrika are just so far behind right now. It's almost 10,000 gold, and if you factor in the little bit of extra gold from the Mountain and the Infernal, it certainly is.
Yeah, and my question is, can Chovy pick up player of the game? Because I think he's been playing very, very well, but as has Carrier this game yet again. So just have to see how the rest of this game goes, see whether Chovy can pull himself ahead of the pack of the three people
Atlas.
with their 1,000 points. Yes, mate?
I need you to shill with me.
Oh, yeah. I'll do it. Don't worry. It's all about Chovy. I've already voted. Have a look at the chat. Because Chovy's over the wall. He's going to get blocked, though. May actually have to flash finally this game. Does so, but unable to get out as there's a fantastic ultimate to come through from Doran. Spirit off to the side. Heroic entrances everywhere. But Doran, I don't think he'll have the Kingslayer back available. Doesn't get enough health back. And Afrika have stolen a team fight from DRX. But it wasn't Chovy's fault.
It... Alice, slow down.
Am I doing it?
You're
doing it?
You need to just get a voice. You just need to get a voice modifier to sound like me, and people will totally believe it.
I do actually have a voice modifier. Do you want me to try and set it to sound like you a little bit more?
Perfect.
I don't know whether I can get the right accent, as Pioshik not going to be able to find the undertow. Good flash from Jelly. Gets himself to safety. I might need to turn the reverb down a bit.
Honestly, I mean, the only reason that Jelly lived there wasn't Chovy's fault either.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Definitely take a look at...
That was too high-pitched. I apologize.
Yeah, that was something. As he did get pinned up against the wall, not quite able to make it onto the other side. Ended up dying. Cataclysm comes out, and like you mentioned, DRX, they just bit off a little bit more than they could chew at this point in the game. A little bit rough for them here. And they're just going to have to back off a little bit, be a little bit more patient. 30 seconds until the next mountain. They want to pick that up, bring the game to Soul Point.
And give themselves the extra tankiness as well.
Yes.
I think it's actually going to help out in these team fights with the fact that they do have a lot of tanks and pseudo-tanks here this game.
I just want to touch on something that the collective, I mean, they've raised some concerns over it a couple of times, and I just really want to bring it home right now. So Chovy, he's on the left-hand side of the map, and honestly, the way that he is right-clicking and left-clicking up to the top side of the map, it's just phenomenal.
Look at him just meet this minion wave at exactly the right time. Yeah.
Wow.
Just incredible that he's able to do this. Doesn't give away any damage.
None.
Also, he's going to get all of the attention of these Afrika members. It's going to allow this Mountain Soul to go for free over to Dragon X. And you might see Pioshik down here doing it, but that was all Chovy to lock that one down.
I mean, did you see anyone else at...
Just I'm trying to fiddle with it. I don't think I'm ever really going to nail it.
How about now? Is this a little bit better? No, I just sound like an Australian child.
It didn't work at all.
It's totally fine. It's
Do you
the
like
thought
this
that
voice?
counts.
That sounds okay, doesn't it?
That's what this
Having a little bit too much fun here.
I think
game.
the collective are really enjoying it. They think that it was much better that time around.
Yeah, personally,
I can fully commit as a.
How about this? Wait, it just sounds the same. I'm like a.
We need Kit Boga.
Yeah, have you seen The Emperor's New Groove?
No, what's that?
The Emperor's New Groove. It's the Disney movie. Dave Spade as
Dave Spade. I haven't heard that in forever. Since is it Tommy Boy, right? Dave Spade was in.
He was from Just Shoot Me, most famously, which was a sitcom well and truly back in the day. That's some boomer television for you guys.
Okay.
But the Yzma is a character in The Emperor's New Groove, and she gets turned into a little kitten, and her voice sounds
about like this.
Okay.
Although with a different accent. So I think I've nailed it.
All right, I think you nailed it too. I would definitely give you a 8 out of 10.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I would give Chovy a 10 out of 10, but
I know. I mean, I can never get up to Chovy's level. He's just too good.
Yeah.
He is, in fact, just the player of the game of League of
is.
Legends.
Yes, he
That's
could
what we give him.
have. He could have Doran's stat line right now. He'd still get Pog.
Oh, straight up, guaranteed.
Yeah, no doubt.
And look, I mean, Carrier, he's got a Shirelia's Revelry, which is fun. He's got his Zhonya's Hourglass. He has highest kill contribution in the game. He's been playing exceptionally well this entire series. He has the highest kill bounty. But he's not going to get player of the game.
No.
No.
Not
Look at
on
his
our
CS.
watch.
He's got none. This is just terrible. Ugh.
Well,
Can't believe it.
2.5 minutes until the Mountain Dragon is going to come up. That will be Soul Point. Has Sterak's Gauge being built here for the Aatrox as well. Edge of Night, Yumu's Umbral Glaive, and Lord Dominic's for Def. So he could continue down this route with the Lethality. If he does so please, he'll end up selling that Corrupting Potion and then going into the Duskblade of Drakthar if he does value that. Alternatively, at this point he has so much lethality and they're going to be so far ahead in the team fights anyway, I think it's worth just getting Guardian Angel because you have the amplified 18% to your armor. You're going to be level 18 soon. You pick up the armor from GA, you have the active. Makes it really obnoxious to try to bring you down. And what I would really like to actually see here is Guardian Angel just picked up next on the Aatrox as well as the Olaf to just better make use of the mountain and just the amped resistances. Sterak's is finally complete here for Chovy, and they are just taking it slow and steady. They're basically bringing it to a point where gravity will take over, and they will just A-move through the opponents with their
They're on
wands.
theme. They're on theme with the Mountain Soul.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic. And because of that, we're going to enter into another little bit of a lull state. And we've had a lot of requests from the collective for the robot voice, and I'm going to see whether I can make that one work right now. Is this the robot voice that you were looking for?
That was...
Whoa. I did
yeah.
not need to put on that much reverb at the same time. That was a little bit of a yikes there, as I've got word from my producer that I'm not allowed to do that anymore. So that's enough fun for you guys. I hope that was a little bit too loud, I think. It was actually, I got fold back in my ear and it was too loud for me. So that's it's not so good. Anyway, I'm gonna stop that now. Let's focus on the game, as it's 9,000 gold in the lead, and Dragon X just waiting 40 seconds before they have this game well and truly in the bag.
Yeah. And I can't imagine a world where Afrika should be able to contest it and then somehow find a victory, because normally at this stage of the game, gold advantages start to become less meaningful depending on what the team compositions are. But the issue is that, okay, well,
this could just be a final team fight here, as Pioshik very big on the front line, as there's the Ornhorn. It's going to get thrown out against the Orn himself, as Mystic in trouble, but Chovy actually jumping right into the middle of the team. He's going down very low, but he has the World Ender. He's going to be absolutely fine. In fact, back to full health as everything is said and done, and now Pioshik flashing after Spirit. Doran's going to land the Abscond. It's a double kill there for Doran. And now All In trying to get over this wall, but the Umbral Dash is going to be there, and Chovy does not care at all. He is going to be able to walk over, taxi these minions in, and it's only Keen left alive to try and defend this Nexus.
yeah, and there's no way that this Orn is going to be able to do anything here. He's not even going to be able to clear all the minions. He's going to get brought down as the Nexus turrets do fall. Pioshik is the one that gets the kill, so Mountain Soul not even going to be necessary here in this game.
Nope, and the Nexus is going to fall down. So 2-1 victory over to DRX. As that was all Chovy in that last team fight. What an incredible performance. And I'm not actually being sarcastic. He was impossible to move and able to land multi-man knockups with his Qs. Very, very clean stuff out of him. And it was a slow and steady game, but honestly, it felt like it was over almost before the same time in game number one. Because Afrika just didn't look like they had any options back into that game. So really nicely done there by DRX and Chovy. And just a clean performance, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean, they had a very similar performance to the game number one. Not quite the pub stomp, but it definitely was more methodical of a victory that ended up transpiring.
Yeah.
And
yeah, go
ahead.
sorry, you go.
Hey, not take it away.
All right, I was just going to say that our POG votes have been very indicative of us holding hands on the broadcast, as everyone can see by our pictures.
Yep.
We have been in sync so far, as I'm hoping that the rest of the LCK broadcast are also in sync with our POG votes this time around. So honestly, I didn't really have too much to say, to be honest, dude. Take it away.
Thank you so much for that, Atlas. As you know, speaking of NSYNC, I believe the Backstreet Boys just did a video from Quarantine, right? Where they sung...
Did they really?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, that's actually really cool.
Yeah,
although they're
really
not
cool.
NSYNC, you know, that's Justin Timberlake. That's different.
Yeah, that's a different band. They were rivals.
They were, back in the boy band times.
Right.
As we have a look at All In being delivered. These are double buffs, but it ultimately did not matter whatsoever. As Carrier with a great stopwatch timing, and there were just too many stopwatches on Afrika for this particular dive.
And this was, meanwhile, the Herald being captured by the Olaf. This was Doran's late teleport, actually, down to the bottom lane. So Keen tried as he might in this series, but yet again, not going to end up being enough. And DRX, they walk away victorious. Carrier, honestly, he had such good play in the early stages of this game and really helping with the transition to the middle part of the game. Chovy did put on a bit of a lane kingdom, had a really good CS lead. A lot of that also in part to All In's roams to the side lanes, trying to alleviate some of the pressure. Mystic having a very off game yet again. And this has happened a lot for him throughout the split. And now, right at the very end, when Keen is starting to sort of go back to being Keen and always winning laning phase, it just sometimes seems like Afrika don't have anything that they can really do. And honestly, I don't know why they're showing this highlight. We need to cut this.
That was a bug. That was a bug.
Yeah, you know what? I think this is a replay from another game.
Yeah,
not my Chovy.
No, it was that was a bug. It still was. You know, this was a good fight back for Afrika, but regardless of what happened, I felt like the map control went so far away from them that they didn't really have any opportunity, right? I mean, outer turrets were all still standing for DRX this entire game. And then we get to this last team fight, and Chovy is in a point where he's honestly immovable. Look at this. In amongst 4 people, gets knocked up by a heroic entrance, and just gets hit by everything and doesn't care.
And this was a massive Aatrox knockup. Eventually, all he needed was one reset. Depth just having free deal. I mean, he's a lethality Varus. He's melee range, he's auto-attacking, and just getting lots of value. Piochek follows in there. Doran manages to pick up the kill onto the Jarvan, and there's not much that the Galio can do to get away from the Aatrox, who had just landed the Flash Q.
Yeah, as we're going to check out his play once again from Chovy's perspective, the player of the game himself. As he's just waiting for his chance to get in amongst all 5 members of the enemy team.
Saying that they got MF and just push mid line.
Actually pretty flawless play, to be honest.
He said, it's all right. It's all okay. Calm down? Unless I misunderstood that word.
And it was Chovy that was tanking up this turret. I didn't know because he wasn't taking any damage. As I think it was Chovy and Piochek, they took a turret each, but didn't really look like they had any turret damage at all. As Worldender comes out yet again, and Chovy just helps finish off this Nexus. Pretty comfortable performance here as we have a look at the damage done. Of course, Lethality Varus getting a lot of work this game. And also 20k done by the Aatrox just shows that DRX certainly were playing around this mid Aatrox a lot. And you saw in the previously in the stats, it was that Chovy's played 2 games of Aatrox so far this season. That's because he played them on the top side of the map in a few of the early games for DRX because Doran was not yet with the team. So that's why those stats were there. I believe this was his first mid Aatrox of the season.
Yeah. Well, had a pretty good performance on it. We'll see who ends up getting player of the game.
Oh, wait, I tell a lie. He'd actually played one in mid lane prior. He played 1 top, 1 mid.
Oh, when he was Pokemon Trainer Red.
I believe so. Yeah. When he was Pokemon Trainer Red, he did play one game. The other two were of Quinn and Set, but then played one in the mid lane at some point and won that game with a 7 KDA. Not too bad.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby indeed, Atlas. Okay, thank you for coming along with me on the ride on this one.
La Swinger, how did you do? Gold difference at the end, 5,000 gold. Not even impressed. 49 CS difference at 15 minutes. 15 minutes, guys. That's silly.
Well, did get the ball rolling in a lot of instances. Keria would have been my runner-up for this series.
Yeah.
I would even understand if he did just outright win. I think that would make a lot of sense. Chovy did come online in the mid to later stages. Keria very integral to the early and mid gap, or the early and mid bridge.
I think if the last team fight didn't happen, it would have gone to Keria. But Chovy played the last team fight very, very effectively and just showed the value of an Aatrox to a level that we don't get to see all that often, honestly. It feels like a lot of the Aatrox pickups falling by the wayside, as Chovy certainly is not. 1,100 points and leading by 100 over Aiming and BDD. BDD with an opportunity to try and equalize in our next matchup. And it's going to be 7 out of 9. So a couple of carrier pickers. But otherwise, I'm feeling pretty confident in my my Chovy pick for this particular match.
Yeah.
And congratulations to him for moving out in front of those player of the game rankings.
Yep, and I think that with the remaining matches when it comes to player of the game, Aiming is right up there, but Aiming's next match and last match is actually against Genji. So that's going to be really hard to get player of the game, whereas DRX, they have APK. We're going to go to a winner's interview.
Yeah, so here's Jason with the translation.
Congratulations on the win. So Keria, how do you feel about today's win? I'm happy that we won. And happy that we are on a win streak. What about you, Chovy?
경기 이겨서 저도
Yeah, same.
똑같이 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
I'm happy that we won. Keria, you won POG for 3 games in a row, and you have the most points on the support role with 800 points. You were so close to closing out the gap between Chovy at the same time. How do you feel about this?
일단 잘한다는 느낌
받아서 좋고. I'm happy that it makes me feel that I'm good, but at the same time, all of our players are doing really well, and I got a really good support champion, so I was able to win POG. So speaking of champion picks, so you played Morgana, and it kind of requires some conditions to. It is not a champion that is easy to blind pick. But you did pull off a really outstanding performance in that champion. So what was the plan into picking that champion today? Morgana is a champion that I can play anytime, even when I didn't practice enough. I'm pretty confident at this champion. And we thought that they won't be rotating Nautilus to mid lane, so I just played Morgana as a counter champ into that pick. So, was that because Morgana is easy? I mean, that's a really difficult champion, to be honest. Morgana was a good champion for a long time, so I have a very high proficiency, so I can play it anytime. So in game number 1, so there's some zone on the rift we call the Mata zone, and you were also pulling up a similar roaming play as a support role. So some people even call it like you have a very similar playstyle to that of Mata. You were really coming out of the blue in that Mata zone, so how do you think about this comment? Well, I mean, I'm not sure whether I deserve that praise, calling me a Mata. It feels really nice. Yeah, I like it.
그러면 끝나는 거죠. 네. 예. 그리고 1경기 아지로 바로스 모르가나가 모두는 유성을
And also in
들었다고
game
하네요.
number
이렇게
1,
유성을
Azir,
모르는
Varus,
건
and
어떤
Morgana,
이유입니까?
all
뭐
three
라인전의 우세?
players
어떤
took
이유가 있을까요?
Comets.
이건
Was
초비한테
that
한번
a
물어볼까요?
laning
초비도
phase
시작했으니까.
oriented playstyle?
1경기 유성을 좀 다수가 드는 건 어떤 의미입니까?
애니비아 상대로
Well, playing
들만한
into
룬이
Anivia,
유성밖에 없었던 것 같아서 들었는데
Comet was the
저
only rune that I
말고
could take.
바텀도 들었을 줄은
But I
몰랐어요.
didn't know that bot you also took Comet
바텀은
to
관심
laning
없고
phase.
내가 알아서 잘하려고 유성 들었다. 예. 미드와 바텀의 룬
I
선택은
guess
상관이 없다.
that
네.
was quite
역시 초비 선수다운. 네.
individual decision coming out each of the DRX players.
네. 클텐도 한번 뭐 지금
네, 그럼 3경기 때
In game number
어쨌든
3,
일방적으로 좀 많이 밀어붙이시다가
you guys are
한번
actually
갑자기
having
좀
a
분위기가 좀
huge
싸늘해졌던
lead.
순간도 있잖아요.
However,
이제 약간 실수가
at some
나오면서
point of the
상대
game,
업데이트 쪽에서
Africa
그 판에
were
대해서
able to
어쨌든
turn the
어떤
game
식으로 계속
around
계획을 하고 계셨어요.
at the top side
마지막
inhibitor. So,
침착하시게 또
how did the
공격이
players
되는데
deal with the situation at that point?
일단 제가 넘어가서
Well, I
오른이랑
dashed over.
자르반이 편하게 못 오게 하고
and
미를 압박시키려 했는데
I wanna just like block
이제
Ornn and
대시하다가
J4,
그 오른 W
but
평타에 맞아서 벽 넘다가
while
다시
I was
끌려갔어요.
stashing,
그래가지고
I was actually pulled back with
점사당한
Ornn's W
바람에
and
좀
auto. So I got
안
just
좋게
like
됐어요.
focused on and I just
차쉽진
died.
않았나요? 혹시 뭐 상대가 뭐 치고 나와서 바로 가져가는 거 아니야? 뭐 이런
Weren't you a
생각은
bit
혹시 안 하셨는데
worried?
그
Like
상황에
Africa
대해서
could even
판단이
like convert
어떤지
that
좀
into a
궁금합니다.
Baron play.
일단 벽 넘는 거 끊기고
네.
일단
After my dash
일찍으로
got cancelled,
위기를 느꼈고
I
근데 저
instantly felt the
다
dangers coming.
무조건 빠져야 되는 상황이었다고
So all the remaining
나왔어요.
players should just back.
솔직히 저희가 그 중계까지는 저희가
That was
그
our call.
장면 초비의 아트록스는 죽을 수가
Yeah,
없다 뭐 이런 소리 많이 했거든요.
before that point of
예,
the
근데
game,
위기를 느꼈으면
all the
진짜, 그
Korean
위-
casters
위기지.
were actually
이게 죽음을
saying that
예상을
Chovis
이겼으니까
Aatrox
아니면 그냥
is
뭐 당연히
immortal,
피가
and
빠지고
then
뭐
right
풀
after
빠지고
that,
이런
you
게
just
있으니까
fell
저희는
down.
초비를 누가 죽이지만 그랬거든요.
일단 벽 넘는 게 끊기고
Well, after that dash got cancelled,
그때부터 일단
over the wall,
뭐든지 안 좋게 굴러갈 것 같아서
I
빨리
felt
빠져야
like
된다고
everything will
생각했는데
go into a wrong way.
안
So
움직이더라고요,
I thought
초비가.
that we should all just back,
실을 많이
but my
맞았어요.
champion won't
상대한테
move
좀
at that
그 원한을
situation.
좀 많이 쌓였거든요. 그래서 1점 더 먹은 것 같습니다.
네.
초비 1100점으로 POG
Chobi,
단독 1등이에요.
1,100 POG
예.
points. You
하나 뭐
are
POG
leading the
포인트
POG
관리하시는 분이긴 합니다만
standings.
요 POG 단독 1위
So,
소감도 있을 것 같습니다.
How do you feel
어떻습니까,
about the
느낌이?
being sole number one?
일단 많이 활약한 것 같아서
Well, I'm happy that
기분도
I
좋고
performed well.
그만큼 많이 잘한 것 같아서 그냥 좋은 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, it feels really nice that I did a great
이렇게
job.
기분 좋게 승리한 상황에서 이런 질문 드리기 조금 죄송스러운 면도 있는데요.
But I do want to also ask you this
세트에서
question. In
패배를
game number
했잖아요.
2, you guys
패배하고 난 다음에 피드백이
fell
어떤
to
방향으로 가는지
Africa.
여쭤봐도
So what kind of
일단
feedback
도란의
did you guys
이렐리아가
have
분명
after
이제
that
또
game?
커뮤니티에서
Especially
많은 얘기가
Irelia
나오고 있거든요.
from Doran was not
그런 부분에
having a
대해서
good
팀 내적인
day.
피드백, 방향성 이런 것들은 어떤
What did the
방향으로 갔었는지 좀
teams
궁금합니다.
discuss
캐리어 선수가
about
답변해 주시겠어요?
discuss the game number 2?
저는
진짜 Well-
근데 진지한 건데
네.
기억이 잘 안 나요.
I'm really serious, but I don't remember it.
아 진짜 죄송합니다.
I'm sorry.
아니, 저희도 중계하고 난 다음에 기억이 잘 안 날 때 있습니다. 예.
그럼 초비는요?
I mean, I feel you, Carrier. What about you, Chobi? Doran was suffering a lot on top lane. Do you remember that game?
갈려가 진짜 라인 버리고 갑자기
Well,
탑 뛰길래
I mean, Galio just like left the
저 같이
lane and
일단
ran to top
그
lane.
길만 막고 다시 라인
So I
밀어줘야
just wanted
되는데
to, I just had to block him
제가
and
안
keep
밀고
pushing the
같이 탑
lane,
보다가
but I was
라인
actually
라인에서
following
레벨
him,
차이가 나는
so
바람에
I had to
갈리오가
lose so
턴을
many
잡고
XP,
올라간
so
환경이
I was
만들어진 것
behind
같아서
in XP, so Galio wasn't able to have the control.
본인의 반성이고 팀적으로는 어떤 얘기했었으니까 팀적으로는
That was a very like humble self-reflection about game number 2, but how did the team DRX as a whole
이런 약간 실수 있었는데 이런
talk about the game?
무슨 얘기가 나왔습니까? 기억나요?
Anything about the draft,
팀적으로.
gameplay, team play?
팀적으로는 이제 갈리오 타릭이 있어서
Well, as a team, we just said they had Galio and Tariq, so Irelia was not having an easy comp to go into.
피드백했던 것 같아요.
And we had some important feedback about me as well.
우리 조합도 상대가 좀 잘 짜서 쉽지 않았다.
I
이런
guess,
얘기인 것
yeah,
같습니다.
Africa did manage to get a really nice comp in game number 2, and you guys will be having your final match of the split up against APK, and still there are chances of you making it into the second place. How are you guys gonna prepare for it?
일단 남은 경기가 APK 남았는데
Yeah, our next opponent will be
팀이 요즘에
APK,
엄청 잘하는
and
것 같더라고요.
APK, they are doing a great job recently.
그 APK 형들 기세 안 밀리게
So,
저희도 연승
we would work
중이니까
best to not to fall to their momentum, and we will just prepare really hard for the final series.
저 똑같이 APK가 지금
Yeah, same APK. They are doing
느끼고 있고
a great job.
좀
That's how I feel,
상대가
and
준비해오는 전략에
we
당하지
should
않게
be
잘
having
단단히
heads up
접근해야
to
될것
some of the
같습니다.
strategy that they can possibly prepare in that series. So this will be the end of the interview with Keria Chobi from DRX. We're going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. And also congratulations to Keria and Chovy, especially Chovy, for his POG advantage that he now has over the two other players that he was tied with in BDD and aiming. DRX now claim second position. As you can see, 1 extra point over T1. And despite T1 having the head-to-head, game point score matters more. And therefore, DRX will be holding on to that spot, at least for now. And T1 do still have 1 game left to play up against Afrika. If they can get a 2-0, they will get themselves ahead of DRX, but they will be praying that DRX at least drop a game to APK in the final match.
And so this is really interesting in that if somehow KT makes an upset, then things get really interesting because DRX can still clinch first place depending on a lot of different things. And how weird would it be if DRX is fighting to change the standings of the top 3 and the bottom 3 all at the same time with the final match of the season against APK?
It would be absolutely ridiculous. It is theoretically still possible. It will require KT to take down Gen G, most likely. Although I believe if Gen G win 2-0 in our next match, it's going to be very, very difficult for DRX to even get ahead. So we'll just have to see what happens as we move to our final match of the week and our final match of the night. Hanwha Life versus Gen G up after a 30-minute break.
Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion, and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team, cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. Oh my goodness, I had something stuck in my throat. It might have been this hype matchup right here between Gen.G and Hanwha Life Esports. We're looking to see whether Hanwha can escape the clutches of the relegation zone or whether Gen.G can solidify their top spot. But DRX T1, they're both looking on to see whether it is going to be Hanwha that reign victorious. But I think the majority of us believe that Gen.G should be able to take this one 2-0 pretty easily. Oh, I believe LS, you might be not here because of OBS not being there. I will take it away. Don't you worry, guys. Gen.G, in that top spot, Hanwha Life, well and truly not. They are one win away from last place. But Griffin do still have only one more match to play, Hanwha Life with a couple. So they can get to the safe zone, which is 7 wins. Afrika have escaped that relegation zone by hitting that 7-win safe zone, and we'll see with better point scores as well. As the Sandbox are really having a rough time, as you had a look there, but they're not going to be playing today. Alert! Hanwha Life has to focus up and avoid relegation. Yeah, Kingslayer is definitely what they're going to have to do. Is Gen.G need 3 more wins to lock in that first place. And oh, he's alive. Are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
I am absolutely here. Like you were saying, Gen.G, they need 3 more wins to lock up first place. Gen.G wants a 2-0 win to get a bye to the grand finals. So it's going to be on Hanwha Life to try to prevent that from happening. And so DRX is going to be very interested in this matchup as well as T1. Even Dignity of the first place, King, Gen.G never allowed any space to mid-bottom teams. Can they keep a perfect score against the East teams? It's pretty hard to imagine that they would, Alice.
Yeah.
It really would.
And how will Tempt outperform the Zoe God is the last question, as we can see. So we'll see whether BDD is going to get his hands on that particular pickup. I think BDD is actually, like, very, very good at the Elite 3. And when I talk about that, I mean LeBlanc, Azir, and the Zoe. And I don't think you should get any of them. And we'll see whether Hanwha Life are going to find a way to mitigate that, as Blue Side might give them an opportunity to throw a few extra bans his way, or potentially pick something away as well. So We'll just have to wait and see. Hanwha Life, though, still have first place, first blood percentage, which ain't bad at all.
See if they can get the ball rolling. Win rate with first blood, though, 45.5%. Baron percent, 35.3. They're actually 9th in round 2, as Gen.G is 5th currently at 52.4%. Average Baron power play. Gen.G tends to make an explosion happen when they do get the Baron. Plus 4,526, first in the league. Whereas Hanwha Life, anytime they seemingly get a Baron, it's
hit or miss.
Yeah, let's not talk about it.
But actually, I think that particular stat speaks a lot to how Gen.G play, because their Baron percent is actually 5th in the league, and for first place to be 5th on Barons shows how slowly they play and how methodically as well, because when they take a Baron, they win a game with it, right? That's what that 4,000 gold is going to tell you as far as their average Baron power play. And it just means that this is the slow and steady team that likes to get things done, and it works when you're against lesser opponents, which I think is why they haven't lost any matches against the East Side teams, because they're stable enough to guarantee victories when they have a mechanical edge.
I'm taking a look at the key player stats here. It's going to be BDD versus Tempt. Goal difference of 15. BDD second in the league here as plus 371. As Tempt is really struggling to find his footing, but that is to be expected. Anytime that a player is on losing teams, generally it's really hard to come by really impressive stats. The only exception I would sort of think of that immediately comes to mind right now is actually Hybrid on APK.
Yeah, Hybrid or Keen. Keen somehow has good stats as well, but I think you're exactly right. If your team's losing, generally your stats are suffering. Yeah. And BDDs aren't. I think there are a few things to take away here. The kill participation being a big one. It just shows that Gen.G do like to teamfight and they like to play around their mid jungle. So look to see what BDD and Clit are going to get their hands on. The Rek'Sai Zoe is something that I think teams really do need to deny, because that combo has been doing very good things here for Gen.G so far.
Oh.
Whoa, there's some instant bans.
Yeah, instantly Akali and Set going to be removed from the table. Hanwha Life also banning away the Ornn.
Yep, haven't seen any 80 carry bans just yet, though. Is Senna going to be the first one? I guess theoretically an 80 carry, more likely a support as far as what you think of there. But Aphelios and Kalista both left available, and we'll see which one of them is going to be taken away here. We'll also see what Cuvée is going to be playing, because Rascal has been performing well. Cuvée has been hit or miss, and his best performances have been on things like the Gnar, not necessarily your conventional top laners.
Right. So let's see what Hanwha Life are going to try to get. Remember, they're on blue side, so we imagine Cuvée is going to have to go in blind here.
Well, Aphelios is going to be first picked, and then it's going to be followed up with Kalista Taric.
All right, well.
Take it away. Oh, wait. No. Hanwha Life with the pick away. I like it.
Atlas, I'm currently lost stream.
Oh, that ain't so good.
That's not good.
I'm going to put that in the cons column. Hopefully we find it again. Aphelios and Trundle were understandably locked in here by Gen.G as Haru takes away the Elise. Kalista, of course, is going to be paired with the Taric, and it's all pretty cool, calm, and collected at this point in time. BDD is waiting to figure out what he wants to be picking up here. He could take a mid laner of priority if he'd like to, as Zoe is available if he does want to try and own the mid game. But instead, Gen.G are just thinking about locking away a solid bottom lane, and the Braum is going to be picked up as their answer to the Kalista Taric alongside the Aphelios.
Well, we'll see what is going to be the second ban phase here. As it currently stands, the Kalista Taric for Hanwha Life, it is really strong. Pairing it with the Elise is a bit peculiar, but we'll see what they end up doing on B4, B5. Camille gets banned away initially. That could be signifying a desire to R4 the Aatrox for Rascal, as Silas also gets banned away. And Silas isn't a champion that I would immediately think of when thinking of Gen.G's current 3 champions, and then thinking, hey, what's really good into the initial 3 that Hanwha Life has shown. Kennen getting banned away, I think it is wholly just saying that R4 Aatrox is coming. Are you ready?
Well, I am and I'm not at the same time. Riven, obviously, going to be the lock-in here. Makes a lot of sense. That won't be happening, by the way, guys. But 12 seconds to go. I think, yeah, Aatrox could work, and is generally what people want to go towards. I was looking at the Sylas ban as being a really weird one there from Hanwha Life. I wonder what it is that they're looking for, as the Na was also standing out. Another one of Cuve's picks that he does like to go towards, and has an okay matchup into the Aatrox as well.
Well,
this is incredibly Hanwha Life. They're just going to lock it away.
Gnar is... you know what, Atlas? I have absolutely nothing positive to say about this champion. Just take it away.
All right. Well, Zoe was locked in. Tempt is going to take that one. B2D is now looking to counterpick. In that mid lane, it's going to be the Bird versus the Sparkles in mid. And both of these teams, very stable compositions. I think the only off-theme thing on the side of Hanwha Life is their top side. Elise and Na are a weird couple of picks, but the Zoe and Kalista Taric are going to be fantastic come mid-game. And there might be some avenues for Hanwha Life to really attack Gen G here, but Gen G's comp is like about as Gen G as you can possibly get. Very front to back, very, we want to go into a team fight, flank, get behind Ruler and B2D, create a ruckus, allow Clid to really get in there on the Trundle, and Life is just going to play support. So, I don't know, man. I feel like both of these teams got what they want, and we'll have to find out who's going to be able to make it work on the Rift.
Yeah, I think that Gen G, their team composition, obviously the Azir is the thing that sticks out the most as being a little bit different from some of the other champs, but it does fare really well against the hard-on engage that Hanwha Life ends up having. So it ends up becoming a war on can Gen G just manage to clip the Zoe, because if they can, it'll be really easy for them to win team fights, disengage, and control the overall flow of the game. They also outscale massively Hanwha Life, because Aatrox does have some champions that are going to enable him. The Elise is just dead weight the longer that this game ends up going, and it's just a very peculiar pairing. This Hanwha Life, it peaks in mid-game around 20-minute mark, and then it starts going all downhill.
Yeah, although Hanwha Life, they do want to be playing towards a mid-game, and their composition does play into that relatively well around Haru really getting around this map on the Elise. So look to see whether they can make something work there as we get onto the Rift for game number 1, Hanwha Life versus Gen G. And you have to remember that if you turn the nameplates off, these drafts look okay. If you put the nameplates back on, it's Gen G versus Hanwha. So I think if you're going to do your prediction sheet, LS, I imagine this is one where you just put down, Gen G, both games, and you don't even need to look at the draft, really.
Atlas, I am very upset. Game 2 of DragonX versus Afrika, it dropped me below 80%.
Oh my god.
I am at 79.79% over 189 games.
Well, hopefully, as we move towards 200, you're going to get back to that 80% mark, my dude. I believe in you.
Thank you, Atlas. That's why we're holding hands on the graphic.
Well, I don't want to alert anyone, but I think we may have been separated just a little bit by the graphics team. They weren't okay with us being so cozy.
Well,
make sure you guys check that out. I'm not entirely sure whether it's gone through yet, but I was a bit disappointed. I like holding hands. It makes me feel comfortable.
I'm a pretty big fan of it too. Oh, but you know what? They're trying to just promote social distancing.
Oh, that's true.
That's all. So they're just looking out for us now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, I appreciate that. We'll have to hold hands once it's all over. You know, as Vista not going to steal the blue buff, the red buff, whichever one it is, and the laning phase has commenced. Cuve probably pretty happy on his Na here towards the top side. He just generally is okay with this particular matchup. This is definitely a pick for Cuve, though. It's not necessarily a counter pick into the Aatrox. It's just a counter pick that Cuve likes to go towards because he just likes playing Na.
Yeah.
And he gets to use his own skin, which is cool.
He does seem to have an affinity for the Gnar, and not enough things have actually happened for Gnar as a champion. This is just one of those. I want to say regressive picks that Korea ends up falling back towards once the meta starts to get stale enough at certain points. So it comes in here, and you'll have a lot of people that say, well, Gnar can do pretty good against Atrox, Gnar can do good against Set. Yeah, that's fantastic. And then he can also not. Because the matchup is close enough that it really comes down to players.
Oh, this is actually getting aggressive. Yeah, towards the top side. Rascal down to 200, but holds onto his flash. He'll be fine. Just looking to go back home. Saw a bit of a mountain climbing reference there. You may have read it on your screen from the coaching staff over the side of Hanwha Life. And yes, hiking does make a lot of sense. They are climbing up a hill. And this is going to be no exception in this particular match. Seeing whether Hanwha can get away from that relegation zone. It's interesting because if we cast our minds back to the very beginning of the season, this was the team that began their run with a victory over T1 in their first week. And oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Definitely hasn't been the best of spring splits here for Hanwha Life. And things are, I mean, these are the last couple of series that both of these teams are going to end up playing.
Yeah, one
and
each
every single
left.
Game matters. Obviously, Gen G again. Like, the points of the match did say they want to get a 2-0 here. They have a nice team composition in order to do it. And if we look at the map, I mean, we have some trades going on here. You can see Life and Ruler, they're pulling the bot wave back in towards them. Trundle's going to recall, start pathing towards the bottom right-hand side of the map. And this is actually really good lane manipulation. Whether it's happening intentionally or not, I'm not sure, because it does seem like it happens not that often in the LCK.
You never know.
Trundle's going to make his way down now to the right-hand side. Elise is going to go over to the golems. We might get a fight over the Scuttle Crab, and when I look at mid lane, Zoe did just come off of a recall. Azir is underneath his turret, so we'll see what Clid is going to try to do first. He spots Zoe with the Scryer. The camera may still be on Vista and Lehens, but everyone, all eyes on the minimap. That's where the real action's happening.
Oh, so much action as well. Look at this Roof Scuttler go down. Incredible stuff. Haru's going to be able to lock that one away. We're having a look at his stats versus Clid's. First blood percentage at 50% here for Haru. Very, very good. As Lehens moving up here on the bottom side. Rascal trading well here with Cuvée, though. And does have a level advantage after his teleport back to lane. Cuvée still holding onto that teleport, which is why I think he's behind a little bit on the experience. But with a big minion wave as well, he's going to be able to even that one out just fine. Speaking of evening things out, the CS margin is going to extend here for the Gnar. As BDD takes a cute little paddle star to the face. And is otherwise going to retain control as Rascal misses that Q.
Well, trying to trade here against the Aatrox. And Rascal should just be able to shove in this wave and then get a recall off, and the waves would just start coming back into him. Especially because this is the time where you know that Elise moves back towards the left-hand side, unless you assume that Haru would try to go for some sort of a sneak onto the Dragon solo, but that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Trundle does have the Predator Boots available to the jungle items. He's just going to keep going into power farming, and if you're Gen G, you're fine to have every lane just play ping pong. You're completely content on coasting into the mid game, waiting for things to unfold, and just continuing to let scaling happen. Vista has to use his cleanse.
Yeah, that's not good news. Graviton doing some work there for Rulers Aphelios. And Vista now down a summoner spell. They're on the bottom side of the map, but like you were saying, this is all aiming towards playing that ping pong. They're just getting their eye in, making sure their rackets are calibrated. Not that you have to calibrate a racket, you know what I mean. As Ruler over here, just clearing out minions. And if they keep doing this for the entire game, Gen G probably wins.
Looks like Gnar is going to pick up an Executioner's Calling here against the Aatrox, as well as a call. And I mean, this is very control-y itemization coming out from him. He just wants to try to win the sustain war and then take the call to sort of add salt to the wound, or just get himself a little bit of an extra kick.
Yep.
Trying to get towards that mid-game phase. Zoe with the Blasting Wand is peculiar. Has the Darksteel, has the Doran's Ring, as well as a Corrupting Potion. So, Build-A-Bear Workshop for Tempt also has the Stopwatch in the inventory, and this is going to mean that Azir at some points is just going to be a lot better. I mean, right now, for example, he has the Merc Treads up, lots of values against the Zoe as well as the Elise. And it looks like Clid might just steal this. No, not going to be there in time.
Yeah, Tempt is going to be able to lock that one down. That's the enemy blue buff, so good news. And does also have a bit of a CS advantage over BDD. Humble Life actually utilizing their extra tempo that they do have available to them to possibly go towards Drake, but they decide against it. Clid in the area, but isn't going to be going aggressive or anything like that. Towards being pinged out on the map here by Genji. And Tempt, he's picked up an Ignite, then has moved topside. As Genji just spot to see what's been going on here in the bottom lane.
And this is a very slow early game start. And just yeah, we're having some ping pong right now. We're having champions right click and left click each other. Ooh, here we go.
There is an ultimate in the bottom lane though, as Life straight up misses his. Ruler just throwing out chakrams left, right, and center. Fair bit of damage, but no one going to be dying just yet. But they get a flash out of Vista in a 1v1, which is bad news bears for the Kalista Taric.
Does continue to fall further behind. Vista at a pretty noticeable CS deficit right now. Now there is a giant minion wave that is waiting to come in. You can see Clid waiting on the horizon as Haru is actually about to come back down. Clid might have just started up the Mountain Dragon. He does. Now Zoe, very healthy in the mana department, seems to have priority also over the Azir, but the bot lane priority converting very nicely. Gnar just lost Mega.
And he's going to teleport in. Okay, this is going to guarantee the Drake for them. Cube's going to have to book it back towards the top side if he wants to retain the advantage that he has. Rascal shoved this one out. And the Gnar should get there. I think there was a cannon minion in that wave.
Rascal did not have teleport available in order to join the fray, and so they just end up backing off. And all things considered, it is really valuable for the Gnar as well as the Taric and whoever gets amplified later, but Mountain Dragon, beyond that, not going to have super effectiveness unless Elise ends up getting, like, I don't know, something Zanya's or whatnot. But there's a lot of mixed damage on the side of Genji. Tundral, obviously Subjugate deals quite a bit of magic. No one's going to be really itemizing any sort of MR. Azir, no one's going to really itemize against him either. 4 minutes until an Infernal Dragon comes up, and that could mean that we do get a Cloud Soul, Alex.
And that would be just the tail of the tape. So far today, it's been all about getting as many Cloud Souls as possible, as Ruler is looking to take down this turret if it doesn't get aggressive at him. And you can see, when you can stand right next to something, the DPS potential of this Crescendum is very, very high, as he's just eradicating all of the turret plates here. As you can see, Felio is a pretty good champion when it comes to DPS in a PvE scenario.
And I mean, honestly, the amount of time that it takes him to shred a turret is... It's just so fast. It's almost like it's 200 milliseconds or something. Which
and also,
really
it
just
kind
gives
of
credence to his 200 years. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it does mean that this Rift Herald is as not worth as possible. He's already taken down the turret. And the Rift Herald's only just spawning on the top side, as he's going to deny all of these minions in the bottom lane and actually going to walk up and try and get more damage onto this inner turret as he notices that nobody else is doing anything. Look at how far ahead he is. Cube is the highest gold on the enemy team, and he's is 1,000 gold ahead. It's insane.
Yeah. He is in a pretty good spot right now. He's trying to get a lot of chip damage onto that bot tier 2 turret, as Unreal Life, they're looking to try to actually just outright capture the Econ turret up here in top lane. And Ruler, he doesn't have enough damage to actually pursue this on his own accord. He's going to end up backing up here. Not going to actually take away the golem. Oh, they're staring at him. They look lucrative, don't they?
Yeah, they definitely do.
You wanted them.
And you can see, Tempt would have caught him out of position there. So well played by Ruler, as there's an Emperor's Divide to throw Vista back, and yeah, he's got nowhere to go. Filler goes up. Good night, sweet Vista. And BDD is going to be able to lock down that kill, go back home, see what he can pick up there, as I think Lost Chapter should at least be done at this point in time. And I think Lost Chapter into Nash's Tooth is my favorite build, as Tempt threw out a bubble for some reason. Not sure what that was about.
Outright be rushing Nashers, it seems. He picks up Stinger. And honestly, Vista, he probably felt like he was in like a really weird Jumanji game or something. So all of a sudden, Sand Soldiers and then a random conjured pillar out of nowhere, and didn't really have anywhere to go. Minute and a half until Infernal Dragon is going to be on the table. Azir, I'm not sure that he's going to be able to complete the Nashers by then. Doesn't have any turret plates in mid lane. And Lehens does have to flash away, though. They're getting a lot of pretty valuable summoners out of Hanwha Life leading up to this.
Yeah,
and remember,
no ability for
Rascal
Lehens to reposition outside of the Kalista ultimate as Cuvée doesn't find any boomerangs here, but they do get control of the mid lane. But Vista once again out of position, and this is just bullying on the side of Gen G as Haru's going to move on over. Subjugate still down onto Vista, as now Haru looking to try and explode Clid, but he's not going to be able to. Vista still has flash, actually. As this is going to be a dive on the wrong side of the map, which is very interesting. As you see Hanwha Life not wanting to push too far with the bottom lane rotating down and Rascal with teleport in hand. And this is what has to happen, right? Rascal's going to be able to take free farm on the top side because there's no teleport from Cuvée.
Yeah. He's able to remain up there, and there's still turret plates remaining. I don't think that Rascal's going to be able to chip away. Oh, he might. There's 12 seconds. He's in range. So we should be at the very least able to get one.
Ooh, 5 seconds to go.
Nah, he's got it.
One more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Okay.
Perfect.
Nice work, minions.
Does end up getting a nice little plate. And Gen G, so this is one of the closest points that Hanwha Life will ever actually have.
This is the moment where they need to get a lead, right?
Yes.
And already it's not going well. But they need to do something.
Yeah, Hanwha Life need to win this fight. Now they're going to get the Infernal.
That's a good start.
Yeah. Cloud coming up next is very unfortunate, though.
Yeah, and Rascal still in amongst this fight. He's going down very low. Has to flash. As you can see, Moonlight Vigil comes out, but it's a fantastic Fate Score to keep them alive. Cuvée will have the Mega Gnar up, but the Wallop is not going to land, and he's CC'd for 2 damn long. Emperor's Divide just before the Cosmic Radiance, but Lehens does get it. He eventually falls down as now Ruler. So much DPS potential, but it's only an Infernum. Doesn't have the Calibrum for the extra range, and Gen G will not close in. But still, a one-team fight for Gen G after giving away the Drake, and of course it's Cloud Soul again. God.
So, I know, just to foil your plan. So, Cloud Soul coming up is not going to be the most impactful. Now, take a look at this. Rascal with a forward teleport, not even looking for any sort of a flank or anything. He ends up almost getting trapped here by Hanwha Life. Temp not quite able to land the Paddle Star. Ruler almost able to bring down the Taric as Cuvée, he went in here in the Mega form, not able to find anything of value in a Mega Shurima shuffle that Vista wasn't a part of. Lots of value came out of that by BDD. He ended up going down, and then on our screen, a combined 400 parsecs. Okay, you know what, Atlas? Whatever.
What do you mean? You need to say something after that. Combine 400 parsecs with what?
I was just letting it take it away.
Oh, all right. Okay. You're supposed to say take it away if you want me to take it away, okay?
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, yeah. My apologies. Yeah, take it away.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't know what the parsecs have to do with it. Of course, it's the measurement of speed, right? Parsec speed? What? Light years is the distance, and then parsecs is the speed, right? That's how fast he did the Kessel run, right?
So it's a reference to 200. Yeah, whatever. You're leaving me out to dry here. This is why we're not holding hands anymore.
All right, take it away.
Okay, well, 3 minutes until the Cloud Dragon ends up coming up, and it's not super impactful for either of these teams that much. I mean, Trundle and Aatrox does benefit from the movement speed, but in terms of just ultimates, it's not really changing all that much. I mean, Taric, he's not an ult that you just immediately cast off cooldown or that you actively look to pursue. So that's the only super valuable one. Obviously, Gnar is gated by himself. Elise doesn't get really any value. Fate's Call on Kalista, again, super situational. On the flip side, for Gen G, there's not a whole lot going on there. Now, if you do get a 4 Cloud Dragon Aatrox, I guess you could maybe have World Enders that don't just rely on resets, depending on how long the team fights and skirmishes end up happening. But this is definitely a lull. So take it away, Alex.
All right. Well, Shirley is going to pop up here in the mid lane. She's going to charge this turret, most likely take it down as Rascal fighting up against Haru here. But Haru gets his burst out, and it's not enough to kill Rascal, who looks for the knockup, is going to be able to pick up the kill and get away in the end, as Gen.G will look for a reset after taking a turret and grabbing a kill and feeling really comfy on this map right now.
Oh. This is looking pretty good for Gen.G. They have about a 3,000 gold lead, even though they are down the Mountain and the Infernal Dragon. It's not the end of the world for them by any means. Knight's Vow picked up by Life as the first item, actually, on the Braum, and perhaps that's because he is intending to just have a very defensive approach to the team fights, not any sort of forward positional play, because Gen.G don't need to do that in order to engage. They have the Trundle with the Pillar, Aatrox to follow up and whatnot, and it's all about protecting the Aphelios and the Azir. So that's why that item ends up coming in. Death Dance gonna be next on the menu for Rascal. 45 seconds until Cloud Drake, and it feels like this game will go on another 15 minutes, almost regardless, because the outer tier 2 turrets are still really healthy for basically both of these teams, and you're gonna need 2 Barons, most likely to end, unless there's a really messy team fight that both teams consented to for no reason, with a good minion wave in close proximity.
Yeah, and I think Gen.G are the team that have some sort of way of sieging in this game. I don't think Callista's range is going to be enough to help her out there, and unless they're landing amazing bubbles on the side of Hanwha, it's going to be difficult. There's now 5 seconds to go. Cloud Soul point opportunity for Hanwha Life if they do lock this one down, as you see Vista thinking about starting this one up before anything happened, but Ruler has optimal weapons and is collecting himself some chakrams here as well. As Arbidity takes a bit of a chunk, and now Clid's going to make his way in. Lahen's not going to find the Dazzle as Rascal. Fantastic positioning on the flank. You can see Cuvée immediately closing in on him. He can Umbral Dash to get over this wall, though, and does have a Blast Cone to get himself to safety, and now has regrouped with his team. Tempt not going to find the Paddle Star, but does get the bubble onto Ruler. Exactly the target he was looking for, but the Cocoon goes wide. That's a Moonlight Vigil for some reason. Can't tell you exactly what that was doing. Is now Rascal looking for Tempt. No portal jump for the next few seconds. Is now Cuvée over to the side. Doesn't have much of a Narbar, but you can see Cosmic Radiance going to come in. There's the Flash Dazzle onto Life, but it's not really the team fight that they're looking for, as the Cosmic Radiance did nothing, and now Rascal able to dash over this wall. No one has died just yet. Haru at full health as the Zoe finally takes down Clid on that Trundle, and Gravitum has now been cycled through towards. Is now Cuvée throwing boulders, but I think this Narbar is just going to be waited out as Tempt not going to find anything. Teleport back in from Rascal, and they do want to try and battle this, because that's going to be a decent stun, but Cuvée back to Mini-Gnar, and it looks like this Drake is just going to be hand-shook, and Gen.G just walk away with 1 death.
And we talked about this way earlier on in the draft select, that this is around the time where this Hanwha Life team composition is peaking, all things considered. If you look at their items, the Gnar has the Black Cleaver. I guess him and Aatrox in this team fight in particular are pretty even. Elise has her max penetration that she's going to end up getting. She has Sword Pen plus Oblivion Orb. We take a look at this team fight, and it's just a lot of posturing. The Zoe is the obnoxious factor in this team fight, because she's such a nuisance, and there's not enough damage on the side of Gen.G to just take a straight-up team fight. Lahen ends up going in, has the Cosmic Radiance and whatnot, and Rascal, really close encounter right there in this team fight. He doesn't end up being able to be brought down as Tempt, really just showing us.
Yeah, he's always looked good.
Yeah. Zoe
especially in this team fight.
Pretty good at this stage, as they are 1 dragon now away from Cloud Soul.
Yeah, and they get themselves the teleport out of Rascal. They won't have that one for the next little while either. Cuvée still has his. Tempt has an unsealed spellbook and also a version of teleport available to him. And Cuvée looking to try and abuse this matchup as he continues on. He's down 20 CS, and there is a kill on Rascal, so he's pretty happy. And we'll see whether Clid can actually find something here onto Cuvee, who does hit Mega Gnar. My stream stalled for just a second there, but here's the subjugation, and this should just be a dead Cuvee as Rascal gets the nice knock-up and they close in onto him. Teleport comes down from 10th, but I don't know whether he necessarily wants this. Has ran out of buttons just a little bit. No knock-up to land there, though, as Tempt not going to be able to find the abilities onto Clid. The last auto attack is not enough, and if I was Tempt, I'd be straight up tilted after that.
Yeah, I would be pretty angry myself, Atlas, as it really did look like he was going to be able to at least kill Clid before being brought down himself. BDD going to come over now onto the Baron pit, clear out the control ward that was located inside of it. Vista is just so far behind in the CS department right now compared to Ruler, who is at 2 core items.
Yeah, 46 CS is not a deficit you want to be in, especially not when you're on the team that wants to be accelerating the game. And they're down 4,000 gold despite having Soul Point available, which is quite interesting.
And we just take a look at this. Cuvee randomly shoving in the bot lane, not respecting the ability to get collapsed on whatsoever. They drag Tempt into the mix. Poor Tempt. Exhaust ends up coming out. And right here, it did look like Tempt was going to be able to kill Clid. He gets the flash via the Zoe W, but still didn't have enough damage to actually end up killing the Trundle, so...
Not enough sparkles.
Yeah. Really unfortunate. Yeah. Elise looks like she's going to be itemizing Morello in order to just have as much damage as possible for the next upcoming team fight. Zoe, unsure what she's going to get. Death Stance on the Gnar. Atrox already has his completed. And from this point forward, this is where all of the future items and these item completions are going to start benefiting Gen G all around, because a lot of these champions now on the side of Hanwha Life, they're stuck. Once
they don't get better after those 2 items, really.
And Elise is also now going to be extremely low economy, so the Trundle is just going to become increasingly more valuable than her as the game continues to drag on.
Well, we'll see whether Gen G can win the next fight around the Drake. I think that's the next point where Hanwha are really going to try and fight for, because Cloud Soul might not be the best. However, it's something, and they need any advantages that they can find, because right now they're just bleeding out, and it does certainly feel like Gen G have them exactly where they want them. It's a Void Staff completed here for Tempt as far as his next item. And, you know, it is a power spike at item number 2, especially with the amount of Merc Treads that are coming in on the side of Gen G, 4 out of 5 in fact. So there is a fair bit of magic resist. So I guess you are going to get a fair bit of value out of that Void Staff, especially as we are cresting the 25-minute mark right now. Vista looking to try and take down this red buff as Clid comes on in, and he's going to... Oh no, good Ren timing there from Vista, a little bit early on the smite out of Clid. He has another charge though, as we have another 27 seconds before this Cloud Soul point going to be available for Hanwha. And I don't think they need to fight. I mean, yes, they want to get as strong as they possibly can, but also, I mean, it'll be Cloud Soul point again next time, and giving Gen G a Cloud Drake just really doesn't do anything. So they're not forced to fight, but they might do it anyway, because if they don't, then they're probably going to die to a different team fight, as this is not the one that they wanted. Flash out there from Haru, but now he's not going to be in amongst this particular battle. Tempt is landing some damage, though. That was a good paddle start onto both Rascal and to Clid. As Cuvee in Mega Gnar for the moment, but won't have it available, and we might be able to see Gen G fight around this. As now Rascal looking for Lahan's Fate's Call, gets him out to safety. No one to die just yet, but it's all posturing. As Hanwha regroup and now move on over to this Cloud Drake, but as I was saying, they recognize that they don't have to fight at this particular moment, and they're pinging onto the Baron to make sure that they claim some positional advantage.
Them starting the Baron right now would be really catastrophic if they would do something like that. It would be very akin to some of the super Baron throws that we've seen here in the last couple of weeks, as it does look like everyone's just going to take a bit of a breather.
Yeah, I mean, there's been too much action this game, so you can understand wanting just to calm down.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Take some time off. Yeah.
Kill every 3 minutes almost, so.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too exciting.
We really need to dial it back. I feel like we're approaching the 30-minute mark here. We should have maybe had 2 kills.
I think First Blood is more of a thing around 40 minutes.
Oh, okay.
That's where it's supposed to be. So I am a little bit disappointed that we've had such a bloody game, but that's okay. That's fine.
Was there ever a game 1 with no kills? That would be, I believe, the most pleasurable casting experience one could ever.
I think that's optimal League of Legends.
I don't know.
Just straight up killless. I think it has happened. I think maybe. I don't know. Actually, I can't confirm. I don't remember a game like that. However, I know games that have been very, very low on kills, like 1 kill, and then the game's over. The problem is that when you're at your enemy's nexus, generally they fight you. And, yeah, they don't just, like, sit on their fountain and die.
Okay.
So, it'd be a difficult feat, but maybe it is something that's happened.
All right, well, not expecting too many more kills in this game, as it does continue on, at least not over anything
I want to make a bet
random.
with you.
Okay.
How many kills in total do you think there will be when this game is over?
I think Genji will have 13.
I think it will be 3 to 11. That's what I think.
Okay. So Valdez already lost lunch to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're gonna go for dinner on this one.
All right. All right, I'm happy with that. We'll have to move our images back closer together, I think, at a particular point in time. What kind of dinner? We got steak dinner? I went to a lovely Italian place very recently.
Listen,
it was wonderful.
If you win, I'm going to take you to Kimbap Changguk, whatever you want.
Oh my god, no. I'm not going to Incheon? Are you kidding me?
For viewers that might not know, that's basically the cheapest restaurant in Korea.
Isn't that like right outside your house as well?
Oh, there's one on every corner. It's Kimbap Changguk.
Right. I actually quite like it personally, so I'd be okay with it to be honest. As Genji looking to try and clear out vision around the Baron. They do have a very fast Baron, as they have 3 items on Ruler, who's moving towards the Flame Horizon. Currently approaching 80 CS in the lead. As Genji just playing some defense, as Lahen's pretty far away from Vista right now, and he is just dead if he doesn't get a little bit closer, and he is. As that's going to be Ruler taking that one down. 7-2 is now QV looking to move on out. And I don't know why Genji aren't just going back to Baron, but they're not. Don't want to risk it. You need that Baron power play stat to be as high as possible, and they just thought maybe it's going to take a hit.
And I'm really, like, excited that you are aware of that fact, so that I didn't have to cover it just now. So, thank you so much for taking it away right there.
Hey, you're welcome. You know, that's what we do for each other. We take it away.
Not a big deal.
It's like all of the restaurants across the world.
Fantastic.
You can only take it away.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. That is good.
Not in Korea. We still go to restaurants, but there's been a lot of closures.
Oh, so many. I was on a bit of a stroll this morning to get coffee after LCS coach stream ended.
Sounds lovely.
I took a nap, and there were so many people outside.
Oh yeah. I was
because
like
all the trees and everything are they bloomed here. At least.
Yeah, it's really lovely, the cherry blossoms at the moment.
Yeah.
Just like this team fight may potentially be, as Life getting taken down to some form of health number, but it's not really that low. Clid throws down a pillar, and that says no to any potential team fight. That's not what we do here. We're a pacifist League of Legends league. As Haru taking a bit of damage, Ruler is terrifying if you're a Hanwha Life fan. And now we've got another available Cloud Soul here for Hanwha Life, as Rascal does have his Guardian Angel. Somehow that Paddle Star missed, as Genji once again pull back. And Vista is going to be the one to start off this dragon. Zombie Ward into this brush, and the longer Genji just wait in a phalanx, the more time there is for these Paddle Stars to fly through. As in goes the Aatrox. They do get the Cosmic Radiance down, as BDD somehow picks up the kill onto the Taric. The dragon fighting as well, as Life is going to go down. Vista with subjugation on him, but it's just the Drake that's going to be taken, and Genji are going to move on out. So Genji need to get 3 kills and then win the game for me to win the bet.
Yeah, that is that's what's going on here, as they are going to move over to the Baron, and you already know, Atlas, it's never going to happen that way. You know that 5 kills are going to happen.
Yeah, maybe 6. As Cuvée looking intent on throwing his life away. Yeah, he's going to flash, but there's the Emperor's Divide. BDD is going to be able to lock down this top laner pretty comfortably. And now, Gen G should have a chance of moving towards this Baron if they would like to. Rift Scuttler going to go down first, of course. Got to dot your T's and cross your I's. As this will go down very, very fast.
Yeah, Life making his way over. Kalista did try to shove in mid-wave, but this is going to be Gen G with the Baron. Almost 7,000 gold lead right now. They're sitting on so much gold. They're going to recall. Banshee's Veil going to come in for the Azir.
They really wanted to get over here to defend this turret, but they realized they don't have to. And everyone is going to go for that reset. It's the most Gen G situation. You've got them sitting there saying, I want to defend this, but then they decide not to. There's the cleanse out of Vista. Flash forward from Cleared. We'll get the flash out of Vista as well as Ruler does so much damage, guys. It is insane. Haru finds a cocoon. It does 0 of anything. And this is exactly what LS was talking about earlier on. And that is that Haru is a glorified siege minion, ready to be taken by Gen G.
His only purpose in these team fights now at this point is to press W and have the Runic Echo proc apply Graves Wounds. That is all that the Elise does, and it's always a very exciting and joyful viewing experience for me when I get to watch an Elise lose. No bias, of course.
No, of course not. It's just you're arachnophobic.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. Well, Rascal's having a good time here towards the top side of the map. He's going to take down this inner turret. The bottom lane is going to be pushed as well. And Gen G, this is just a real comfy day at the office. Sometimes things just go exactly as planned. And yeah, they're not getting pressured whatsoever. Tempt is doing his best to try and find some things, but that cocoon is going to go wide. They're going to take down this turret. They're going to look to try and find some sort of counter engage on the side of Han Lovett. Lahens decides he doesn't want to go in with the Fate's Call. And he has Cosmic Radiance available, but I mean, what does that matter at this particular stage? As Rascal is fighting against Cuvée, he will have Mega Gnar available as he jumps over the wall. This Gnar is going to be big, gets the stun as Rascal survives for a very long time, didn't have the GA anymore, and I am wrong with my prediction, as now Gen G are at a man disadvantage. Rascal 50 seconds until that teleport will be able to get him back to this fight. Oh, great Zhonya's there from Tempt to keep him alive as the Moonlight Vigil was in. But now Gen G are just chasing after Cuvée, and the Glacial Fissure goes completely wide. Maybe Gen G are going to use that as a reason to back away.
Yep, they are backing off right now. Didn't actually get the final Nexus turret, but kill score 4-3, and a almost 8,000 gold lead here for Gen G. They're probably going to end up resetting one last time.
Oh, is it going to be the last time?
I do believe it will be the last time.
Right.
Not one more time, that's like a Daft Punk song, but...
Yeah, we're not going to celebrate.
In this team fight, Rascal, he came in for a flank. They ended up popping the Tarek so early on. They turned their attention over to the Dragon. They get that for themselves. Cuvée, 1v1 against Rascal. I mean, I guess it's pretty nice when Rascal is whiffing on all of his Qs, and Cuvée smells blood in the jungle, hops over the wall, and that, honestly, this looks like War of the Monsters or something.
It was. It was a little bit Pacific Rim. Does he have the Pacific Rim skin, Rascal?
I
think he might have.
It's like Pacific Rim.
So that was like an actual Pacific Rim battle.
Yeah, it meets like Godzilla type thing.
Yeah. I like it. It's like new Godzilla with all the extra monsters.
Ooh, I haven't seen the new
I actually quite enjoyed it. As Moonlight Vigil goes entirely wide, Gen G used that as a reason to back away yet again. Narbog, pretty good spot here for Cuvée, but he gets electrocuted by BDD. And now the Phalanx has been reformed, and with another minion wave, it's going to be Gen G taking this one down. Double Gnar comes into the backline, but Cuvée just going to be taken down. Clit in trouble. He's going to die as well. And now, life is going to be sacrificed, but it's to the Ruler Gods, who's just doing so much damn damage. And now just flashing into the enemy team. They've been swept like a rug. And it is going to be the last remaining inhibitor taken down. This Nexus turret will also die, and Gen G will walk away with a very comfortable Game 1 win.
Yeah. They walk away from this. I am going to give my player of the game over to the Azir.
Me too.
I believe.
We got to make sure we keep Chovy on his toes. Because if BDD does pick this one up, then it's going to be him and Chovy sitting at 1,100 points for player of the game. The Aphelios was definitely good, but I don't know. I feel like Ruler just wandered up lanes, took a whole bunch of farm, got to 4 items, and then flashed forward in one team fight. Yep. And I don't know whether that's player of the game worthy. I think Life missed too many ultimates. I think Clid, he was Trundle. I think Rascal lost a 1v1 to a team that had a 8,000 gold disadvantage. So I think BDD is the only option this game.
I really feel like BDD is the only option as well, because if you remember, Ruler did whiff on a lot of his attempted engages as well.
Yeah, the ultimates did not land,
and mid-game. So BDD was pretty clutch, even though he did obviously die on that one Shurima shuffle. I think that he was the most consistent in that game, and overall most stable. And like you said, Clid, I mean, he was on Trundle, so
yeah,
not a whole lot happening there. But we'll see who does end up winning it. I like what you said about keeping Chovy on his toes, and Atlas does come to it, you know.
Oh yeah, I know what we're gonna do. Don't worry. The plan has been put in motion. It's already there. It's out there. It's in the world. There's no need to really think about it. As it was definitely a game of like, we want to stay in control from Gen G's side, but they did do it to a point where like, this is the most, I don't know, controlled win that we've seen for a very long time. Yes, it might look a little bit boring, but to be perfectly honest, I don't think anyone had any thought in their mind that Gen G were going to lose this series, and I think that's the sign of a truly great team, right? Is when you never give your opposition any ability to get any sort of answer. There was just no opportunity to do so in this game.
Yeah. It just basically, I mean, it played out early and mid almost as expected. Hanwha Life would have the brief edge until around the 18, 19, 20 minute mark. Then their team composition should expectedly start falling off of a cliff at that point, unless for some reason they're unholy ahead of their opponents. And Tempt, I mean, he tried as he might, but unfortunately, 200 years or 0.25 seconds, not enough to drag Hanwha Life across the finish line here in this game number 1. And this is going to mean that Gen G, they're going to move over now to the blue side in this series. And Hanwha Life, they're the creative team in the LCK. So staring down now, 0-1, do or die sort of a situation. And given what this means for the standings, if there's any sort of a super wacky team composition or ban phase that they think they could end up getting a super edge with, probably be a good idea to do it in the next game.
Well, let's see what they can do. As this was the last team fight. This was an example of, you know, a couple of kills going down, Cosmic Radiance being waited out, Life sacrificing himself, and then BDD just says, oh, the carpet looks a bit messy. Let's sweep it. And he did. As we're going to have a look at Ruler's perspective for this one.
디테일 봐줘, 강해요. 나를 여기. 나를 메가. 나 궁 1초. 카미 누구? 다음 턴에 가자. 메가나르 턴 살짝 조심. 방패 5초. 내가 여기 견제해줄게, 이거. 오케이, 견제되면 우리 메가나르 상관없을 것 같아. 안 들어가도 된다, 이거. 그냥 들어오는 거 기다려. 앞에. 나를. 오케이, 나를 마무리했고. 천천히 봐줘. 큐 1초. 칼리 노공이야. 칼리부터. 앞에부터. 앨리스 내려오는 봐줘. 칼리부터. 우리 앞에 봐줘. 나이스.
Oh my god.
렉이 엄청 심한데. 아까 핑 핑이 너무 올라가. 근데 너무 심하긴 해. 중간중간에 계속. 맨날 펜타각이래. 방금 펜타각이었는데. 그만해.
Were they talking about getting a penta like that whole team fight? They're like, where's my penta?
Well,
we have confirmation. Yes, that's what they were talking about. Can they get Ruler a penta? He's already got 2. He's so greedy.
Trying to get them. They are pretty rare nowadays. All things considered.
Haven't had too many in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And so apparently they said that was a penta angle, and then apparently someone said stop saying everything is a penta angle.
All right,
fantastic.
well,
it's a breath of fresh air. But ladies and gentlemen, I hope that we are going to have a game number 2 that can wake you guys up, because that was a bit of a snooze fest, and we'll see whether the action is going to really amplify as we get into a game number 2. Maybe it's going to be a Hanwha Life that are going to be reinvigorated after this loss and might be able to find themselves some success. But we'll have to find out after a 5-minute break.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 마지막으로 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여긴 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 맘껏 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋 새끼 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 나의 여가머신 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 푸동동작 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰롯동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 하다 현타 푸동동작 TFT 갤럭시 푸동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설등장 머신 팬츠 우주 푸동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 푸동동작
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대로 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 저 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas. I am joined by LS as Genji cruise towards a game number 2 with probably another advantage, I would say.
Yeah. They are going to probably go into this series, and again, it's hard for me to imagine a world where Hanwha Life somehow figure out a way to pull a rabbit out of a hat and win game number 2 here, because even in game number 1, when things were going their way, they just couldn't really manage to do anything with it, and Genji, like they've done many, many times throughout the split, remained pretty steadfast in their approach, eventually let the scaling come online for their team composition, and slowly but surely ended up edging out Hanwha Life in that game number 1. So we'll see who gets the player of the game for that first set, as and we're going to move into the ban pick, Atlas.
Do you want to know a fun stat? We do need to. I need to add a little bit of a preface here, as Kimball just alerted me to the lowest kill game, and it was between KSV and Rox Tigers. Of course, Genji, formerly KSV, and Hanwha Life, formerly Rox Tigers. So this is the optimal game, and this is the optimal player. BDD gonna join Chobi at 1,100 points here, as BDD was, yeah, he was great. There's really nothing to complain about this game.
Yeah, he had a lot of stuff going right for him, and like I was talking about at the end of the last game, he was the most stable. This was that super Shurima shuffle that hit everyone except for Vista. He did end up dying in it, but his legacy did live on, unlike Shurima, as Hanwha Life struggled to really find their footing very end of the game, but Atlas, you do know what this means. It means that we have to execute
Order 66?
Operation PC.
Okay, what does that mean?
Protect Chobi.
Aha! All right, so now, who's getting it?
Not BDD. Never again.
All right, we'll give it to Glib. And then if people say, well, it's obviously BDD, we're like, but I mean, they look like brothers. I guess we just chose the wrong, like that. As there were a couple of votes over to Ruler. This is something that I was somewhat assuming based on where the observers went in their highlights, and you can see Jonas Strong voted for Ruler, so you saw what he was thinking. But BDD certainly deserving it. And we are going to have a substitution here, as Tempt is out and Lava is coming into that mid lane.
Lava coming in, and Lava's been sort of all around so far here a little bit, as originally he was slated to play AD carry. Now he's coming back out here as a substitution in this match against Genji to play mid, and this is going to be do or die for them. And I wonder what Lava maybe has in store, why they would be swapping out Tempt, because it felt like Tempt was actually the best performing player in game number 1.
Absolutely. He might have, it might have taken a bit of a hit to his mentality, though, perhaps. Maybe this is like, I'm too frustrated, please allow, Lava to come in and see what he can do. That might be where their heads are at. Otherwise, I don't really understand why you would sub him out. As here we are in the ban and pick for game number 2. Genji on our blue side now, wondering what their first pick options are going to be. I really liked what Hanwha did with the first pick Taric. It just didn't quite work out in the end.
Well, see if Genji now can manage to get their hands on the Kalista, as Aphelios and Senna do bite the dust here in game 1.
Yep, Vista a pretty good Senna player, and Aphelios player, actually. So, not going to see either of them, as Set is going to be banned here on the blue side by Genji. Life thinking about where they want to go, as Callista is going to be taken off the board, and I would assume something like a Varus might come in here. We'll just have to see.
Set being taken off the table as well. And really, I mean, there's still champion picks like Ornn that are still up and available. Yuumi getting banned away, so perhaps thinking that maybe Hanwha Life would try to do something like Ezreal Yuumi, perhaps, or Misfortune Yuumi.
Also just banning it away from Lehens because he's good at the champion. Genji going to find the Varus button most likely here, as the other 3 AD carries that certainly have picked up the limelight have been taken away. Genji can be flexible though, as they do have Ruler, who's a very good Ezreal player, good Misfortune player, so not too worried about where the AD carry pool is going to be going, and for that reason they're going to pick up the Jarvan instead.
Well, we'll see if they pair it with Rumble or anything of that nature. As Hanwha Life, they're hovering the Varus right now. We'll see if they do end up locking it in. Could just be 80 jungle. That is the standard response on R1, R2. And Rek'Sai is a peculiar pick.
That is Lava gunning for a Zoe pickup here. Genji, I think, almost need to pick up AD carry and Zoe, but it is going to be the Ornn instead. And it might be that Ruler's champion pool is going to get hit, but Hanwha Life are definitely going to pick Zoe next. I feel like Rek'Sai Zoe is just too strong. Not to take away, right?
Well, we'll see if they do want to take it. I mean, it would be a nice spot for it. They might do something. Okay, well, they pick the MF, and the AD carry champion pool is actually still pretty healthy. You had the Misfortune, you had the Ezreal still available. Other less traditional AD carries that are still also, able to be picked up, like Ashe and whatnot, are still there. So it's pretty hard to pinch. But looks like Zoe is not going to come through. Hanwha Life now probably going to ban it away, given that Zoe, when piloted correctly, is actually favored against the LeBlanc in isolation. And Genji's team composition is just really scary right now. They're actually, Hanwha Life, banning away the Galio. Genji, they have to decide what kind of bans they want to do. Probably should just be focused at, well, okay, there's the Sylas. We're going to say top side to just ensure protection of the Ornn. Another ban that they could end up doing would be Gangplank, but the thing here is,
let's be real.
It could also be Aatrox. You don't really care if Cuvée gets his hands on a mechanically intensive champion that has to be Ornn, because it's just not going to happen.
Although his Sylas was impressive in one of his games, so I like the respect ban. Taric is going to be taken away here just to make sure that Lehens is going to be as uncomfortable as possible. And we'll see what is actually going to be opted in for here. Varus and the Braum looking very standard, as Nautilus is going to come out here paired with, I hope, something like a Kassadin. What do you think?
Well, I do think that I would really like a mage support down in bottom.
Ooh,
as
the Zoe is going to be picked.
She is being hovered. And a mate that's not, I mean,
pseudo
it's
mage.
It's
pseudo
fine.
mage engage.
Great.
Rakan has a Q, remember? The Gleaming Quill.
Ooh, Kale.
Okay. Oh,
So
there's the Kale.
Here's the thing, Kale. Honestly, I was never expecting this in a million years. But the Kale's coming in, but she's off theme with the LeBlanc. She's off theme with, well, I don't want to say that she's inherently off theme with the Rek'Sai. She's just very out of place with the rest of her teammates. There's no way for Kale to reliably auto-attack this Genji team composition if a fight actually breaks out, because LeBlanc is going to be trying to do smoke and mirror stuff. Zoe is going to be making everyone run for their hills. Varus, I can't imagine that he would be lethality. And so it's really hard for Hanwha Life to actually go close quarter combat. And even if the Kale outscales Ornn, in a vacuum, I don't think it's the best kind of a pick here. And so it's really interesting to see them try it.
I think it's exactly what you're saying. I think it was picked in a vacuum to try and win out the lane in some theoretical way. but I think you're right with the fact that it doesn't necessarily fit. It does have like the invulnerability, that sort of thing might actually be important moving into this game. You can of course protect yourself against Zoe bubbles and stuff like that. If the paddle star's coming in, then you just put the ultimate down, but you don't want to be using it defensively. You want to get some damage out. So yeah, a little bit of a wonky draft here from Hanwha, but if they get ahead, I mean, my God, they are going to be able to snowball. It's just against Genji's comp that looks so standard and rock solid. It's going to be a tough ask here for Hanwha.
Well, we'll see what they can manage to do with it here in game number 2, because it's going to be pretty do or die. And this time, Hanwha Life don't have the early and mid game bridge that they're going to be able to rely on in terms of their team composition. It's going to be a much harder ask for them to somehow go toe-to-toe with Genji here.
Yeah, going to be a tough game, but it all has to come out on the Rift, guys. You are going to be treated to the B2D. Zoe, oh, I'm scared. I mean, the PC might be tough this game because B2D Zoe is very impressive and often does flashy plays. So, I don't know, man. This could be dicey.
Well, Zoe is clearly getting her exercise on. And, you know, LeBlanc, I mean, likewise, she carries around that staff all day long, and you really have to imagine that she is definitely in shape.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Even Ornn, he might look like a portly gentleman, but he waddles a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that forge doesn't fire up itself. I'll tell you that
true.
much.
Mm-hmm. And you know that Life is, of course, a definite gym junkie.
Right. I mean, his appearance right now, it might look like he's donning some silk or something along that lines, but it's actually secretly chainmail. So
yeah, I like it.
You know,
not a bad win rate. 88% on this Rakan. Looking to move it to a perfect 90 with a win here. Wouldn't be too bad, as Vista going to take a double up to the face. Not exactly optimal.
We take a look at all of the runes across the board. And BDD is sinning a little bit with the Scorch on the Zoe. Not going to take the Gathering Storm, even though, obviously, when you're drafting Ornn, you have MF or Khan, etc., you're not thinking about just inherently winning early.
No,
it does have it in the laning phase with the Aerie, so lots of poke able to come out in that regard. Also, Cleanse versus the Ignite, so Lava not going to have the teleport. And all the pressure this game on the side of Hanwha Life, it's inside of the Kayle. First dragon of the game is Infernal, which, you know what that means, Alice. We could just potentially get another Cloud Soul. Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%. There is no doubt in my mind that is happening. Yeah. It's going to go Mountain into Cloud. As we're going to hear from B2D, heading straight to finals is not our goal. Our goal is to improve our performance and win LCK. I like it. Not aiming for the first place necessarily. And I actually think that that's okay. I mean, oftentimes our teams that are first place in the regular season don't actually win because they don't get to play the game on a stage like this for a really long time. Because you're waiting until the finals before you get to play again. So it's interesting sort of how the mindsets can go as Clid is looking for Vista, goes inside the wall for a moment, as Vista is going to flash and use his barrier in order to escape. So successful gank already here for Clid's Jarvan.
Does manage to get a lot of value down in bot lane. Haru going to respond by taking the right-hand side scuttle crab. Clid going to start up the golem camp. And
pretty good win rate so far on this Jarvan, as you can see.
I mean, we were here when Clid did lose.
Yeah, that was to DRX, right?
Yeah. So that did end up happening. First pick here for Haru, first pick here for Cube. It's been a very long time since we have seen Kayle have much success.
I think last I saw of the Kayle was like Nogari playing it at Worlds or something like that.
Or yeah, Worlds was when Kayle was also getting picked.
Interesting. Gonna have a look at Clid going back home again. He's gonna look to clear his top side, maybe move towards the Rift Scuttler. See what he can do there, as now it's gonna be Haru's turn down towards the bottom side. This minion wave being dealt with, but Rule a bit frustrated with the amount of minions that he's actually been able to take down. You can see the Vista is going towards the more attack speed based variant of this Varus. We'll see how many auto attacks he can actually get down in a team fight. As Hanwha in a fair bit of control, but nothing really to worry about as far as bottom lane pressure is concerned if you're a Gen G fan.
In 10 seconds until the Infernal Dragon will end up spawning. It shouldn't be on either person's agenda right away. Clid, in this team composition, able to function on lower economy than the Rek'Sai. The Rek'Sai needs to remain more relevant than the Jarvan at the later stages because, again, so much pressure on the Kayle in the later stages of this game to carry. So Rek'Sai needs to have econ, needs to have some sort of value in the early and mid stages of the game, because otherwise it's going to end up being very, very similar to the Elise. And when that ends up happening, things do just get a bit rough. As
Lehen's holding the wave. There's the grand entrance. Bit of damage will come down, but unbreakable. One hell of an ability there for Lehen's, but still loses half of his health bar. His Vista is going to turn up again. Has his Berserker's Greaves now. With the extra movement speed out of the way of the Rakan.
And Rascal up here, level 6, doing a really good job, at least in the CS department, but lane is sort of occurring the way that one would expect. You can see Ruler and Life, they wanted to recall, but the wave didn't crash smoothly. Or maybe this was all actually just, they were feigning it.
A cunning ruse.
Yeah, there it is. That's exactly what's happening. As they're really low on mana. Now, they are standing pretty close to Hanwha Life, and you have to know this is coming, because Haru, Lava, making their way over. Cube doesn't have teleport. This is, okay, well.
Well, as an unbreakable, it's pretty good ability, as Lehen's is going to move all the way out of here. Exhaust comes down as the Varus is going to be taken. Lehen's going to flash. Should be able to keep himself alive there, as Life did a great job making sure that he tanked everything up. Held the exhaust there for Lava as well. I believe it was the hijacked one, but somehow is going to fall down there. He was very, very low, but I thought he made it out. As First Blood does go over to Gen G, but Hanwha Life do trade back pretty nicely, and Cube given a whole lot of space on the top side. That is not how Gen G wanted that to go.
No, that dive was not as ideal for Gen G as they probably could have hoped for. BDD just going for a trade here, utilizing that Ignite before it would end up running out. Also has another parcel to end up picking up here off that minion. Honestly, Zoe is really rude when you think about it. You know, she kills the minion in order to steal away their balloon.
Yeah.
And reminds me of Pennywise, but
reminds me of Mario Kart.
Yeah, that too. So Rascal gets his all interrupted life, whiffs on the knockup, and that's really bad because in a world where you 1-2 punch Lehen's and Vista, you then have another minion wave, you're going to convert into a lot of turret plates. Ignite, the damage can't be stopped. Yeah, by exhaust, cannot be reduced, and so Ignite damage comes out, deals true, and I wasn't paying attention to see if Life had refillable potions that maybe he just wasn't activating, because that happens a lot. People forget to spam the potions, but perhaps just didn't actually have any available. At the end of the day, Gen G, they're ahead ever so slightly in the gold department, but Kayle up there in the top lane is getting to coast for free. And I think Kayle is building, well, we'll have to see if it's going to be Blade of the Ruin King, which would be, the interaction is once she goes range, it would lose the new changed value that it has.
I think Gunblade is still a good item on the Kayle.
Gunblade into Nashers.
Yeah, likely to be where Cube is going to go, but we'll have to see. We'll see where he fits the Rage Blade into the build as well. Certainly a favorite on the Kayle. But Hanwha Life are going to start off this Infernal Drake. It's going down relatively slowly as Rek'Sai does finally make her way over. And they will be able to lock this one down. So Gen G losing out on the first Drake, much like they did in game number 1, sacrificing any sort of Drake take that time around as well. As you can see, Cube up here towards the top side, just going to get burnt down a little bit, but able to trade back very nicely there as the turret. Okay, Rascal might be in trouble here as he'll have Searing Charge available relatively soon, but not just yet, as Clid coming on over. Cube having a good time up here on the top side as this Kayle, and does have the ultimate just lying in wait in case anything goes wrong. BDD roaming over the top of a control ward as there's the Ornhorn. and the flash comes out from Cuvee. Make sure he stays alive.
And Zoe not going to be able to do anything. Not a sizable enough minion wave. Cuvee way too healthy. Bubble would end up landing, and then before Cuvee would go to sleep, would just cast the Kale ultimate. No damage would be able to be followed up, and pretty hard to kill the Kale at that point. So, Humble Life, they have the Infernal Dragon right now. Mountain's coming up second, which is a nice
I already told you what's happening.
Oh, okay.
There's the ultimate out of Vista, lands max range, but Ruler is going to flash, but concussive blows are going to come in, and he's unable to cleanse in time as Lava turns up as well, and that should be a dead life down here on the bottom side as double kill comes through. 3-0-0 here for Lava in his debut game of the series, and certainly giving us an idea as to why he was subbed in. His LeBlanc's always been pretty good, but he's having a standout performance so far this game.
No, he's having a really good game here. 3 kills already on the LeBlanc. Keeping up in, well, actually even ahead in the CS department by exactly 1.
Yeah.
As this LeBlanc is pretty massive right now. So the wave down in bottom, it was coming into Ruler and Life, but they're so far up inside of the lane. You know that your Zoe had just ended up rotating to top lane, failing to secure anything. So Lava crashed in the wave in mid. There was no vision.
당장은 힘들어요, 형. 오케이, 그냥 이러면 빨리 밀고 빠져. 바텀 지금부터 싸우면 좋은데. 지금부터 쌍각 봐봐.
Go fight now, go fight now.
노플이다. 쌍각 봐. 잡을 것 같아. 잡았어.
I got her.
아, 괜찮아. 형이 잡았어.
It's okay,
노플. 렛츠 기어리. 조이 집이야.
Did they say get it?
집중.
I don't know what that was saying. Yeah.
I assume it was get it because they've been watching a lot of What's Up Man. Have you watched What's Up Man before?
No.
It's like a Korean, I don't know, like a variety show type thing, where this like ex K-pop star goes around and like just does stuff.
Okay.
It's cool.
Great. Thank you for that, Alice. As Rift Herald.
You're welcome.
Up here in top lane. 2 minutes until Mountain will be on the menu. Rascal actually did not cancel the knockup with a Bella's Breath.
He's holding on to that one.
Gonna get all the turret plates up here. Also trying to get first turret of the game. Orn Ram does not actually clear out the minion wave, contrary to many people's beliefs. Does not deal that much damage to the minions. So minions do all go down. Haru is gonna take another hit. And Cuvee up here just continuing to scale for free. Bilgewater Cutlass already complete. Gonna be Hextech Revolver next. As you can see, Rascal moving underneath this turret. Now he doesn't have his ultimate available. Cast his Q a bit early, although he does have W max. And so he will, okay, missed one. So I'm not impressed.
Yeah.
Take it away, Atlas.
Yeah, that's a whoopsie. I will happily take it away. As Life is going to be able to take down this control ward. As you can see, Genji actually falling behind when it comes to the gold. It's all about Lava. This guy has now the mid game to take control of, and he's beaten BDD towards the Luden's Echo, and is now put him in the chain, but not going to let that one proc as the bubble was headed his way, and decided to go back on that distortion. But Genji probably still not too worried about how this game is going. They're waiting for those ornaments to come in, waiting for Ruler to have control of this game as the chains do go wide. And Lava is still able to win out on these fights. BDD in trouble, does have the cleanse and the flash. Distortion not going to register the damage as the Ignite is going to tick down and not actually pick up the kill. So close, but no cigar there.
Yep, BDD did use the cleanse and the flash. Tried to use the cleanse, I think, initially for the Nimbus Cloak. And now at the end of this, going to end up resetting. Lava not going to be able to reset, though. So BDD, even though he doesn't have the Luden's Echo coming off of this reset, Mountain Dragon is in 10 seconds. Rascal does not have teleport available for it. Rascal does have teleport available for it, as does Cuvee. And a bit of Build-A-Rare Workshop up there on Rascal. Probably going to be the Abyssal Mask first.
Yeah, we'll see when he can build that one.
Yeah.
He's going back home now. We'll have that teleport available like you were talking about, and Genji do want to clear out this vision around the Mountain Drake that I believe may have been started. No, not quite yet. As Ruler going to be taking the bottom Krug camp. Clidden Life over here will get rid of this last remaining control ward towards the top side of the river, and Genji have managed to turn around all the vision control that Hanwha Life had for themselves. Ruler will turn up, and now Gen G trying to get into position as Life going to find the grand entrance onto Lava. Bullet time does come in as there's the kill. BDD locks that one down. The Drake's still being fought as Lahen's going to go down to clear. And now this is a big one. The Dragon is taken there by Hanwha Life. That's good news, but they're going to lose out on this team fight very, very, very much. As Haru not going to get hit by the bubble, but the blue buff will be stolen, and Gen G are going to continue their aggression as they go forward underneath this turret.
Yep.
Cuvée does have ultimate still available, but there are 5 members of Gen G now just waiting for this minion wave. They're going to pile this one up, and now Cuvée trying to get as much DPS down as he possibly can. Searing Charge lying in wait to try and get that extra bit of CC.
And you can see Braum trying to run down as fast as he can, but look at all that damage!
Yeah, exactly. Cuvée pops the ultimate on himself as now Haru is in here. The first kill will go down, but only 2 of them picked up before he dies. Now Lahen's is going to jump on in as BDD gets his gun out, and he's going to shoot the Braum to make sure he doesn't turn up, but there's the ulti out of Haru. That's going to lock down 2. Can it be 3? As he gets the knock up onto Clid, he'll be stunned as Lava jumps on over. Clid's going to taxi to him, but that's going to be the ace, and Hanwha turn it all around. That dive, not what you wanted.
No, they tried to dive the Kayle. They did it in a really sloppy manner. So we take a look at this team fight here, and Lava, he tries to go in and burst life, and honestly, in a different world, he absolutely does get away with it. But really big shutdown being given over. Clid follows over, ends up killing the Braum. The Dragon reset, but didn't regen enough HP to interrupt the capture of it. Vista goes down immediately thereafter, and then we cut to this dive, which was, honestly, it was pretty donkalicious. So the minion wave never ends up going in. They go on to the Kayle, but Ruler, having flash, just gets sat on by Kayle, and everyone just ends up going down. It ends up being an ace in the favor of Hanwha Life, and a really catastrophic series of events because Kayle got so much gold in this whole sequence.
Yeah.
And Kayle is, I mean, even if she is off theme in the later stages, this LeBlanc is massive. Kayle, level 12 now. Things are getting more and more problematic. It's a 2,500 gold lead for Hanwha Life. Ocean coming up next. I mean, it's a perfect dragon roll for Hanwha Life. We'll see what they can manage to do with that. I mean, the ornaments will help in mitigating some of the advantage that Hanwha Life has right now, but things are going to really need to turn around because otherwise, looks like Hanwha are in a pretty comfortable position.
Yeah, really prime. 2,500 gold is going to be the lead here. As, yeah, has the Stinger available, moving towards the Nashers like you were talking about. And Gen G are going to need a whole lot more ornaments this game than what they were probably expecting to need as they were going into this, because game number 1 was a wash almost from the draft for Gen G based on how their early game went. And we've got a tower falling down on the top side. I think this was Shirley's doing. So we're having a look at the total gold. It's not a blowout. It's not over yet or anything like that, as Gen G will take down the bottom outer. Life going to move on in here as the chains do connect. Grand Entrance gets Life over the edge, who had the cleanse from the Unsealed Spellbook. Now going to get back his exhaust. And Shirley pops up in the mid lane. She wasn't actually utilized topside at all, as that whole minion wave is going to go begging. And Hanwha Life are snowballing this really, really nicely, as Shirley will get a second charge onto this inner turret.
Yeah. Ends up almost being able to raise it even, as that turret is 1 auto attack away from death. So it'll be a nice pickup for Hanwha Life next time they're able to just get around to auto attacking it or even breathing on it at that point. Should just manage to fall over, but there is still standing turret gold for Gen G to pick up pretty easily as, okay.
Yeah,
the
Lava is scary.
Yeah. Lava, nice. 50 seconds until Ocean. And Kayle, not sure if she will have the Nashers complete. Recalls into a Fiendish Codex, so that should put Kayle actually at around 3 minutes away, most likely, from Nashers completion. So this is potentially going to be the closest that Gen G are in terms of core item completion. And even though Hanwha Life have more gold, in terms of on-field battle presence, Gen G aren't that far behind by any means.
They're not too worried about it. but they're still going to have to win a team fight here. And they do have tools, right? They have the Ornn. They have the Rakan, both of them being fantastic as far as setting up team fights. And Ruler, if he gets good bullet time, will be able to change the face of this. Just have to see what BDD can do as far as getting the bubbles in order, landing them on the key targets, and taking someone out of this fight early. As the Ocean Drake is now live. Genji would love to just start stacking up Ocean Drakes. And Hanwha, they'd love to just get themselves towards an Ocean Soul at potentially 30 minutes into this game. But right now, Genji moved back over towards the top side. And oh, there's the fight. Ornhorn comes down. Cube has to ult himself instantly. As now Ruler in trouble. Vista's going to be able to lock down that kill as Cube is already back up to half health. And now Lehens is flashing after Genji. This is not the fight that Genji were looking for as they take the blast cone to get to relative safety. But Ruler being eradicated instantly means that this should be a free soul point for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, this is absolutely going to be a soul point, and that was, I mean, I didn't know Leroy Jenkins.
That was a choice you could make.
That was absolutely a choice that Clid did not need to make. I have no idea why. So many times teams will do this. They don't recognize that the opponent's team composition can't come into them. That was the thing that we outlined even inside of the draft, is that it's very difficult for the LeBlanc, Varus, Rek'Sai, and Kayle to kite inwards towards Genji. So Zoe should be the one always trying to start up the team fight just via the bubbles. And if she misses, that's okay. Wait a couple of seconds, throw another one over and over and over. If Hanwha Life get impatient and try to jump into you, then your Ornn ultimate is going to be activated and whatnot. This was donkalicious all around, because Clid, he goes in for an engage and he baits his whole team into death. It really was Leroy Jenkins. And I mean, Jarvan probably was talented, you know?
Yeah, Leroy Jarvankins.
I love it.
Yeah, that is. Look, I don't know whether I'll use that as my. It's not the best one. As Haru's going to die. He's going to go into his stopwatch just to waste some time, and use his ultimate to waste some more time, and then die. And now Lehens, he's probably going to be all right. He's regenning with his Ocean Dragon for now. 3.5 minutes. It's not like Genji can go towards a Baron or anything like that. So no harm, no foul, really. But Haru can't be getting caught out of position like that.
Shutdown available on the Kayle as well. That should be a high priority target. Rascal almost going to be level 13. He will get his ornament upgrades.
Cube is a big boy.
What
He's
item?
quite scary.
Yeah. Could end up getting at this point. Even picking up Bramble Vest really does help for either Jarvan or Ornn in these team fights, because of the Kayle and the Varus.
Not to mention the fact that Kayle will pick up the Grievous Wounds from a Bramble Vest just by hitting stuff sort of inherently, with the fact that you do sort of that AoE damage. So I don't mind that at all. Currently, Genji are sitting 3,000 gold behind, though, and Hanwha Life are just traveling in this game very, very nicely. That conversation about scaling that we have so often you look at a team and it's like, does it have Ornn? Well, they're the scaling team. But now with a Kayle on the roster, as well as a DPS Varus that does scale very well into the late game as far as DPS potential, not to mention Lava being a step ahead of where a LeBlanc could be at this stage of the game, certainly does bode well here for Hanwha. As we're going to go into sepia mode for a moment. Not entirely sure what this is. We will get word from our producer as to what's going on here. And I had a bit of a stream stall, which was pretty odd. As we're sitting at, like, what's happening? Are we okay? Are you still there?
I'm not here. This is an automated recording.
Oh. Okay. Hey, automated recording. How are you?
Please connect your Amazon Prime account.
As we go back, yeah. So we were just sitting on that pause screen for like the longest of times, and I was like really scared that like maybe LOL Park had like just completely gone dark or something like that. I don't know. Thankfully, it seems like we're fine. Haven't heard from our producer or the back room just yet as to what's been going on. But yeah, just a little bit of a pause. A bit of a ping issue from Lava, I think, is what we're getting word on. So we'll just make sure that we sort his internet out and then get back into this game.
Well, it does give us a bit of an opportunity here to have the most important part of the broadcast, the Pog State.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been a while.
It has. We did film a new episode on Saturday, guys. That should be coming out just before Wednesday's games.
Oh, 2 days.
Yeah, and we did some predicting. And I think we actually predicted perfectly so far. I know we predicted an APK 2-1, and that came through.
DRX, we said 2-0, I think.
I think you might be right.
Unfortunate.
So they're going to be down a point. I didn't actually keep my notepad where I wrote everything down, so I won't be able to go and check. But I think so far things are looking pretty similar to what we were expecting.
Yeah.
As we're moving into what will be our final 2 days coming up after this. I can't believe the regular season's almost over already. It's insane.
I know.
Phew. Time flies when you're having fun or when you're social distancing.
There is a total of 6 casting days left. That's it.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What do you mean? As in, like, so we've got 2 and then 4 days of playoffs?
2 spring, and then we have wild card.
Yeah.
And playoff round 1.
Yeah.
Playoff round 2, and then finals.
That's true. And then we have the promotion tournament.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
So we will have that as well. And then we'll be going straight into summer, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we go into I don't know if start dates have actually. I know that there was the rumored start date, right? It was at the end of May or something. Summer was supposed to actually start up really fast, but I don't know if that's still confirmed.
Yeah, not entirely sure what that is going to be. Nor do we have word on what's happening with MSI either, so we're pretty useless when it comes to all of the extra information. What I'm hoping for, LS, is that we have Ejim in time for summer. That's what I want. I want him to be able to escape the country. He's that guy that's trapped in Australia.
Yeah,
dude.
I haven't heard of him, since...
yeah, well, I mean...
Honestly, a bit of a rough
Is he a
time.
myth?
He might actually just be a myth. Maybe eGym stands for, like, online gym. It was all just a ploy.
And I know they're all shut. Like, let's be real. You can't go to the gym. Not here in Korea until the 21st of April. And then gyms come back online again. That's how it's working. So, online gym. Oh, my goodness. I hope he can turn up. We'll do our very best. We're still, like... I'm like always looking for updates. I'm like, what's the Egypt updates? Like, there's no flights ever. You can't get him out of the damn country. Ah!
That is, and it feels like we are in a massive bubble here in Korea because life is real. I mean, I stay inside pretty much all the time. Okay, the sun is a natural enemy, but
yeah,
whenever I do venture out into IRL. There does seem to be a lot of NPCs out and about, and it's almost like nothing is really being affected here. I mean, everyone does have masks on, but
I mean, everyone had masks on anyway a lot of the time because of the fine dust in the air and the pollution.
The server
and stuff.
pop is just it's booming, it's flourishing.
It's insane. And have you experienced the ping? It's extraordinary. It's like it's 0 or something. It's insane. I can't believe IRL is like a crazy game, dude. I don't understand how like, and all of the mechanics, like the engine must be like just unbelievable as far as like how well it runs. It's like it's fully like the physics engine, just nuts.
It really is.
Yeah, fall on your knees and it hurts. It's just crazy. We are going to resume very soon. I want to continue this conversation about IRL though. I recently bought a new pair of rollerblades.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, the game
I'm really excited to. Yeah. Oh, dang it. We were having a Pog State moment.
We were having a Pog State moment. Unfortunately, this is not Forbidden Love. You might have heard of that one.
Yeah, I did hear of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't talk about it. It's forbidden.
You were definitely taking it away a lot. There was a lot of taking it away. You guys were saying take it away so much. You even started telling me to take it away, and I wasn't even on the broadcast. It was too much taking it away.
You were in the chat.
I was in the chat, and I also said in our Discord chat that I can possibly come in and take it away if you need me to, because I was getting too triggered. I was not required in the end, though. Thankfully, you and BV did a great job. Good old Bronze 5, just really smashing the commentary these days.
Yeah.
As he's also been doing some social distancing, and the best thing you can do there is to buy a cat, and that's what he did. Nailed it. Hopefully you guys have checked out Charlie's Twitter. It is adorable. His cat Charlie is very, very cute. As we are going to check out the game state just for a little bit. It's about 2,000 gold the lead here for Hanwha, but they are still on Soul Point. That is going to be very important for them moving further forward into this game. Gen.G want to do everything that they can to try and deny that Dragon Soul. And 1 minute, Hanwha Life, you can see, just coming off a reset, as QV will find some damage here on to Cleared. And this Kayle is getting scarier and scarier.
Yeah, she is currently level 14, so not at the 16 mark just yet. But you can see also, Ornn is so close to level 14. I think if he comes into mid and absorbs some of the XP, he'll ding 14 and then give Molten Edge over to Ruler in this team fight. And all things considered, the ornaments plus Molten Edge, no, he's not actually going to be able to get it. I think that he is quite literally 1 minion away. And the fact that they're not prioritizing this, they didn't wait to eat the minion wave in order just to give that to him is so surprising, because it would have cost nothing.
Very weird. We're looking for some poke, though. As you can see, the AoE damage out of this Kayle is really starting to hurt. As Make It Rain comes down, Hanwha Life a little bit split, as we've got 6 seconds until this Drake is going to spawn. Life just looking for any vision.
Flip? Oh,
they may potentially do so. They're going to start this one off already as Lava in over to the side. They do find out Life, who does get over the wall here with the grand entrance, but the Chains of Corruption will land. Cleared, looking to pick it up, and he does so as the Rek'Sai is taken down. Now it's a 4v5 as somehow Gen.G finding the team fight they're looking for. A disengage ultimate, but the Unbreakable is fantastic as now Lava dives on in. Sacrifices most of his health bar there as Gen.G looking for the Paddle Stars. Life needs to get out as Rascal is not going to be so lucky. And Cleared has been able to flash away. Yeah, the Cataclysm is the baby cage that they're all put inside as Lehends. His value has been unspeakable this game so far. Teleport to come back in here from Life. And now it's going to continue to be this 4v4 with 26 seconds on the clock before Rascal can teleport right back in.
Yep. And so they are just, yeah, we're gonna take it away. We're gonna go back, and now Varus is gonna be busy shoving in mid lane, and that was a really close call, because if Rek'Sai, there is a world where Hanwha Life just win the game right here. They go for the 50-50. Clid does manage to win the smite fight on the dragon. 456, I believe, was the number, and the Braum ultimate coming out. So Ornhorn was called. He tries to cast it actually, I believe, late into his animation to try to hope that the Braum shield would dissipate. BDD gets body blocked, and Lehend's doing such a fantastic job in this team fight, blocking Zoe's damage. Arrow goes wide and whiffs. Lehend's blocking yet another Paddle Star. Oh?
Yeah, Ruler in trouble. Does cleanse, gets himself out of the way, didn't have the flash available immediately. Going to go home as BDD is taking down the blue buff. Hanwha Life, not a lot to get on this map right now, so not able to capitalize on the health trade. And we'll move on out of here. You can see Ruler is behind by about 20 CS right now. And Vista's had a pretty good game so far. Rageblade is so close to being completed, though, and from that point on, QV can build pseudo-defensive items and still be the raid boss of damage that he's going to be capable of. This game is getting scary, but the ornaments are starting to come in. 14 now gathered by the Ornn, and he's towards the bottom side, and you can see a few pings coming out as the Molten Edge is going to be built. I believe, yeah, there it is, and donated over to Misfortune.
And Rascal, I think he's almost level 15 as well, so able to upgrade the Luden's Pulse as well for the Zoe soon, and even an ornament is actually present on Life. Not one of the most impactful ones, but it is one nonetheless.
Yep, not bad. And, you know, you just want to have anything that can be augmented at this point in time, especially when you're trailing in gold by about 3,000 as Vista. Going to be put into the Cataclysm. A whole lot of R buttons are pressed, and Vista presses an F and gets out. Or a D. That's a D.
still is successful, though. They did get the flash out of the Varus, and as I look at the items, I am reminded that we are back in Korea. The Ornn is building a stone plate, so...
Well, Ori has a stopwatch, and he's building a Warmogs.
But he had the Kindle Gem, and then he bought the stopwatch.
Yeah,
So
but maybe
we'll
they're
have
thinking
to-
about
we'll have
another
to see.
team fight where the stopwatch will be necessary.
That could be
The
it, but
stopwatch
how
is a
much...
pretty good item.
It
as
is a
our
really good
friend
item.
Brendan Valdez will tell you at
But
any
how-
time of asking. He loves that item. It's his
Are
favorite item in the game, I think.
Ready.
He never stops talking about it.
Okay, you're not stopping talking about it.
I'm also a big fan.
Well, at this point, Zoe sitting on the Blasting Wand and now an Oblivion Orb, but I think just going with the Blasting Wand into Void Staff would be the most ideal because there is magic resistance on the side of Hanwha Life, and there's only going to be more getting picked up in the later stages, so Void Staff would just be a little bit more ideal, but perhaps BDD... Well, we'll have to see what his gold is actually at. I don't think he's going to recall before this Ocean Dragon fight. And this is going to be the same song and dance over and over and over. It's just going to be these fights. Cuvee is 16. There is the Negatron
full
cloak.
ascendancy has come in, and it's really scary. Yeah. Kale looking awesome with this particular skin once you get level 16, by the way. So, big fan. As now, we'll see whether Hanwha can find a team fight that they're looking for, or whether maybe, just maybe, Gen G can find a way out. But this is looking really, really dicey. Clid gonna have to break the chains with his flag and drag. And now, with 15 seconds to go, Hanwha take the inside track here, move towards an inhibitor turret, as there are so many pings coming on down, and all of the vision is available here for Hanwha Life.
And it looks like, all right, so this could be a really big throw. But if Hanwha Life win, they win the game.
Yeah.
So
some damage, but bubble goes wide.
What?
And now we're just going to move towards Nexus turrets. There's the Ornn. Lahen's Unbreakable is going to be there. Good knockup, but it only lands onto one. And the ultimate was there from the Kale. Misfortune doing the damage, though, as there goes the Rakan, but not exactly the most pivotal member. As now Ruler going to be calling for yet another Penta. Cuvee going down low is going to be taken out. As now Haru will fall. It's a triple kill. And Lahen's goes down as well. BDD completes the ace, and that's going to be the Baron going over to Gen G.
So they end up raising one of the Nexus turrets. They get the mid-tier 3 turret and inhibitor to boot, and the super minions can actually threaten to end the game from mid now, given that there is only one Nexus turret. But now, Gen G, they're going to get the Baron. However, this is Ocean Soul, and there's 15 seconds remaining on the death timers. I don't know if they can barrel over to the Dragon, but we're going to have one more song and a dance. This team fight was also so favored for Gen G because Hanwha Life are very disjointed. You can see Lava tries to go in for an assassination onto Ruler, not able to do it. Cuvee trying to deal as much damage as he possibly can on the Kale. He's auto-attacking minions, man. It's so many different points. He's doing it again! So, mechanical champions are... take it away, Alice.
Yep, okay. I'll do what I can. That was a little bit of a whoopsie there, as the Kale did not do the damage that she would have otherwise wanted to in that particular team fight. Now looking for a Zhonya's as item number 4. As Gen G, they did manage to take down the Ocean Drake, so just checking in on what you were talking about there. Once again, some denial of the Ocean Soul. And as these Oceans keep piling on in for Gen G, they are moving themselves towards an Ocean Soul possibility with a 4-stack of Ocean Drakes, which is absolutely what you want. Like, that's the dream right there.
Yep.
Especially if you're this composition with BDD on the Zoe, because you can just throw bubbles with reckless abandon, and even if you get poked, you're not going to be out of trouble, as Vista just ints straight up into the enemy team. Lahen's going to be following him there as the Ornn comes down, and he's going to be taken out as well. No Unbreakable available, as that was used earlier on. And Hanwha Life have fallen apart.
Yeah, they are definitely falling by the wayside right now. They seem very unaware of how to thread the needle in this game. And that decision in mid lane, it's a valiant effort that maybe if their mechanics are more on point, they can actually win the team fight inside of the base and then ultimately win the game. But when you're staring at a Ocean Soul, doesn't make any sense not to willingly dance for it and then really try to go for the steal. Even if it means putting a Kale ultimate onto Rek'Sai and sending Haru to his demise.
Yeah, this is very strange. And as you can see, now everyone has respawned. Vista and Lehen's making their way
Lava,
out.
you do not have the damage.
And he's spotted, but he's going to move on out. 3 minutes until Ocean Soul once again available for Hanwha Life. As Clid is right in there, but maybe a little bit too soon. Good double knockup comes down, but the ultimate is available. Lava has to dive on in, but it's not exactly what he wants right now. Stoneplate utilized there by Rascal, as he did, in fact, opt in on that item. And it is going to be Haru falling down. The only death are the junglers on either side of the rift. And therefore, it is going to be a wash.
Did end up getting another summoner spell, though, out of the Varus. Flash yet again consumed. And let's take a look at how this all transpired. So you can just see Clid waiting in the wings for Vista. And then Lehen's trying his best to get away. He also flashed away. And then the Braum shield, not still there for the second part of the Ornar. We take a look at this, Clid. He's had some very Leroy plays this time around. He goes in for the EQ, the Cataclysm onto the Kale, but no one there able to follow up in terms of damage. And you can see that Ruler and BDD just not able to follow up getting onto the Kale, and so Cube with a lot of free deal inside of that team fight. But again, they did get the flash out of the Varus. Lehen's not going to have flash available either. Ruler and BDD almost have theirs up. Life as well. Same with Clid even. So, Summoners could easily be in their advantage come the next Ocean Dragon, and that's going to be really crucial. More ornaments have been completed, and it's really perplexing that Clid, with a lot of magic damage on his team, did not just go for an Abyssal Mask as well.
Yeah,
it's a really nice upgrade. He got the adaptive helm,
which is good against Cube. It is good against the magic damage coming out from the auto attacks of the Kale. Of course, works if you've got someone that's spamming something. Cassiopeia, the best example. However, I just think that having the upgradable item is probably a better choice there. And you can't upgrade a Randuin's either. So, a bit of a yikes. That's okay. Ocean Drake going to be available in 50 seconds. No recalls to come in. Actually, no. Ruler did go back, picked up a more of Malmortius, actually. Yep. So his teamfight capabilities are going to be absolutely insane right now as Bubble. Not going to find any targets here, as Lehen's takes a little bit of poke from a Paddle Star, but he's pretty tanky at this point. There's Zeke's Herald, as well as a cheeky little Kindle Gem. Also sitting on a stopwatch of his own. Stopwatch count. There is one on Lava, and there is one on Lehen's as well. Otherwise, not too many. Rascal has one as well as his Gargoyle Stoneplate, so he'll be able to tank for a really long time.
If Genji forced the issue, if Clid goes in with an engage again, it would be a super big mistake. They just need to let Zoe do Okay, well, I guess that's
a bullet time. All right, yeah, Cube almost just dying straight up as Lehen's doesn't have the door. He's going to be knocked up as the bubble is going to go wide. Cube ults and gets no value. As now Hanwha trying to get back in there. Oh, Lava was interrupted. As now Cube able to flash, uses the Cataclysm against Genji. As now Ruler diving on forward. He looks for Cube, but he can't get him. Cube's now able to auto attack in this backline as BDD is running as fast as his little legs will carry him. And only one to die on the side of Hanwha Life. This might be the turn that they were looking for as Lava goes back to his distortion. And that is a very dead Ornn up on the top side of the map. And it's only BDD to try and save this game for Genji.
Yeah, and you can see the teleport going down into bottom. That's going to be the Ocean Soul picked up by Hanwha Life, and that is disastrous right now. MF or Ruler needs to sell the Control Ward, pick up an Executioner's Calling. They need Grievous Wounds, and yet again, we talked about it. So they landed the bubble onto Cube. Enormous amounts of damage comes out, but then Clid actually waits too long for his hero engage. The bubble ends up whiffing, and then take a look at this. You can hear the Leroy sound clip in your mind as he goes forward, drags Life to his death, and then no one can get on to Cube. Haru
Ruler couldn't get into the brush.
Yeah, Ruler tried to get in. Haru interrupted with the knockup cleanse. No good. And then, as you were mentioning, it is BDD versus the world. So now this game got very interesting because it should have been a very easy win for Gen G, but the impatience just ruining them.
Well, we're not going to find the Ram, but decent amount of damage does still come in. Speaking of Leroy's grand entrance, not going to work out there as BDD is going to go golden. The Ornn does fall, and Lava survives. That was absolutely not what you wanted out of your top laner there. Gen G not really quite finding the engagement that they were looking for.
Well, that's going to be Baron going over to Hanwha Life. They have the Soul as well. It is so impossible to lose at this point in the game. It would really take a miracle of some sorts to end up losing at this point, as Ruler did pick up the Executioner's Calling, and I don't know what is with Gen G. They keep doing this over and over and over. Now, even if Ornn shoots out his ult there, it's not going to change the face of this team fight whatsoever. Lava not able to die, and Ocean Soul is it's something. Death Cap almost completed by BDD, but what a unfortunate series of events here in this game number 2.
Yeah, this is certainly some ping pong, and not in the way that we're used to here in the LCK. As it's not over yet, I guess, but it certainly feels very close to, as there is only one Nexus turret remaining, remember guys, and the inhibitor in the mid lane is exposed. Hanwha Life just need to get Cuvée somewhere near the Nexus, and it's going to die in about 4 auto attacks. He is very, very strong. Void Staff done, and looking for a Rabbidan's Death Cap himself. This Kayle is going to be doing obscene amounts of damage.
Well, see if there's any possible way, as Ruler just leashing the Raptor camp for BDD, trying to get him to the Death Cap. See the pings by Hanwha Life onto the mid inhibitor, and I don't know how Gen G is supposed to be able to win at this point. Maybe a Zoe bubble deleting a champion before they're able to get any sort of healing off. And honestly, I mean, Vista is being really greedy here with his itemization.
Yep. He doesn't have any sort of defensive item here at all, but Gen G still having to defend. And the thing is, if Vista goes down, he's not the main damage carry. As ulti comes down towards BDD, they want to try and take him out here as the inhibitor will be going down. Now Gen G need to stand vigil around that one remaining Nexus turret. Trying their very best to deal with these minions as now BDD makes his way back off the fountain. I think Death Cap has just been completed. As Trouble Bubble lands onto Vista, takes a fair bit of damage. That's a great grand entrance to come forward, plus the bullet time doing some work, but the Ocean Soul is disgusting. Vista eventually falls down, but Cuvée is still alive, and that's what you have to remember. Hanwha Life will now push forward 4 strong and take down this Nexus turret so quickly, as the Kayle does fall low, but Lehens is going to block him out once again. And now Ruler looking to try and defend here underneath his Nexus. No safety available, but you can see Hanwha really treading some hot water right now as the bubble is going to land. Oh my god, the Kayle is going to fall down. BDD trying to get enough damage here, but the misfortune is going to fall down, and BDD is not going to be able to get the rest of the members of Hanwha, and they will even out the series.
Well, Gen G completely managed to throw that into Hanwha Life's victory in front of that Baron, where they couldn't end up getting the kill, and this game leaves me a little bit speechless, Alice. For everything that was going good in game number 1, this had a lot of back and forths. No, you win. No, you win. No, you win. Take it away, Alice.
This was like game number 2 of our first series.
Yeah,
to be perfectly honest,
actually,
it's the team that's much
cursed.
better, just deciding that they didn't really want to win this game. No, that's not what they're about. And now you've got Hanwha Life able to really fight for their spot in the LCK. Of course, promotion tournament is what we're talking about here. And if Hanwha Life win, they get towards the safety zone, as I think it'll be 6 wins available for them. If they pick up one here, which will get them away from Griffin by 2 matches. And it'll all come down to what Sandbox is able to do in their next matches. Really puts pressure onto those guys. And if we have a look at the standings, yeah, Hanwha Life sitting at 5-11 right now. Sandbox are on 5-12. And so any sort of win just feels fantastic here if you're a Hanwha fan. Griffin, well and truly in the bottom of the rankings right now. It's impossible, I believe, for Griffin to get towards 6 wins. So 6 does keep Hanwha away, and then they'll be making sure that Sandbox aren't going to be successful in their next match, which I believe is up against Damwon Gaming. So going to be a difficult match for Sandbox, and Damwon are going to be hungry to keep themselves in playoff contention as well, because remember, Afrika are hot on their heels. I don't think Afrika are actually capable of knocking them down though, so maybe Damwon with not as much to play for in their Sandbox series, as KT are currently 2 matches ahead. But still, a lot of implications here for Hanwha Life if they can make themselves worthy of taking down Gen G in game number 3.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they have in store for that game. They managed to eventually pull a rabbit out of their hat in this game, and Gen G probably are just going to tighten up in game 3. I can't imagine those kind of engages and approach to team fights really carrying over into the next series, because I don't think that it's a super tilty kind of loss by any means.
I think it was just, it was a game. It was a game. I don't want to think about it very much, to be perfectly honest. It was not exactly the prettiest of video games, and we'll just have to see who's going to be able to take it in the next one, because that is where it all comes down to, as now we have one more deciding match in this best of 3 to see who is going to reign supreme, whether it be Hanwha Life or Gen G. As we have a look at some of the highlights here, Cube getting dove on the bottom side, but honestly, the Kale did as much work as she possibly could in the early game and was then Kale in the late game.
Yeah. She ended up being Kale in the late game, but I gave the POG over to Lehens, who was too integral to so many things that happened in this game. And blocking so many of the paddle stars and just engage attempts on the side of Gen G that, I don't know, I felt like he really earned it and hit a phenomenal performance. So, see if he can manage to keep that up in game number 3. I see a world where Cube ends up getting POG as well. And,
yeah, but after seeing that fight, I think it goes to Lehens.
Yeah, I hope that.
Yeah, well, I think we know where Jonah Strong's vote went.
얘네 만약에 용 치면 그냥 게임 끝낼 생각해도 돼. 아니면 용으로 돌고. 둘 중 하나 하자. 아직 10초가 남았어. 야 이거 싸움 진영 가져. 진영 가져. 진영 갇혀. 나랑 떨어져 있어. 걔. 야 뚫을 생각하자 이거. 들어봐. 오케이. 해볼래 이거? 천천히 봐야 되는데. 타워부터. 야 잠깐만. 잠깐만 얘들아 천천히. 나 죽었거든? 리퍼 맞기. 맞을래 이거? 자르반 노플. 리퍼 들어가겠어. 리퍼 노플. 리퍼 노플. 아비. 자르반 노플 리퍼 노플.
Did you hear anything that was interesting?
Well, no, I was sort of letting it happen.
Over you?
I was just sort of letting the collective, because they are fluent in all languages known to the human species. So,
and some others.
Yeah, and some others. I mean, I mean, it's just sort of a thing. This was the Leroy Jenkins engage by Clid, as none of his teammates really able to follow up. And honestly, the interaction right there on Haru is also just so bizarre, because Cube could have gone down if not for that knockup onto MF, and that'll change the entire face of this team fight.
Not to mention, if Ruler had have actually flashed into the brush. He didn't make it into the brush.
Yeah, that as well. This engage was... this one did look very tilty. Rascal teleports in behind. There's no way for his teammates to follow up. Ends up whiffing the second activation of his ult. This what should have been a really good... just nerf Ocean Soul, man. It's honestly repulsive.
Yeah.
it's not even funny to like look at. Like Mountain Dragon, it still feels like you can beat it. Infernal still feels like you can beat it, especially if you get on top of the opponent. Soul, not only does it make it so they can get on top of you and smack you, it also feels like even if you get on top of them, they're just bailed out.
Yeah, that's true. Ooh, maybe Lava deserves player of the game.
야 천천히 좋아 괜찮아 천천히 야 미포 야 타워치다
I'm happy with Lehens.
미포 아직 노플이야
천천히 방패 몇 초.
방패 있어 오케이 방패 받으면 미포 풀은 몇 초야? 미포 풀은 아직 없어
천천히.
얘들아 야 조용히 해봐 나 방패 4초야 좀만 기다려봐 야 이거 미니언 나오면 바다형으로 피업해도 돼 방패 있거든 나
바다형 피업해.
방패 있어 성균이 형나
야 쳐봐.
야 이거 미포 잡았어 야 끝내
끝낼 수 있어?
나이스 다행이다 야 다음 판
Well, that was pretty loud. I hope you guys had your speakers not turned up too high. As we have a look at the damage numbers, certainly a lot coming out of the Kale that was given a pretty good ride towards the late game. And honestly, it was a weird game. It's really hard to put that game in context, to be perfectly honest. As we had so many weird errors coming through from players like Clid, who are normally so incredibly consistent. And even B2D not really finding the Zoe game that he was looking for there. So looking to the draft for game number 3 to see who's going to be able to take it. But before that, we are going to have a short break. So we'll see you back in about 5 minutes.
반갑습니다. 잠시만요. 치즈버거 세트 하나 주세요.
잠깐 손 씻고 드셔야죠. 감염병 예방의 시작은 손 씻기입니다. 올바른 손 씻기를 통해 감염병을 절반으로 줄일 수 있습니다. 이제 올바른 손 씻기 6단계로 스스로의 건강을 지키세요. 감염병 예방은 내 손으로. 올바른 손 씻기. 질병관리본부.
얘들아 승용보 올려라. 먹여봐요. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작. 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타. 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다. 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아. 21세기 네 전략 이제 전략. 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히. 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들. 잘게 누나 막아 따마 회전 초밥. 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 새끼. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작. 라이어가 멋이 도동동작. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작. 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰로 동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작. 하다 현타 도동동작. TFT 갤럭시 도동동작. 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장. 멋이 패치 우주 도동동작. 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 도동동작.
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대로 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. We are going the distance here with 6 games on the day. I was expecting today to be our shortest day. However, it has turned out to be anything but that. And I'm glad you're hanging in there, LS. I know last game wasn't exactly the greatest. It is going to be Cuvée picking up the player of the game on his Kayle. I mean, he was fine. He played Kayle. But I actually feel like this game was more lost by Gen G than it was won by Hanwha. Is sort of how I'm feeling at the end of it.
I would agree with you in that regard. And I mean, honestly, just let the Darwin engages speak for themselves. And Clit is normally such a fantastic player that is usually so on point in his gameplay, and that's why it's so uncharacteristic to have seen it here. And then in regards to the Kayle pick, I mean, I think you put it best. He played Kayle. He did cast his ultimate and make allies and or himself invulnerable at certain points. I'm curious to see the spread of the votes.
Well, we're the only ones that voted for Lehens. All of the Korean commentators, they voted for Cuvée. But Jonah Strong was on the Lava train, and actually wouldn't have minded Lava picking that one up. But that's absolutely fine. I think that Lehens was pivotal. I think he denied almost every kind of engage that came through. But yeah, I don't know about the Kayle pick. I think the Kayle was the champion of the game. Does that make sense? Like, she was the entire composition of Hanwha Life in the late game.
Yeah,
so
in
you
the
can
later
understand
stages
why.
of the fight, obviously the Kayle ultimates are really, really big. And even in the mid game, mitigating a lot of the things that Gen G could try to seek out was the Kayle ultimate. Gen G did misplay some of the early fights incorrectly too by trying to go into Hanwha Life rather than creating the invert via the Zoe.
Yeah.
But I mean, we'll see what happens this time around. Gen G are back on the red side now.
And now they're going to ban Aphelios, most likely, and we'll see what Hanwha do with their first pick. Aphelios is going to be banned, so LeBlanc available if Lava wants to take that one for himself. In theory, that could work out, as Jarvan also could be taken away. Haru does very much like the Jarvan, but So far, it feels like Jarvan is not necessarily a winning pick, as Varus also still available. Was a bit of a passenger in game number 2, but still looking like what Vista wants to head towards, and he is going to lock that one away. So looking down the 80 carry tier list, definitely the Varus does make some sense. As Gen G, we're doing a salty run back, I guess.
Yeah, we're going to have the Varus B1 responded to by R1MF. You ready for the R2 Jarvan?
Yeah, I am. As Harma Life might mix it up and lock in the on for themselves. We'll see whether they do that or whether they're happy just to lock away a Kayle afterwards. It might just be banned in the second round though, so maybe don't roll the dice on that one. Oh, no. It's going to be Olaf Yumi, right?
Perfect.
What do you think? Because, oh, okay. No.
Well, on my
Are we
life.
thinking about a piggy?
Yep.
Okay.
Trying
this is
to
better
go
than the Olaf, at least.
a bit more on the scaling route. And so Sejuani and Taric are picked up by Hanwha Life, and now Gen G, all that they need to do is acknowledge the hard-on engage by Hanwha Life. They need to try to dial back to disengagey kind of champion, stay away from things like Aatrox, stay away from things like Renekton, things of that nature. Ornn is fine.
Yep.
Ornn is fine.
And now they can ban Sylas and Kayle, and it should be A-OK here for Gen G. Or they can focus the Kayle early and play around it that way. She can be put behind and therefore feels like she does absolutely nothing, but Gen G would need to play a more speedy style of League of Legends, and they have demonstrated that they don't play that, and so instead they're going to ban away the Kayle. And Hanwha Life, we'll see where they're going to target. I would assume BDD's champion pool, but if they do that, then they're also taking away from Lava, so it might be supports that are going to get hit. We'll just have to see.
Could be supports, especially because Korea has the tendency to R4 support.
Yep.
And then R5 looking for a counter pick. But I mean, as it currently does stand, Azir is basically all that you would need against this Hanwha Life team composition. And even if Lava ends up picking up the Zoe, you don't really care all that much. So there's a lot of value to be gained by going R4 Azir and then counter picking a support that perfectly answers Hanwha Life's team composition. Alternatively, given that Hanwha Life's bot lane is face up, they could go for a mage or an enchanter on R4 and then still reserve the counter pick for BDD.
It'll be Nautilus. I'm sorry. Ooh, Braum.
You can't make this up. You just
mixing it up.
We
baby.
really just can't make this up, Atlas.
We've turned a corner. We have absolutely turned a corner. This isn't Nautilus. It's beautiful. Still 4 seconds to go. We'll see whether it is going to be Braum. Bard would be way better. Fantastic. There we go.
Also, Atlas, I am lost sight. Azir was banned first by Hanwha Life.
Yeah, I was going to say something about it, but then I thought
right.
that, we'd figure it out in the end.
Yeah,
that's totally
I would
fine.
eventually get around to it.
I'm not going to place you under a bus or anything like that. No.
Lost Seer. It's not. I was living in the future. Gangplank is interesting.
And would be a good pickup into the Ornn. Don't necessarily know where the Ornn is going just yet. BDD could be playing it in theory. As now Hanwha Life will need to round out their composition. The LeBlanc does make some sense, as Lava did have a great game on it last time around. And now Gen G, thinking about what they're going to play in the mid lane. And I think Carson does make a lot of sense. I'm copying how you say it now.
Are you? Do you like it?
Yeah.
It feels better, right?
Carson?
Carson.
Carson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to get him.
Yeah, we're getting
You and me united.
Versus the collective.
Yes.
So it's you and me versus like 20-odd thousand people.
Yes.
30-odd thousand people.
Yep.
I don't know whether we win that, but look, we'll see. BDD going to be picking up the Sylas here. As I was thinking maybe that would actually be picked up in the position of the Bard. However, with the bottom lane being face up like you were talking about, you may as well pick up the Bard and then just make sure that you are going to be playing the Sylas into something that you want. Stealing away Cannon Barrage is like massive value, as well as the Glacial Prison. There are a lot of hijack targets that are actually very, very high value here for BDD. Even Cosmic Radiance can be utilized really, really nicely against Hanwha Life. So look for BDD to be able to really get experimental with his R button on the Sylas, especially after he hits that level 16 mark, which you might be saying, well, he may not get to level 16, Atlas, because, of course, this game could be over by 25 minutes. But you'd be wrong, because this is Gen G versus Halma Life. This is slow-mo League of Legends at its finest.
Well, Gangplank, Sejuani, LeBlanc, Avaris, and Taric is going to be the team composition. There is enormous amounts of scaling on this team comp. There is also Wave Clear with the Gangplank.
Yep.
And they are on blue side, so even if they do fall behind, it's not the end of the world. It's generally a lot easier for blue side to turtle against Barons. However, on the flip side, Genji, the Sylas in a vacuum against the LeBlanc is at a disadvantage, but like you did point out, there's a lot of very key ultimates that can be stolen away. And in regard to maybe why they didn't end up going for the Kassadin, is there's already lots of magic damage on their team comp. So if the enemy does start purchasing magic resistance, Kassadin can have a much harder time at coming online in basically every single stage of the game, and perhaps they just feel like Sylas would handle everything a lot better.
And does also provide more peel and utility for Ruler in that instance as well. So you're right, is going to hold on to a little bit more relevance if that magic resist starts getting stacked. Probably not going to be happening so much, as Ruler is often the backbone of Gen G, but we'll just have to see. That is only one little AD carry that might be just taken out at the beginning of a team fight by Lava. But I'm looking forward to seeing what this Omni Stone Bard is going to get done this game. As Life certainly takes you into some weird places, you know?
Yeah.
He's phase Russian at the moment. I like it.
All right, well, we'll see what he manages to do here on the Bard. And has the stopwatch available as well.
Yep, can dematerialize some minions, which is also some good times. And he's just looking to collect meeps and slap some people. As you saw that Wadid wasn't actually on the Korean broadcast. Of course, he was the OTP Bard player. And always fun when it gets picked up with Wadid on the broadcast, but not going to be here this time around. As already, bit of fighting. Cosmic Binding going to go wide. We've got Cosmic Binding versus Cosmic Radiance. Whose cosmicness is going to be more strong in this game is something that we're also going to find out. As so far, Lehen's actually playing this one out quite nicely, but another Binding does come in to even out the trade.
And meanwhile, up in top lane, you have Sapphire Crystal first against the Ornn on the GP. We're not going to have any sort of cheater recalls. And Clid, you know what? I don't even mind it at this point. Just do it. Just do it to me.
I mean, if he's planning on Leroying, you may as well do it from level 2 as the flash just goes completely wide. Clid is going to find another flag and drag, though. Gets a knockup, flash forward. Clid's going to lock down the kill. And look, it didn't look great, but it did manage to figure itself out in the end.
I don't know what you're talking about, Atlas. That was entirely planned. That was a zoning
It was beautiful.
barbecue.
Yeah.
They basically, what Life did right there is he utilized the Bard Q right there in order to break the sound barrier and penetrate the eardrums.
So it was a sonic boom. He was just going for the sonic boom.
Correct. And
you know in Pokemon that only does 20 flat damage? Not a great move. I don't know why he skilled sonic boom.
It's totally fine. So he managed to rupture the eardrums of the opposing champions, and that actually caused them to react poorly to the situation, thus allowing Gen G to still capitalize on it. So take it away.
Wow. This is sometimes I don't really understand how good you are as an analyst. You know, like sometimes I fail to comprehend it like enough, you know. And now I've really got some added appreciation. It's really beautiful. Speaking of which, the Rift Scuttler going down to 1 health and then dying to the burn damage was also pretty cathartic. As we see Sejuani able to stay ahead by a little bit as far as the farm is concerned up against this Jarvan. But we'll see whether Haru can scale his way towards that level 6 effectively. Already, we've seen that BDD and Lava have been trading. But Lava went for that cheater recall, gets himself his Dark Seal, as well as some booties. And so he's back to lane feeling pretty damn good. BDD, I think, might just teleport back to this lane, as he's also got himself an extra item, but not the boots. He managed to wave forward the another ring as Ruler down to about 200 as BDD's going to come in. Oh my goodness, this bottom lane's getting so much attention, and it is going to be Vista once again falling down.
Yeah, and it looks like they're really just trying to focus on what they perceive to be the weak link going on in this series, because Vista has lost lane pretty heavily, and then even last game he was really floundering about, if you do remember, which was really letting Gen G start to pull things more and more into their control. So the Sejuani is on the top side of the map right now, not going to be able to achieve anything. Clid coming in, and he is sinning right now. He has 4 jungle camps underneath his belt. Going to move back over, start to take the Raptor camp, and it all started up right here. Now pay attention to the sonic boom. So the flash right there, Varus' eardrums ruptured, and much like a Pokemon when you don't have enough badges, Varus didn't listen to the flash previously, got hit by the Jarvan, and you know that's why they pay him $3.
Damn, dude.
Alice, yeah.
That's crazy. I didn't even realize that they didn't have enough badges. Like, that part of it I needed explaining again, as BDD is going to be fighting lava, gets electrocuted, but is otherwise going to be okay, which is a weird thing to say, because I think electrocution means death by electricity. If is just getting a shock, then it's called an electric shock.
Can't you be electrocuted and live?
Nope.
Really?
Yeah, electrocution is death by electric shock. Much like execution, you know?
I am actually fact-checking you right now.
Oh, you can go for it. I'm pretty sure that's the case. I remember an English teacher telling me about it when I was in high school, so it's a very long time ago, but it stuck with me.
Injure or kill someone by electric shock.
Then what's an electric shock? If you what? Injure or kill?
Injure or kill.
I think that might be a deviation of the language.
Well, listen.
Yeah.
They don't call me Linguist Supreme for nothing.
Oh,
so
that's true. Dang.
I got you covered right there. I have your back. You won't make that mistake ever again. Clid is okay. Well, he has honey fruit.
Honey fruit, but BDD does have a hijacked, mimicked something. We'll see what that's going to be. His distortion is going to be utilized. He immediately gets exhausted, pops back to his original mimic there. As now Lava does just use his clone to try and get some information. Cosmic Binding lands that time as Lahen's getting taken down relatively low, and he will fall. But the Cloud Drake was taken by Hanwha Life, so worth.
Well, in the end, I mean, Cloud Dragon isn't super big for Hanwha Life outside of the Gangplank. The Gangplank having his ultimate up a little bit more often, maybe they can make use of it, but given the way that the bot lane is going, probably not. Going to be actively looking to pursue it immediately off cooldown. All the jungle camps are now up. Clid, starting out the Cloud Dragon was honestly a bit bizarre, but BDD having priority, having a lot more value in the game as it currently stands, just more stats as well, as this team fight did end up breaking out. Life goes back over, takes the blasting plant, finally manages to land the snare up onto Lahen. He goes down after that, and this fight ends up being a really big loss for Hanwha Life, because not only do they lose one of their bot laners again, they lose out on EXP, they drag multiple members over, it stunts everything that's really going on. Gangplank ultimate was used, and it seems like the Observer...
I think that was used while we were in the replay. Some ults were traded by our top laners. I think Rascal got the better of it, and he's now going to go back to base and purchase some items, grab some more consumables, and head back towards the top side of the map. Cuvée going straight towards the Trinity Force as per usual. As Clid, he's going to get chained up just a little bit. Mimic chains do come in as well, as there's the flash. Gets the stopwatch out of Clid.
Clid electing to use the stopwatch instead of his flash in order to get away. Almost has the Cinderhulk completed now. He's going to go and start power farming. He doesn't have an obligation to give away the blue immediately, so we should probably just do the Wolf camp into the Gromp camp, as BDD also does have some time before he has to move over. Starting up the blue right away, and I don't know if this means that he's going to pull BDD over right away, but you can see on the minimap that there's nowhere else to really be right now. There's not like a hot date that he has to get to, unless Clid's just going to eat the blue himself. He is.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So he picks that up.
Clid's going to be rather accelerated, I guess, from that one, as a couple of plates go over to the Gangplank. Not ideal, because of course you probably want them for the last remaining plates, as they do build up resistances as they get taken. As BDD's not going to find lava there. but still, no harm, no foul, and has a bit of a lead here in this lane. And now with the Merc Treads, it's going to be very comfortable. Abscond comes in and finds a Kingslayer as well onto Lava, whose ultimate has still been picked up by the hijack out of BDD.
And the thing that is going on here is 2 minutes until the Infernal Dragon. Ornn is actually ahead in the CS department against
someone dying. It's all right. LS is just taking a little bit of a moment. For now, got a little bit of a sore throat at this particular point in time, but he's lasted extraordinarily well, guys. So if you could send him your energy, that would be fantastic. Haru, gonna find Clid here in the jungle. Clid's able to lock down the enemy Raptor camp, and Life is just collecting some meeps right now as BDD dives on towards Lava. Not gonna find too much damage there as trading chains. Not gonna be too bad here for the LeBlanc. And Clid wondering what he can do to try and affect this particular matchup.
Well,
looks like nothing is going to be the answer. Are you doing okay?
I'm doing okay. I had a bit of a coughing spell. And now I'm back. I'm good. I'm here.
Well, do you know what?
What did I
make
miss?
you feel better? To make you feel better, Dumbledoge is in the chat. So shout out to Dumbledoge, the Faker Killer himself, best Janna in the world, and just an absolute honor to have you here. It's been a while. I missed hanging out with you, Mr. Dumbledoge. So I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Rascal versus Cuvee up here towards the top side of the map. Nothing's really happened. Just to catch you back up again, if you did just go AFK for a moment, LS. Nothing's really happened. I mean, Rascal's taking some poke damage, but he's still ahead in farm. He's absolutely fine. There's a lot of blue wards in their own jungle, showing that Hanwha Life are a little bit frightened of what Genji's capable of. And our next fight's going to be in 30 seconds around this Infernal Drake.
Well,
Clid's
I
decided
feel like you
that
just lied
actually, yeah, we're looking for Cuvee. Clid he's a little bit tired, doesn't want to go for any flashes to try and lock down that kill, and is instead just going to accept the Cuvee flashed away.
Yep. End up getting the flash out of the gangplank. They do trade the Ornn ultimate though, so this does mean that if Rascal would end up teleporting to this dragon, it's going to be a little bit less effective. And even if they ended up killing gangplank right there's the 5 turret plates remaining, but still they should be prioritizing the Infernal much higher than they are right now. So a little surprising right there. You can see the Sejuani has started it up. Clid running through mid lane. Silas going to start running over with. And Gangplank ultimate is up.
Well, Clid's going to be here very late, and they're going to lose that one. Ocean Drake once again, as there's the Tempered Fate, lands onto Vista one more time. As bullet time comes in, but the Cosmic Radiance is pretty good. BDD going down very low. Kingslayer will keep him alive for the moment as the Ignite's ticking down, but he gets himself what would be Hot Cocoa if the right skin was chosen. However, it's not. It's just a funny leaf. And Hanwha Life are going to back away, but they have themselves the Infernal Drake, and it's another Ocean Soul.
And so the unsettling series of events that are unfolding here is, remember, Clid was top lane. They got the flash out of Cuvee, but it was coming at a time where Infernal Dragon was coming up in 30 seconds, like you had mentioned. They traded the Ornn ultimate, and this means that Rascal can't actually teleport down for any reason. Then Clid ends up getting over to the Infernal Dragon a little bit late, unable to do anything, and now all of a sudden Hanwha Life threatening yet again in extremely early Ocean Soul. So, take a look at the replay. The Bard ultimate ends up coming out, and Vista flashes away. BDD tries to steal the Varus ultimate, barely manages to escape by skin of his teeth, as everything ended up becoming disengaged. As we come back into live, Genji are still ahead, about 1,500 gold roughly. Trinity Force finally completed for the Gangplank. But Silas, he's building the Proto Belt first item. It's going to be a while until we get ornaments, and this time around, they don't have super strong ornaments on all of their champions. It's likely to be a Luden's Pulse on the Silas yet again, no ornament on the Jarvan, and then depending on how Bard builds, maybe not even an ornament for Life, which is a little bit different than the previous game with the Rakan. Misfortune still will get the Molten Edge, but this game is looking a bit uncomfortable right now for Genji.
Yeah, we'll see whether Hanwha can utilize the momentum from game number 2 in order to move themselves into a good position here. I like what's happening so far. I've actually really enjoyed watching Lava play. He's actually been A breath of fresh air for this comp, especially after Tempt wasn't bad in game number 1 in any way. It just might be that having a fresh perspective was what Hanwha needed. As there's a Cataclysm, no flash, remember, available for Cuvee, so he should just be going down here, eats some oranges, but it's not K. I'm sorry. And he's going to go down. Tempered Fate lands onto Vista, who's just getting abused here on the bottom side. A bit early, though, on the Cosmic Binding, as there's the bullet time. Life is going to go golden, as Ruler trying to keep himself alive. But Lehens turns up. Haru going to be here as well. And now is an opportunity for Hanwha Life to snap back, but no flashes at all. In fact, the only flash that is available is on Lava, but he wasn't there in time, as Rascal is looking to smack down this top outer turret. And Clid will be taking Shirley.
And so Clid is taking Shirley right now. They'll probably use that on the mid tier 1 turret, as it's about a 2,000 gold advantage right now. Rascal doing his best to try to raise that top tier 1 turret. BDD just continuing to wave clear endlessly, as Jarvan might actually be looking to kill the Gangplank one more time, like a Daft Punk song. You see the ping going down, and Cuvee, he's playing it very safe.
Yeah, it's going to be the topside jungle that is going to go missing, though, so it's not just sinning and sticking around for a kill here. They are giving away their bottom outer turret, not too worried about that one, and instead are going to focus towards that top side, making sure the Cuvee doesn't get into a good position. 22 CS is the margin between Rascal and Cuvee. Definitely good news for the Ornn, who will be able to go back and, or just sit in lane and build himself his Abyssal Mask. Does now have it available as he's gone back home. And Cuvee, he's got some Merc Treads, but otherwise, you know, 2 items are better than 1 in general. I can do the math.
We take a look at this replay here. Remember, he does not have the flash available, so just a really easy gank setup. Coordinated there by Gen G. 1,500 gold lead as it does currently stand. Rascal is extremely big this time around. Already has both of his ornaments. He has both of his Ornn items. They're going to be transformed into ornaments here soon. They should be the ones that are in the driver's seat for this Ocean Dragon. Gen G needs to pick it up to prevent a Ocean Soul, sort of a pincer that maybe Hanwha Life could look for.
Well, Cosmic Radiance has come down. It's a great ulti out of Cuvee, though, but the bullet time just shredding. Not good enough. It's not going to save the life of BDD as Vista goes down to the Ornhorn, but maybe, just maybe, Rascal has overstepped his bounds. And it's a bit of a disaster, to be honest. He flashes, tries to create distance with the Searing Charge, and the Cosmic Binding is at least going to stop Cuvee from running in too fast, as there goes Clid, looking to try and dive in over to the side. The chains are going to go wide, and now Hanwha Life are closing in on the Jarvan. He's looking to try and take someone with him. A lot of abilities are going to miss, as he does have flash. He flags, he drags, he gets himself a little bit further, as the flash from Clid is going to create even more distance. Cue the yakety sax, everyone. As Lava wants to land the chain, does get it in the end, and now we're looking at Ocean Soul Point.
I have no idea what we just witnessed again in mid. This is Gen G doing the same thing yet again as they did in game number 2. They're rushing recklessly into this. Now, pay attention. Ornn has his ult available. So the Cosmic Radiance comes out, and Ornn still hasn't cast his ult. Still hasn't cast it. Bellows Breath. Still hasn't cast it. Finally casts it. And the thing that's so bizarre here is, even if your Ornn ultimate deals no damage, you can still CC them up while they're in Cosmic Radiance so that your teammates don't have to go as far in order to continue on the damage. So, no clue what was happening there. And then everything, it was really close call being turned around. Clid could have gone north, and I'm pretty sure made it out. And obviously he had flash. There's a million of different ways that he could have played this in between the 2 turrets and lived without giving over his life. But he greeted for an escape while being able to save his flash and ends up being brought down. And now we have Soul Point. The gold score is almost even, and I... Take it away, Alice.
Yeah. Look, Gen G, not in too much trouble just yet. 800 gold is going to be the lead that they still have. But if teamfights are going to continue going this way for Hanwha, I mean, once again, they do have a scaling top laner. It's not to the level that the Kayle was in game number 2, but Gangplank certainly no slouch as far as late game damage output. As Shirley going to be just plonked down in this mid lane as another Tempered Fate. This time it's going to be avoided. And Lava now in position. Shirley's going to get a charge, but now the team fight is on. Cannon Barrage going to be avoided here as Rascal gets himself towards the front line. And Lava potentially in trouble right there. Cosmic Binding is going to stun up Haru. But otherwise, not too much is going to happen. Just another wave shoved in, some lower health bars. Is now Lava just testing the waters. I like the amount of pressure he's been able to put out as the Abscond not going to find Cuvée. And B2D, he has been struggling after picking up player of the game in game number 1. Hasn't been looking like the same player moving into games 2 and 3. Still early days in this game, just now ticking towards Baron o'clock. Is 20 minutes into this game. Now the Ornhorn comes out yet again as Vista could be in trouble, but no, aims for the tanks instead. And Rascal going to get snared up, but not after the Searing Charge, and that's going to be A-okay for him.
2.5 minutes until the Ocean Dragon's going to come up. Clid has the opportunity, or he had the opportunity to go into Abyssal Mask this time around. Even more reason to do it in this game with the Sylas and with the Bard. But it looks like he's continuing into the Adaptive Health. So it's definitely one of those Chakrez lost to Shopkeeper moments in this game. 2 minutes until Ocean ends up coming up. I don't know how much gold Ruler is sitting on at this point in time. Banshee's Veil going to be the item for the LeBlanc. And things are... If you're a Hanwha Life fan, you have to be feeling really confident because this next Ocean Drake, Genji needs to take a fight about 20 or 30 seconds beforehand and then try to win it. That way, they can just get it without any sort of a 50-50. Because if it comes down to a 50-50, Hanwha Life should always opt into it. Because if in the middle of the fight they get the Ocean Soul, it's just going to carry them.
Yeah, it's just over from that point. You're exactly right. As Vista does need to be careful, but finally has his flash back available. His exhaust also there in case anyone jumps on top of him. As Lava is clearing out vision where he can. Life. Not going to be able to find him there as Distortion is pretty good at getting you out of sticky situations. Siege Minion is going to go missing, so that wasn't great. But otherwise, just shoving out of this mid lane. And Genji going to have to play the vision game once again as Haru's going to clear out this control ward.
Well, 45 seconds. This is the ideal timing.
Oh, Lehens. He's going to get stunned up. Cosmic Radiance once again going to come down. I like that. Put that ability on cooldown. Tempered Fate not as valuable as Cosmic Radiance in a team fight. More of a pick tool here for Genji. So they're happy with that. Now they're going to have to win this team fight that is coming up. Barrel's going to land onto Clid, but not going to do too much damage. Control wards just being cleared out left, right, and center. Cuvée will be able to get rid of that one right there as Genji reform around this mid lane. B2D has Chains of Corruption, which can be good as an engage tool, but doesn't want to be taking too many of these free barrels. As Clid over to the side will look to take down the Rift Scuttler, get themselves some permanent vision that cannot be removed by the enemy team. Ruler is going to take that gold, as now the Ocean Drake has spawned, and Lava over in flanking
they're
position.
Starting it, which is a very peculiar decision, because if this is a 50-50, oh man.
Yeah, well, Lava dives into the back line. Ruler's going to get ignited, down to about half health. Needs to eat as many of these little leaves that Life can put down as possible.
Opting into a death sentence.
Well, Cannon Barrage is going to come in, and now it's Hanwha Life that have control of this Drake. Clid gets himself on top of it. No! It's going to be taken by the Gangplank of all people, and now Ocean Soul is on Hanwha Life. Can they fight this one out is going to be the question. Of course, the answer is yes, apart from Vista, who's honestly been abused this entire game. Gangplank's going to be able to grab another one. I think that was a triple kill, actually, as there's Lava picking up one. Life is running for the hills. A double kill comes in for the LeBlanc. And Hanwha Life, they've all but won this game.
No, they have won the game. There's no way Genji, with their brawlery, skirmish team composition, is ever in a million years going to be able to bring this game back. There's Ocean Soul is the most imbalanced abomination since I think release Aphelios.
What about Black Cleaver?
At least in recent
remember
times.
like the original changed Black Cleaver? Do you remember that?
I wasn't playing at that time, I don't think.
Oh man, that was the most disgusting thing ever. You know, the correct build for like every single AD champion in the game was just build as many Black Cleavers as you could.
Okay, that sounds really good.
It was pretty good.
Let's take a look at this replay. I have no idea what Gen G are doing because they're voluntarily opting into a 50-50, and this isn't what was necessary, especially not after Cosmic Radiance happened in mid lane. No matter what, any sort of a scrappier fight is going to be better than this because Cuve was the one that ended up getting the Ocean Soul. And it just changes the surface of the entire game. I mean, Ocean Soul is about as good as the new Fiddlesticks is bad. So when you really just try to put it into perspective, it's truly something else.
Oh, we're going to have a look at the Gangplank and what he was able to get done here. Puts down the Cannon Barrage. That's going to zone out Gen G majoritively and got so much value.
Sounded like a Gatling gun. It sounds like they know that they've won.
Yeah. Baron Kajar.
Okay,
Let's
I really want to highlight Haru's item here. Locket.
Oh, beautiful.
Bit of a savant.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have to give him credit there?
Would have been good if they had the Ornn, but that's okay. Regardless,
Totally
still good. As Baron is still available, so Hanwha haven't actually taken it just yet.
They don't. I mean, it's not a rush. There's no universe now where they should ever be able to lose this game. I would weight it something like 99 to 1. If you wanted odds.
What? Rascal just used his ult in the wrong direction.
I was not acting surprised. 3 minutes until Elder is coming up. We have Crit Plank being the build order here. Mid-tier 1 turret is going to get raised. Do not look at the gold score at the top. Simply look at the very big green symbol that is below the gold score.
Yep.
So that will tell you everything that you possibly need to know. Goal difference over time. Time stopped existing the moment that Ocean Drake was captured. By Hanwha Life, as everyone is not really going to be able to do anything. I mean, MF, so if Gen G are still going to try to fight and make something happen, they need executioners.
Thank you, Ocean Soul, for keeping Vistra alive long enough to get into the Cosmic Radiance.
Yeah, he'll be full HD. I mean, he doesn't even need a recall. I don't know who he's kidding.
Yeah, no need for that. That'd be silly.
He's already half HP.
They only have 2 regular Ocean Drakes, so I guess the regen isn't super high. But he just needs to hit things 2 times or something like that, and he'll have all of his health back. He did decide to go back home, has himself a stopwatch. He can check the time. He'll know that it's time to win. As Ruler going to push this one out yet again. B2D once again trying to go for something. As at least there is some poke damage, and Gen G are able to raise the outer turret in the mid lane. And I'm going to stop looking at the gold. I tend to do that, LS. I apologize. I just look at the gold as a thing of habit. But I guess I don't need to, as Haru, he's going to try the ultimate thing as well. Clid getting taken down very low. It's a great Arctic Assault, actually, as Clid's still alive somehow. Haru takes him down in the end. As now BDD looking to try and crash in on this one. Rascal gets out the ram, looking for lava, but he can't actually shoot the ram back. As BDD, he might be able to make it out. Oh, the Abscond comes in. Ocean Drake is just one hell of a thing, guys. It's just pretty good. Oh, God. What?
Well, I do believe that. Yeah, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a scientist, but I do believe that that looks like a bit of a problem for Gen G.
Yeah.
Baron's gonna get captured here.
Stun up Lava, who does get taken down. Ruler, he also respects the Ocean Drake. He ulted the air just to make sure that if, in case, Lava is going to survive, he's not going to survive for too much longer, but able to get 1 pick. That denies one of the Barons. That is good, by all means.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Is the question.
So Hanwha Life, they go for the engage here. They know that it's essentially 10v5, and they opt into this team fight knowing that they have the numbers advantage. The Ram doesn't even want to take part in it. The Ram's like... You ever see Scary Movie 2? When the Exorcist guy walks into the room?
Yeah.
And then he walks right out. I can't say what he said during that line. But that was what the Ram just said.
Yeah. And he's like, nah.
Oh, man.
Well, Lehens is going to get picked off. This time doesn't use his ultimate. Another ult is going to go wide. I believe that was B2D's Glacial Prison. As Cosmic Radiance then utilized, probably not necessary because Ocean Soul is just a permanent Cosmic Radiance. I'm pretty sure. I think that's how it was coded. As now Elder Drake being started up by Hanwha Life, and they're at full health. There was just a fight. You can see their health bars should look more like Genji's. Guys, if you wanna know what Ocean Soul does, that's basically how that one works. As Elder Drake still being held onto here. Rascal does have his ultimate. And the barrels are going to go wide. So, looking to pull away is now Genji. Might be able to pick this one up, but Lava back in position, doesn't find the chains. But every bit of poke that Hanwha Life lands is good.
Back into this game by Genji. If they can somehow...
Oh my god, Lava just insta-pops two people, but Clid is able to steal away the Elder Drake. Vista grabs himself a kill, and look, Elder Drake not so valuable when you've been aced, and maybe Hanwha Life will crack open the base right now.
Yeah, they have the Baron. The death timers are extremely high, still remaining. Now, Life does have his ultimate. He has the ult available. He is going to be up in 15 seconds. So he's not going to be able to save the inhibitor, but he will be able to save the Nexus turrets, I believe. And then Clid's going to get up. He'll EQ forward. Probably get ignored because he's Tank Jarvan and no one cares. And then MF will come up next, run forward, auto attack, press Q, do nothing. And then I believe BDD will come off the fountain, try to latch onto a target once, and then fail as the Nexus falls.
I think the Nexus is just going to die right here as Vista's able to free hit it, and it's down. Hanwha Life have upset the top dogs in the LCK and take down Genji in what was a marathon of a best of 3. It was not pretty, but guys, a win is a win, and this is most likely saved Hanwha Life from relegation.
Yeah, I mean, this was a miracle turnaround by Hanwha Life here tonight. Tonight was very unexpected. Went to 6 games in total, so both best of 3s making it the distance. Hanwha Life managed to upset Genji on the wings of the Ocean Dragon, and that's just unfair, Atlas.
Absolutely it is. And so now Dragon X sit at plus 15 at 13-4. Genji sit at plus 17 at 13-4. And T1 sit at plus 14 at 13-4. So it's really coming down to the wire as far as our top 3 are concerned. But their next matches are going to be so important because if Genji keeps playing like that, I mean, I was touting this team as being the strongest in Korea. But after that performance, there is no way that I'm going to continue that thought. I mean, yes, they're still top 3, but the if
thing
Genji
is
plays like that against T1, that's 0-2, right?
So the most interesting thing for me is that they really are. It's sort of like the 3 legendary Pokemon. They're like the birds or the dogs or whatnot, right?
Yeah, okay.
In the sense that Dragon X is always aggressive. Dragon X is always just trying to go in there and do things. They play very mono-red team compositions. They always try to get ahead, and they fight very scrappy. Genji generally is the more reserved, scaling, defensive type of team composition. And then T1 is sort of a mix of both of them. And so there's a lot of difference between the top 3 teams, but all of them are looking really shaky at various points. It just doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how well they can play on some days. It matters that games and series like this one can end up occurring. And for a region right now where 4th through 10th is middle of the pack, this is really bothersome. We talked about a lot of this on the Pog State, which is going to be the next episode that comes out, airs on YouTube. This is a very problematic split for the LCK. This is a really unsettling split all around, no matter how you want to try to write it.
yeah, it's really hard to sum it up any other way than that, to be perfectly honest. And Gen G actually have the roughest of the matches when it comes to our top teams, right? They're up against KT, which is going to be the first match on Wednesday in our triple best of 3 day, our final one for the season. And then T1 is against Afrika, theoretically an easier one. Sandbox are going to be playing for their lives against Damwon Gaming. And then Griffin versus Hanwha Life will round things out. This is if Sandbox loses, I don't know what this means. I think Griffin are actually confirmed in relegation now. I'm trying to... I don't think that they can get ahead of 2 people right now. No, I don't think so. It's impossible for them to win 2. So Griffin are confirmed in relegation as of this point.
Well, we take a look at the highlights inside of this game. And, I mean, what a series of events. So, interestingly enough, this Cloud Dragon came back to bite Gen G. And I'm fully aware that it's result-based analysis. But it is an interesting thing.
Any of the dragons came back to bite them, right?
Right here, Rascal never casting his ult, blocking up Lahens and Vista at that point. Because the Ornn ultimate wasn't needed to deal damage, it was needed to keep them where they were at that point. And this was just Gen G being very uncharacteristic to how they've been well, the majority of the season, even in game number 1. And then right here, they opted into a coin flip Ocean Drake fight where Cuvee beat both the junglers at getting the dragon. And from there, it was all that. I mean, this was the game. That was, there was no coming back from that point.
Ocean Soul, pretty damn good, just in general. And look, I'm glad you brought up the Pog State because I believe in this this particular episode, I was actually talking up Rascal. And when we had a top lane discussion, I was saying that, you know, I think that he's been a little bit underrated. Well, after this game, I don't even know where the tier list of top laners is in the LCK because we've had all of them having up and down performances, you know? Keen always trying to carry, but never being able to actually find results. Noguri being Noguri the majority of the time. You know, Summit taking most of the season off. Like, it's a really weird time for top laners here in the LCK.
Well, LCK is definitely having a lot of ups and downs. Lots of roller coaster rides happening in this split. And honestly, we're in the last couple of matches for the regular split, and upsets are happening. And this was obviously the final Doom push that ended up coming in. It went about as we said it would. Temper Fate onto the Nexus turrets. Jarvan would come up. Silas would spawn just in time to try to jump onto someone, but not be able to. Actually got stopped there by the game ending.
We're going to have a look at Lava's perspective here in this Elder Drake fight. As he was able to just completely eliminate the bottom lane from this before they could do anything.
투기시켜. 얘네 쳐야 돼. 나 공 50초. 투기시켜. 얘네 다 된다. 야, 이거 이러면 잠깐만. 여기 다 있다. 여기 다 있다. 얘 쇼 본다 이러면. 나 스마 8초. 스마 800이야 딜. 나 버스한다 얘네. 잡았어. 다 잡았어. 싸워 그냥 죽여버려. 죽여. 근데 미드.
I like his immediate pan towards the Nexus. I want to know whose Naisu that was.
야, 원거리 계속 살자. 내가 탱할게. 끝났다. 야, 공 쏘면은 기지에다 꽂아치니까. 야, 이거 상계해라. 바드모. 얘들아, 흩어져. 바드모 있다. 흩어져. 나 궁은 있어. 흩어져. 얘 미니언 공 쓸 수도 있다. 르블랑이랑 바루스랑 뭉쳐.
Oh my god, of course it was Lahens. Okay, never mind.
천천히. 공 써. 다시 싸워도 돼. 끝내. 야, 르블랑이랑 바루스랑 뭉쳐있어. 끝내. 얘들아, 천천히 끝내. 끝내. 붙어. 르블랑 바루스부터. 야, 끝내.
Well, that is a very, very happy Hanwha Life And well-deserved as well. In the end, certainly outplayed Gen G, but this is disappointing for the top of the standings, absolutely. I mean, even the DRX series was not the level of performance that we wanted out of DRX, but they were at least able to turn around the series in the end and able to take the win over the Afrika Freaks, who theoretically should have been more of an opposition than Hanwha Life were to Gen G. And this was just a huge upset. Incredibly, incredibly important for Hanwha Life. But Gen G now possibly moving down towards a lower berth into the finals. And there is a chance that we're going to see DRX in first place, T1 in first place. Any one of these three teams could get there if there is any other faltering from any of our other players. As here is Lehens picking up player of the game. I gave my vote over to Lava, but a very binary KDA and some pretty fantastic Cosmic Radiances to make sure that they were never really taken down. But I mean, this moment, I don't know whether it was necessarily Lehens doing a win or Rascal not pressing R early enough.
Well, nonetheless, he did have a lot of good engages, lots of saves with the Cosmic Radiances, and also just his heals coming out as well. And
I feel like it's also claiming the player of the game that we wanted to give him in the last game. So I'm definitely okay with that. I think he had a very good series. Did Lehens? Plus, he was so incredibly excited about the win. It was adorable.
Yeah. We'll be hearing from him in the MVP interview in just a second. 7 out of...
It was just us. We were the only Lava Boys. That's perplexing, to say the least. And on that note, we are going to throw it over to Cuvée and Lehens for an interview, and we're going to have Ji-sun standing by with some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Susan Weekly with translation, and we'll be hearing from Cuvée, Lehens, the King Slayers from Hanwha Life Esports. How do you feel, guys? Well, I'm happy that we won today. And today, our opponent was a strong team, so we were really nervous. So it feels really nice to take them down. Yeah, me too. Well, we are in a very dangerous spot where we can fall down to the relegations. But all of my teammates were doing a great work, so we were able to get this win. But Hanwha Life Esports, once again, you guys were the King Slayers. Aren't you guys also surprised you guys took down T1, DRX, and then Gen G was the last team on the list, and you guys did manage to pull them down. Whenever we go against strong teams, we become really strong, but whenever we go against a weaker team, we also become weak, so I'm a little bit sad about this. Yeah, but everyone wants to be strong against a strong team, so what is the key or tips for being so strong against the top teams? Well, I think we have a very reliable top laner, Cuvée, in our team. Cuvée, what about you? What's your thought on this? Well, maybe that can be true, but to be honest and to be really realistic, whenever we go against the lower teams, we are not having heads up and we don't just keep our guards up, so maybe that's why we always falter up against the weaker teams. So Cuvée, I want to ask you about your KO. And Dongjun actually said your KO reminded him of that of the Shy. Were you confident that you were going to carry the late game? Well, not about the confidence. It's rather like I must had to do it, you know? I had to do that. And recently you also tried the attack speed cannon, but that did not go well. So some people are saying that Cuvée, you are having a very narrow champion pool, but today you kind of turned this all around, going with Kale and even GP. So are you putting extra effort to kind of change your play style?
저희가 지금 발전할 수가
I
없는
mean,
상황이라서 일단은 눈앞에 있는 상황에서 이겨야 된다.
we're just focusing just the game right in front of us.
전에 제가 뭐 나르나 나르하고 캐넨 했을 때 져가지고
when we were playing RG Kennen in the top lane, the game did not go well, so we were just trying different teams.
좋은 모습 많이
different
보였습니다.
thing this
지난번
time.
APK 경기도 그렇고 오늘도 비슷한 장면이 좀 나왔던 것 같은데 발언 먹으려고 하다 지난 경기 때는 뭐
So
전부,
yeah, last time
점수한다든지
you guys had a very
두
big
번째,
fail moment in the Baron Pete.
두 번째 경기였네요.
And in
그
game number
억제기
2 maybe,
계속
when you guys were
미드부터 밀다가 억제기 근처까지
pushing
가다
to the
끊임없이 싸우다
inhibitor.
에이스 당한 것도 있었거든요. 예.
in
그때 그
your
판단,
Kale game,
뭡니까 이게?
you guys were making a very bold
상황이 그렇게 된
decision.
겁니까? 아니면 예, 정신없이
So,
끝나고 어떻게 된
was
거예요?
that like a mistake? Were you guys in a rush?
제가 다 잘못 오더해서
It's all on me. It's my bad call. Yeah, it is my responsibility.
계속 꼭지기 밀게 계속 그냥 가자고 한 게 리엔즈였어요?
Was that you telling the players to keep pushing?
네, 맞습니다.
Yeah, that was me.
이제 본인이 안고 가요 그냥.
네, 그런 느낌인 것 같은데 네. 더 이상 여쭤보지 않겠습니다.
Okay.
자 그리고 오늘 특히 세 경기 모두 드래곤 기가 막히게 챙긴 것 같습니다. 예.
Well, today in all 3 games, you guys are really good at taking all the neutral objectives, especially dragons.
오브젝트로 잘 챙겼어요 오늘 경기는요.
How were you guys able to do that?
용쪽 오브젝트는 아무래도
Well, the
미드
dragon
바텀
objective
그룹을
was
기회해서 저희 미드 바텀이
actually all about the mid and bot priorities. So as a top laner, I think my mid laner and my bot duos were doing a great work.
본인들도 그럼 또 라바 얘기해야죠.
Then we want to ask you about lava.
전체적으로 라바의 등장.
Lava subbed in.
두둥 등장. 두둥 등장이죠.
That 두두둥가 lava.
라바 교체. 어떻게 사전에
What was the plan in subbing in
네,
lava?
원래 사전에 라바 선수도 이제 출전하기로 이제
Yeah, I mean it was planned in advance.
또 경기를 오랜만에 나왔는데도
But
굉장히
it
좋은
was
모습
really
보여서
amazing to see him performing so
생각합니다.
well, even though he was not playing on stage for a bit of a time. So I want to say thank you to Lava.
진짜 그리고 타릭 또 리엔즈.
And Lihan's your Taric
했거든요. 김동준
was so perfect. You are Taric itself.
이렇게 선호하는 선수는 없어요.
I mean, there's no other players that prefer Taric this much. Do you think Taric is on the top of the tier list?
성향 원래 타릭을 좋아하진 않아요.
Well, Taric does not really connect directly to my playstyle. It's a little bit too passive and it cannot jump over the wall. But well, recently there are a lot of team fights around objectives. So I think that kind of connects with the current meta very well.
리엔즈의 타릭 어땠어요? 기가 막히고 비살리면서 옆에서
So how was Lihan's Taric performance today, Juve?
타릭밖에 할 줄 모르는데 타릭을
I mean,
해가지고 정말 다행이라고
Lihan's is a Taric one trick, but it was a big relief that he was able to play that champion today.
그렇습니다. 네. 그래서 오늘 그 본인들이 승리를 거두면서 다른 팀에게도 많은 영향을 줬습니다. 일단
So with this victory, you guys made a huge upset all around LCK. Griffin are now falling down to the relegation. It is confirmed now.
웃음을 참지 못해.
And Lihan's, I see you're wearing a huge smile on your face. Griffin used to be your former team, right?
한 말씀 하실 거 있어요?
Would you like to add any comment about this?
금방 갈게.
Viper, just wait for me. I'll be there soon.
아니 잠깐 얘기를 잘못하시.
네. 경기를 이제 금방 한다고.
I mean, I was talking about our Griffin versus Hana Life series.
맞싸움을 하니까 맞싸움. 예.
그렇죠.
맞대결 하니까 깜짝 놀랐어요.
승관님 따라간다는 얘기 아니었죠?
It didn't mean that you guys were following them to relegation, no?
우리가 뭐 좋은데라고.
예, 그렇죠. 예. 그리고 빅3 젠지
And also,
드래곤에서 T1에게 전부
you guys
영향을
all took down T1, DRX, Genji, the big 3 teams, so they're on a tie right now. So you guys are being so decisive in terms of seeing the final result of the regular split.
아니 하위 팀이 1위 팀 잡아줘서 공동 1위가 됐어요. 본인이 드래곤 역사 본인이 팀원 입장이었으면 이거 진짜 고마운 상황이죠. 이거.
It's a really like awesome situation for DRX or T1 right now for taking down the number 1 team.
이거 뭐라도 받아야 되는 그런 거 아닌가 생각했는데 들 텐데. 예. 자 그러면
Shouldn't those teams be thankful for you?
예, 남겨둬. 근데 아직 그 승강전에서 벗어난 거 아니거든요.
You guys are not completely out of the relegation zone.
자, 어떻게?
So how are you going to prepare for the final match of the regular split?
네, 다음 경기도 굉장히 중요한 경기인데.
Yeah, our next match is really important as well. And this is our last match, so we will do our best to show a good performance.
저는 저희가 마지막 상대가 그리핀이라서
Our
시우를 위해서라도
final
꼭
opponent
이기도록
is Griffin,
하겠습니다.
and for Lehans, I will make sure to get a win in that series.
이런 게 스토리죠. 그렇습니다. 자,
There's a very exciting storyline going on in LCK between Griffin and Hanwha-Life Esports, and this will be the end of the interview with Cuban Lehans from Hanwha-Life Esports, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation once again. Lehen's going to be waiting for Viper in relegations is apparently what they were talking about, but not actually what he meant. He's waiting for the final match between Griffin and Hanwha Life. But right now, it's looking like Hanwha Life is sitting pretty in that 8th place, and Sandbox are going to be sweating. They have to take down Damwon in order to equalize with Hanwha Life, and they need to do it 2-0, and then they need Hanwha Life to lose.
Yeah, this is a interesting series of events going on here. As
Well, actually, they can win it in any way.
Yeah, there's.
Yeah.
I don't know what the final standings are actually going to be like now, because now DRX, they have a real legitimate opportunity to clinch first, and it got a whole lot spicier now between the top three with the remaining matches.
I mean, it's likely that T1 are going to be able to win against Afrika, right? But it's also more than likely that DRX are going to 2-0 APK. So we're looking at Gen G, who will probably still remain at the top if they can beat KT in any way, but KT are looking like the better team out of the top 4 right now.
Well, the scariest thing is that out of the remaining matches, T1 should be slated to win against Afrika. That one could be, well, it should be a 2-0, but you never know. KT could, in theory, beat Genji. That's the closest out of the next 3 matches that are going to take place, and that's scary because everyone's probably predicting DRX to 2-0 APK, and that would mean DRX gets first place if KT can manage to topple Genji.
Yeah, and this is regardless of what T1 does, right? T1's life is in the hands of DRX and Gen G if they actually want that first place. Of course, T1, as a team, very, very good at running gauntlets. They do the whole thing if they get there. So we'll have to see how it's going to work out here, but it's very spicy here in the LCK, and what we want to see is some more consistent performances. So next week could be the time for consistent LCK. Before that, we will have an episode of the Pog State for you. That's going to be coming out in a couple of days' time at 10 p.m. KST, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. Talking about all things LCK, having a little bit of a conversation about what we're doing with Corvid, but for now, good night.
Told me to be myself and never feel alone. All that I want, all that I need, but whatever in the dark I see, always believe in a faith in me. You'll always be my